Howdy everyone, it's Sam. I hope you're doing really well. If you're new around here, I hope I can get you to consider liking the content and subscribing to the channel. And if you are a regular around these here parts, thank you so much for the continuous support. And if you are a regular around these here parts, you know how massive of a friggin' stream this is going to be. For the first time, I think, in the NRL YouTube community, we are going to be doing a 9-hour live stream starting right now all the way until friggin' midnight, and we're going to do it all for a great cause. We are raising funds to try and raise money for the town of Lismore, the Northern Rivers of New South Wales, who have been deeply impacted by the Australian East Coast bomb of 2022, rain bomb, I should say. And also our good friend Nick from Australia, one of the best NRL YouTube content creators going around town. He was deeply impacted by the floods of Lismore, and we're going to try and raise money for him. So our goal is to hit $2,000. Half will go to a reliable flood portal, and the other half will go directly to our mate Nick from Australia, who just is doing it tough, and he really thanks all of you for all the well wishes and everything that he has received. Now, I can see that we have got a lot of people in the live chat already, and I want to say thank you very much. And why not? Let's just deep dive into the live chat just very quickly here and say g'day to Mr. Rugby League Roundup, Piripi Akwasi, CJ Moxley, Nick from Australia himself is in the chat. I've got the Manly Rep, who's been in the live chat for a couple of days now. And I thank him very much for his support as well. Warriors, NRL Fanatics, and a couple of other gentlemen as well. It's Bosky as well. So if you're just tuning in and if you are watching this as an update, I want to show you guys something. So this is our schedule. This is the schedule for what's happening today on this 9-hour live stream. And in massive news, and I'm really kind of starstruck by this, Mr. Rugby League Guru is going to be live from 3:30 p.m. very, very soon. And for those who are not in the know, if you are the highest donator from 3:30 to 4 p.m., you will be given away some bloke merch and or some Rugby League Guru merch as well. So to those who are just tuning in, you can score yourself some bloke in a bar merchandise if you are the highest bidder. Now, how do you become the highest bidder? Where do you go and donate? If you just give me a hot second, that is the GoFundMe link. If you can write that down, punch it into the web browser and go to GoFundMe. That's where you can go donate, and that's active now. And it's so cool that we've already raised over $300 towards our $2,000 goal as well. So let's try and do this. There's no time expiry. Once it hits midnight, it's not like the GoFundMe goes crash or whatever, shuts down. It is a continuous thing, but we're going to try and do it today for Nick from Australia and the people of the Northern Rivers in New South Wales. And I'll just bring up this here. So that's the little banner that will be going on continuously throughout the day as well. Now, if you don't write that link down and punch it into the web browser, what you can do is go to GoFundMe.com and just simply punch in what this live stream YouTube is called. It's the 9-hour live. It's a mouthful. It's a mouthful. So it's the special 9-hour Lismore Fundraising live stream event. If you punch that into GoFundMe.com, you will be able to find us, and there you can donate to go give some money to the people of Lismore, the people of the Northern Rivers who have been deeply impacted. Just before I go on any further, guys, just go into the deep chat, the live chat. Again, Luke, Melbourne Storm fan, is in the chat. We've got Wales, NRL updates, Metallic Panther. Thank you so much for tuning in, everybody. Now, so as I was saying, so we've got Mr. Rugby League Guru, who is going to be joining us in the next little while. And the next segment that we've got for you is this man, Bailey Antrobus. He is a knock-on effect New South Wales Cup player for the St. George Illawarra Dragons. And Mr. Rugby League Roundup is a St. George Illawarra Dragons fan. And he, through his hard work, has found himself an interview. He found a way to contact Bailey. And at 4 o'clock today, in about 55 minutes' time, Mr. Bailey Antrobus will join us for about half an hour or so. And if you guys got any questions for the young man, any respectful questions for the young man, I'll try my best to make sure that they're answered for you. But Mr. Rugby League Roundup and myself are going to talk to the bloke for approximately half an hour from 4 p.m. And then the next segment, and this could be friggin' anything, Mr. Paddy G from 4:30 until 6:30 is going to be joining me. And for the first little while, we're going to talk some footy. We're just going to warm things up. And then, as you can see, dead set centre there in the middle, this old man is going to be playing some video games, and I'm going to try and give Rugby League Live 4 a crack with the bloke. I've set up me PlayStation online stream and the like, and let me tell you, I've never played Rugby League Live 4 all my days, and I went out the other day and I bought it, and I've been trying to have a bit of a trial game, a couple of warm-up games as well. And you know what? I'm ready for you, Paddy G. I'm friggin' ready for you, mate. So please tune in and watch me and Paddy G go head-to-head and have some rugby league conversations as well. And then from 6:30 p.m., we've got Mr. Nathan Moore, who has a debut single out, believe it or not, on the country music charts. And he'll be joining us to talk some footy as well. And he's also a North Queensland Cowboys supporter too. And then from 7 p.m. and 8:30, from 7 p.m. to 8:30, this old man also needs to have some tucker. So I'll be hopping off at 7 o'clock for an hour and a half or so. And I'm putting my powers into a very trustworthy man. That is Proenzo Vids, the young bloke. He's going to be hosting a podcast from 7 o'clock till 8:30. And as you can see, guests that are lined up, it is all subject to change, I might add. But at the moment, Warriors NRL Fanatics, Shut the Gates, All Out Champer, CJ Moxley, they're going to be joining the host, Proenzo Vids, and they're going to be having an hour and a half discussion from 7 o'clock Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time, might I add, New South Wales time as well. So just a bit of variety, just so you don't get sick of my ugly mug for the next few hours as well. I'm joking. And then once I come back at 8:30 p.m., we've got Mr. Entertain House. I am so grateful that he's going to be joining me from 8:30 p.m. man, and it's going to be an open forum. So what it is if you want to come on and have your say, please contact me, please DM me, and just say g'day, have your piece, have your say on anything rugby league, or if you want to mention something else, you're more than welcome to. You've got to keep it respectful, but bro, and then just to shut it off, and I think this is what's happening. I'm pretty sure it is. From 11 p.m. for the last hour of the show, probably what could be a really awesome way to finish off this live stream. Always Brisbane Broncos and Nick from Australia, the two gentlemen that we're really doing this for. We're going to be talking to them, hopefully, and Mr. Luther King and Just Rugby League will be joining us as well. So I've just got a guest with me already, just very, very quickly. Ladies and gentlemen, he is the host of the podcast at 7 p.m. He's come in early, and I just want him to come in and have his say. So if you please welcome Mr. Proenzo Vids. Thank you so much for the help tonight, mate. And today, how are you, man?
Yeah, mate, good. Can't wait for the whole stream. It's going to be going to a great cause, obviously. Like you said, posting that short breakdown podcast little segment, so that should be good fun. And yeah, I know I came early, so I just wanted to wait for a bit, But yeah, no, get on already and discuss a bit.
That's no worries at all, mate. So what will happen, mate? So you want to throw a question or two towards Rugby League Guru's way, mate?
Yeah, if you want me to, yeah, sure thing.
That's okay, not a worry at all, mate. I've got some questions lined up for the gentleman as well, bro. And then I reckon, so we're just going to have some green room talk live on air, probably because we have to. So at about 3:50, I'll get you to jump off, Proenzo, and then at 7 o'clock, go and have yourself a shower, or go and have yourself a beer or two, and then come on at 7 p.m. and we'll do the podcast. Yeah. So what kind of, well, not to give too much away, mate, but you've got some good topics for us tonight, bro?
With the second podcast, I do go a couple, 10 roughly, so that should be enough for the time that you're gone and when you come back. So it's all gonna be set up, and I guess as well try and get the audience involved. Ask them to ask us some questions during the show as well. So it's all gonna be going pretty smoothly, I reckon.
Absolutely. And so and again, this is just some green room chat that we're going to talk about on air right now. So when I'm off air, if anything happens, I'm going to be the ghost that sort of haunts everybody when I'm off air. So if I start talking on the audio, don't think that that's someone trolling you or anything like that. I'm going to have myself off the stream. And if I say, hey, Proenzo, I'm here, I just want to say that I'm coming in live and I want to show you something or do something, just heads up, that's what I'm going to be doing. So you might be midway through your podcast and I'm going to come on and sort of say, hey, Proenzo, I'm just in the shadows now and I just got some information or whatever. So I hope that's okay, bro.
No worries. I'll know when you're here, and we'll move on from there.
Alrighty, so while you're here, mate, I may as well get your reaction. So what I was going to do is have a Wobble and Jaw show, a mini Wobble and Jaw show, because I realized that I did realize this is what I want to do. So I did my 2022 NRL ladder predictions on Monday just recently, and this is what my top 8 looks like in finals form. In first place, Penrith Panthers. Melbourne Storm in fourth place. Therefore, we'll get Penrith versus Melbourne. Sydney Roosters versus Parramatta, that's second versus third. Manly versus Cronulla, that's fifth versus eighth. And then at the bottom right corner there, you've got North Queensland in sixth and the Canberra Raiders in its seventh position. So what I want to do now is I actually want to go through that final series, as it were. So what I want to do is say, that's all right, man. So, and just quickly, can you see that overlay, Proenzo?
Yeah, nice and clearly, mate.
Yo, true. Okay. Am I coming in nice and clear too, bro?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yo, true. So what I think will happen here, look, I look at that and I think of the bottom 4 teams inside the top 8, I think the absolute biggest threat is going to be the Manly Sea Eagles. I think Cronulla, North Queensland and Canberra, if that's the top 8 that comes to fruition, I think those 3 sides will probably be out by the second week of the semi-finals, and then Manly will find themselves at least in the preliminary finals. Penrith versus Melbourne, I can probably see Penrith winning that one out there at Bluebet Stadium. And Roosters versus Parramatta, that's what I sort of want to touch on, mate. What an absolute blockbuster that would be, Proenzo, if it was to be Roosters versus Parramatta, second versus third in the first week of the finals. That surely is going to be taking place out there at the new Sydney Football Stadium, man. That would be such an event if that was to go down, bro. And after last year, I don't know if you remember, and I'm testing your memory here. Do you remember that there was a bit of venom in their first clash against each other, the Roosters and the Eels, where I think it was, who was it? Somebody got the knees in the back. Drew Hutchison got the knees in the back from a Parramatta player. Do you remember who that was, bro?
It's on the tip of my tongue. I think it was Mariah Niokora, I think it was. Was it? It was Niokora or someone like that.
Maybe it was Dylan Brown. No, it was Dylan Brown, wasn't it?
Brown, yes.
It was Dylan Brown that tucked the knees into bloody Drew Hutchison. And so then they had their sort of rematch, if you like, up there in Mackay, and it was the Roosters that bloody pumped Parramatta Eels that night too. So I think the 2 games between Roosters and Eels throughout the regular season in 2022, I think they're going to be really good, high-quality matches, man. I think they're going to be evenly matched as well. And I think we're on course for a Roosters and Eels final, whether that be in a semi-final, preliminary, or week 1 final as well. And Proenzo, man, I just want to ask, can you hear me loud and clear? Because your screen is just frozen there, buddy. Alrighty, so what I'll do, I'll just remove your Proenzo vids. The dodo bird got him. The dodo bird got him. So basically what I'm trying to get at here is who's going to be my grand final and who's going to win the premiership. I don't see the Penrith Panthers making the grand final. I think I think they've just lost a couple of too many players that have been X factors for him. That includes Matthew Burton as well. The Melbourne Storm, they've got Craig Bellamy in what probably will be his final season at the helm of the Melbourne Storm. And I think Melbourne Storm, you'll find, are going to go really deep. Sydney Roosters, their squad looks fearsome. It looks insane. And the Parramatta Eels, a lot of people have them outside the 8. A lot of people have them in the bottom half. But I think if Parramatta, and this is what I hope happens for him, if Parramatta, if they have learned and evolved and adapted from their loss in that semi-final against Penrith Panthers, if Reid Marnie plays, they probably win that game against Penrith. And so what I think is that I think they will. I think they'll learn, evolve, and I think they'll be a better side. They were in the top 4 for most of 2021 last season, and I think they're going to solidify themselves in the top 4 again and just bump Manly outside of the top 8 as well. So what do I think my grand final is going to be, lads? I don't have a banner for it, so I don't have Penrith in it. You know what? We had it last year in South Sydney versus Penrith, and I think we're going to have it again. I think we're going to have a week 1 final as our grand final. So my grand final for 2022, I think we're going to have East versus Parramatta. I think we're going to have 4 matches between the 2 clubs in 2022. And I do believe that it will be an East versus Parramatta grand final in 2022. And that will be taking place at ANZ. But boy, howdy, man, that occasion at the brand new Sydney Football Stadium just would be amazing. It would be an amazing thing. So that's just my grand final tip. I think we're going to see East versus Parramatta. As so far as the rest of my predictions for 2022, I mean, if Parramatta do make that grand final or find themselves in the top 4, you probably imagine that either Moses or Gutherson are going to be in line for a Dally M. Now, if Roosters find themselves in the grand final, you'll find that James Tedesco are probably going to be James Tedesco will probably be somewhere inside that top 5. I think he just automatically will, because I think he's just an absolute weapon, an absolute legend of a player too. And Cameron Munster, for all that's happened in the off season, as so far as the white substance saga, boy howdy, he looks switched on, doesn't he? He looks ready and primed to kick some serious ass in 2022 and try to make sure that Craig Bellamy goes out with a premiership win. So I think the 4 players that I've got, and no, I'll say this as well, Nathan Cleary will probably find himself in the top 5 as well. So my top 5 Dally M candidates are going to be Nathan Cleary, James Tedesco, Clint Gutherson, Mitch Moses, and Cameron Munster as well. And who do I reckon will get it? I genuinely think, whilst it will be East versus Parramatta in the grand final, that's just my tip, I think Cameron Munster will end up getting the Dally M if his body remains injury-free. Cameron Munster looks like a man on a mission already, just from the 2 trials that we've seen in 2022. And I probably should have done this on either sides as well. And Nick from Australia, he's got a question here. What about Tom Trbojevic? Well, I don't have Manly making the preliminary finals. I don't have them making the grand final as well. It's not to say that Tom Trbojevic is going to have a second-year syndrome in a way, or you can't back it up. I think he'll have a fantastic season, but I think there are a couple of clubs that are going to be in front of Manly that will do better than them, and I don't. Turbo will probably be my 6th option, but for my top 5, that will be my top 5 is Cameron Munster, Clint Gutherson, and Moses, albeit if they do make it to the grand final. And Nathan Cleary and Cameron Munster, Tedesco, Moses, and Cameron Munster. So I just want to go into the chat again and just make sure. So South Sydney in the 8 for the Canberra Raiders, says Mr. CJ Moxley. Well, at the moment, it looks wobbly, doesn't it, for the Canberra Raiders, doesn't it? Especially with the injury news. And now Ryan Sutton, that's some news to touch on. Ryan Sutton, who I think has been way up there for Canberra Raiders over the past 18 months or so. Ryan Sutton signed with the Canterbury Bankstown Bulldogs starting from next season, and that's a 3-year deal as well. And who we got here? Manly rep says, I think Joe Burrow. Oh, Jesus, that is a name that I have not seen or read or thought of in many years, mate. That is Joe Burrow makes the comeback in 2022 for South Sydney, eh? And so just in case if you're away from your desk and if you're listening to me wobbling my jaw, so we're raising funds right now from 3 p.m. until 12 a.m. And we're raising funds for the Northern Rivers of New South Wales and for our good mate Nick from Australia, who was impacted by the East Coast rain bomb of 2022. The GoFundMe link is in the description below. The GoFundMe link is scrolling at the bottom as well. So if you can't click on the link, write it down, and please, if you can, if you'd like to, go and donate on the GoFundMe page. Half of the donations will be sent to Nick from Australia directly, and the other half will be sent to a reliable flood relief portal as well. And I don't want to discount that. I don't want to discount what's happened to Queensland as well, and it's unfortunately trickling all the way down to the Hunter region as well. Not Newcastle, but it is in the Hunter region as well. It was projected to hit Bega at some stage, but I don't think that's going to eventuate. I mean, I think I saw a post that Proenzo Vids, who graciously just joined us for a couple of minutes. I think, what was it? I think in 2020, the year started with the bushfires. And then in 2021, the year started with even more COVID. And then in 2022, we've started off with floods. So she's been a rough old few years for the whole planet, but it's been a rough old friggin' few years for Australia whenever the year has come around and gotten started. Now, those were my those are my finals predictions, just based off of my 2022 NRL ladder predictions as well. And before I go on any further, and I just want to talk about the NRLW that took place this past weekend. For ladies that have not played a game in over 6 or 7 months, I thought the NRLW competition last weekend was really good. I actually really enjoyed my time. And I can see there is a bit of a theme happening in the chat, and that is something that we will talk about later on in the evening. But I want to talk about just the NRLW just really quickly. I think the most impressive side, who has been the best side in NRLW for the past 4 years, has been the Brisbane Broncos. I think Ali Brigginshaw was another standout there at halfback. Tamika Upton, who is the Queensland fullback, I think she was amazing as well. And fair dinkum, Miss Amber Hall for the Brisbane Broncos, the second rower there, she was immense. She was absolutely immense in their win, 20 points to 4 against the Sydney Roosters down there at McDonald Jones Stadium. I'd sign her up, stick her into the NRL's men's side. She was that good, I thought, Amber Hall last week against the Sydney Roosters. And for the Eastern Suburbs, I was impressed by their second row pairing, Yasmin Meeks and Olivia Koenig. And then the big front rower for the Eastern Suburbs as well, Talia Predabon. I thought she was impressive in that prop. And then Jessica Sturgis and Isabel Kelly tried everything to try and get the win. But unfortunately, everything that could have gone wrong for Eastern Suburbs last weekend did go wrong, unfortunately. And Brisbane Broncos took their opportunities and got them. And then the first game actually was the Dragons and the Gold Coast Titans. And I've got to say, guys, if you do go out and check out the NRLW highlights, Miss Tegan Berry scored 2 tries, 2 line breaks, 10 runs. And as soon as the kickoff occurred, it was she was the first one to catch the ball, and she said, "Stuff this." And she's a winger. Tiggenberry is the winger for the St. George Illawarra Dragons, and she said, "Stuff this. I'm going to get stuck right on in." I thought Tiggenberry for the Dragons was really impressive as well, man. And then Emma Tonagato, she had 171 run meters and 45 post-contact meters. Rachel Pearson, who I just read, is in line potentially for a New South Wales debut. She was the best kicker for the entire NRLW round one. She kicked for over 260 meters. That was a weekend high, and so she killed it. And she had a try assist, I believe, as well. Or, no, she actually scored a try, I think, as well. And the Gold Coast Titans, Miss Ivania Palete, she ran for 172 meters, 104 kick return meters as well. I reckon that Ivania Palete, she's a figurehead. She's a spearhead for the Gold Coast Titans, so I thought she did really well. And then in the game of the round, Newcastle and Parramatta, this is the only game that I did not get an opportunity to watch, unfortunately. Just by looking at the stats, it was the most highest completed rates for the entire weekend between the two sides, a bit of the entire NLW round one. And the Parramatta Eels got the win through the boot of Maddie Studden, winning by field goal, 13 points to 12. And Romy Teitzel, she's come from Townsville, and I think she did really well in her NRLW debut. And I'll just hold my tips for the time being because, ladies and gentlemen, as promised, and I'm so grateful for his time, the man from Bloke in a Bar is about to join us. Ladies and gentlemen, please, would you make welcome Mr. Rugby League Guru. My goodness, I am so grateful. I am so lucky to have you join me right now, Mr. Guru. It is nice to meet you. How are you going this Arvo?
Hey Sam, mate, I'm good. Thanks for having me on. Can you hear me okay?
You are coming in crystal clear and making me look like a bloody cheap suit, mate. Mate, so dude, I just straight away, I'll hit you with a hard-hitting question that everyone is speaking about in the chat right now, and this is probably your first opportunity to talk about it online as well, man, on camera. The news today about Mr. Shane Warne passing away over in Thailand. I woke up to the news at about 10 a.m. I woke up 10 a.m. today, and I feel like I got punched in the face. Mr. Rugby League Guru, can I ask you about your initial reactions about Shane Warne?
Yeah, mate, unbelievable. I woke up, same thing, rolled over, opened the phone, and to be honest with you, mate, it really rattled me. Warnie's a guy that, he was such a big part of all of our childhoods, especially guys that are our age. I was saying to mates today that, I remember for like a 10-year period of my life thinking that spin attack should be a focal point of a cricket team, just because Warnie was so good at what he did. I probably didn't get to appreciate all the off-field stuff until I was a little bit older, which just builds the legend even more. But the stuff he did on the field, on the pitch, I should say, was just incredible. I quite often, as I'm sure most blokes do, we read these stats about how good Steph Curry is at what he does and how good he is at that one skill set that is so hard. Mate, I would argue Shane Warne, he is so good at the hardest skill set in cricket by a country mile, and he did it for 20 odd years. He was incredible. You have a look at, obviously Muralitharan holds the record for the most wickets, but I mean, you compare Shane Warne did it. I think he got 60 less wickets and he played for 3 less years. He had a shoulder injury. He was suspended for a season, and he was bowling the vast majority of times on Australian pitches, which traditionally are harder to spin on. I mean, what he did in his career was unbelievable. I've sort of lost a bit of interest in cricket, to be honest with you, over the last 15 years, and I've never really put it down to a moment. And then I sat there this morning and thought, you know what? The moment I sort of lost a bit of interest in cricket was the moment that Shane Warne retired. It's rattling, mate. It's just so young, gone so early. It's scary stuff.
He's sort of transcended the sport, in my opinion, because I'm not the world's biggest cricket fan, but boy, howdy, when I was about 10 years old, and that was about in the year 2000, you freaking knew who Shane Warne was, didn't you? Yeah. And he made his debut in 1992, and I believe he retired in 2006. And in international test matches, 700 wickets he's taken. The guy is an immortal. I think he's the best bowler I've ever seen, whether that be that's, you know, I was about to say in Australian Test match history, but just international cricket, he is the best bowler that I've ever seen and probably will ever see as well, man. And Shane Warne, for his off-field antics, yeah, he had a couple of bad years there, didn't he? But I mean, that's just his I don't know, like the Australian boyish charm that was coming out of him in a way. He was such a larrikin. Wouldn't you have loved to have a beer with bloody Shane Warne, Guru?
Oh, mate, I mean, it would have been incredible. And, you know, as much as there was things off the field that, you know, probably shouldn't be highlighted, I mean, there was a lot of stuff with, you know, Joey as well, but it just builds the narrative. We love a larrikin. And that's the other thing about Joey and, you know, Shane Warne, for example. They had that little side to them, which just made them even bigger competitors on the field. And that's what we love. I mean, you've got to have, you know, you've got to have a bit of shit in you to be as successful as those guys were. So I was trying to use a better word than the one I actually wanted to use there, but that's what makes these guys great, you know. You know, you got to also consider with Warne that, you know, he took all these wickets. The blokes that bowled the 100 overs before him were Brett Lee, were Glenn McGrath, were guys that are also leading wicket takers ever, and Shane Warne still managed to take as many as he did. It's just, mate, honestly, the more you dive into the career of Warne, the scarier it gets how good he was, even to the point that he only took up cricket because AFL decided they didn't want him, which is terrifying to think about.
And to think also that he was surrounded by the likes of Glenn Maxwell, Steve Waugh, Adam Gilchrist, and the genuine legends, like absolute masters of their craft. Shane Warne was still way up above them, wasn't he? He was still the absolute superstar of the Australian cricket team back in the day. And I might need some help because I am just thinking about this off the top. But what do you reckon the most runs were that Shane Warne ever scored as a batsman, mate? I know he scored a 76 or he scored somewhere in the 70s.
He actually got out once on 99. There's a very famous innings, which I advance you go. I advise you go back and watch and it's so funny when you get the interviews after and he's commentating it as it happens, and like he's on 99 and he's talking what's going through his head, and just in typical Warne fashion, it's like it's 3 a.m. on a Saturday night. There's a million things going through his mind and just comes up with a brain explosion shot. Crazy. I mean, it's the one thing that is probably left off his resume is a Test 100, but you know, that probably scoring 99 is more famous than getting his Test 100 realistically. So, but yeah, I mean, the way that he handled that, just another champion. I love everything about him, Warne, and I know it's easy to say now, but I just wish that I appreciated it more when he was around, you know. I remember as a kid, and, you know, I remember playing cricket myself, and, you know, every single kid at the nets would be trying to bowl leg spin because of Warne. I'm not still involved with cricket, but I doubt that every single kid is still trying to bowl leg spin because every single guy that's tried to bowl leg spin since Warne has just been absolutely pizzled because they're not as good as him. And it's incredibly unfair, but it shows how good he was, you know?
And Nathan Lyon at the moment, I don't know, the next time he has himself a bowl on the cricket pitch, mate, gee whiz, I reckon, I just think the next time Australia take the paddock, Shane Warne's going to be, and Rod Marsh, might I add as well.
And that's the thing, two legends in 2 days and two blokes that knew how to enjoy themselves off the field. There's going to be one hell of a party upstairs, I'll tell you that much. There's going to be some trouble up there.
Yeah, absolutely. And guys, if you're just tuning in, I am so grateful and so lucky to have Mr. Rugby League Guru on the live stream here. And just before we go on, Guru, now I believe that there might be some merch in store for the highest donation starting from 3:30, which was about 5 minutes ago, up until 4 p.m. Is there anything that you can elaborate on that, good sir?
Yeah, I'll take you through that stuff, mate. I've got a bit of stuff I'll stay here till 4 o'clock or whenever you'll have me. But highest donation during this period, I've got a few things for you. I've got some packs of footy cards I've thrown in there. 2 of these packs are actually from 1996, so they're very rare cards, yet to be opened. Pretty cool thing for people to have. I've got a Rugby League Guru hat. I'm trying to get on the camera. Along with that, a Guru stubby holder. And then we've got a Bloke in a Bar hats. Now, his new merchandise drop is on Monday. That's part of the merchandise drop. So that's stuff that no one else has at the moment. So you could be the first person to get your paws on that. And then I've also got something else that You'll be the only one to own it, whether you want it or not, remains to be seen. But I had some shorts made up, Rugby League Guru shorts the other day. They are very high quality. I'm not really selling them. I just wanted to see how they turned out. They turned out awesome, but they're a little bit too expensive for me to sell. So I'll throw those in as well, mate. So a couple of things that you won't be able to get your hands on anywhere else. So highest donation, I'll send that out to whoever puts it up there. So hopefully we can collect some good coin, mate.
Mate, the absolute best bloody rugby league sort of merchandise on the friggin' planet, just quietly, bloke in a bar and Rugby League Guru's gear. Absolutely sensational. And I just want to, so if you don't mind, Mr. Guru, I just sort of want to talk to you about you for the next little while. And I just saw myself sort of not glitch, but sort of just fuzzy up a little bit. It is, there are a few dark clouds about, so excuse my smooth connection, if you will, mate, but I hope I'm still coming in loud and clear to you, mate.
All good, brother. Keep going.
Sweet. So I just want to, so about 5 days before Christmas last year, you had an episode with Mr. Denon Kemp on Bloke in a Bar, and I tried to sift through the wikis and the history of Bloke in a Bar. Was that your run-on debut in that episode a couple of days before Christmas last year, Mr. Guru?
No, I had a couple of episodes last year where I jumped on, just one or two that featured during the season, and then just around Christmas time, spot opened up there. So I was lucky enough to get a call from Kempy offering that spot. Well, not offering that spot, just offering an opportunity to fill in because he wasn't sure which direction he was going to go in. And since then we've struck up really good on camera. I mean, chemistry's really good with us. We don't agree on everything, which is great. But also just off camera, we've become, really good mates now, and it just flows so easily. So very lucky, mate, as with a lot of things in my life and with Guru especially. I've been very lucky with timing and everything. So, it's an exciting time though, mate.
Well, it's the year of the Rugby League Guru in 2022, mate, because you get the gig a couple of days before Christmas, mate, and you're an absolute regular on the Bloke podcast nowadays, man, and you will be throughout the rest of 2022. Your channel and your podcast, which I will link in the description as soon as this live stream is done. I will link in the description to the Spotify podcast the Rugby League Guru does, gentlemen. I just want to ask, man, what was that call like? When you got the call from Denon Kemp to sort of say, that you're going to be a sort of like a figurehead, or we're going to give you an attempt at it, mate.
Yeah, no, it was pretty special, mate. I was actually sort of in the midst of deciding whether I've been a teacher not all my life, but for the last 10 odd years I've been a teacher, and it sort of became a goal about 4 or 5 years ago to not be a teacher anymore and do what I love full time, which is talk footy. So I was very close to making that decision, and then once Kempy made that call to me, I just knew that there'd be a lot of exposure off the back of it and everything. So it was sort of that moment I decided to go full time. I hung up the phone from Kempy, and about an hour later rang the school I was working at and said, apologies, but I'm not coming back. So, mate, an exciting call to get the one from Kempy. It was unbelievable. It was unreal, but probably ringing, my full-time employer and saying, I'm done. I'm not coming back. That was a moment for me that was just as special because I've been working to it for a number of years. Being self-employed now is just an unreal feeling. Absolutely love it and love what I do, mate. So as I said, been blessed in a lot of regards, timing and everything. It's been unbelievable the last few months, mate.
And can I ask you now an on-field footy-related question, mate? And it is a question without notice, and it might be a bit difficult, but I'm sure you're bloody going to handle it. So I want to ask you about forward pass technology that the game is starting to really think about implementing over the next couple of years. I think there was going to be some sort of trial, but I don't think that ever eventuated over these past couple of weeks. What is your opinion, mate, on forward pass technology moving forward?
Yeah, mate, I see the positives in it. I worry that rugby league, we don't handle grey areas very well, and I just think it opens up a lot of grey areas. Personally, I love the game flowing.
Yep.
I feel like if we get technology like this that comes in, every single try is going to go upstairs. We're going to check every single pass from the dummy half to the halfback, to the 5'8", to the center, to the winger. And it just worries me that we're getting too much technology involved. And look, I understand that people want to get the right decision on every single play, and I get that. That's why we brought in video referee, and then we overused it, and then we hated how much it slowed the game down. And that's my only worry, that it's going to slow our game down and people are going to get upset by it eventually. But I understand that people want the right decision. I understand that people, there's been games where a forward pass has, potentially cost you a game. But, mate, the way that I look at it, if a referee decision is deciding the game for your team hasn't done enough for me. So I'm sort of happy to have our game with a couple of little errors in it. And look, mate, at the exact same time, I've got to accept that I don't have a team that I go for. I'm not like yourself. I don't have the polo, the posters in the back. I'm not dedicated to one club. So when these things happen, it probably impacts me the least. If the Cowboys lose in round one off the back of a forward pass call, it doesn't really impact me. Whereas someone like yourself, being a passionate fan, it will impact you. So I've also got to accept that I'm not sitting in that chair. But I just think rugby league, it's always going to have its little mistakes. Referees are always going to make little forward pass errors or knock-on errors, same way as players are going to make more errors than referees every single game, So I just worry how it's going to be implemented and how people are going to react to it, because it's going to end up being really 50-50 calls, which happens in rugby league all the time, that we're relying on technology to get it right. And yeah, I don't dislike the idea, mate. I just prefer our game to flow. That's my biggest worry. And the reality is, we brought in the video referee, I would guess early 2000s, late 2000s. Mate, the game survived for 100 years before that and was fantastic without it. And I think it's something that people probably don't appreciate as much as they should.
That's really well said, and I'm in the same boat as you, man. I don't dislike the idea, but fair dinkum, you don't need forward pass technology to rule on some of the forward passes that have been let go for the past couple of years. And Super Rugby is doing it at the moment, but we won't touch on Super Rugby. That gets a bit too complicated. For me, if forward pass technology is brought into the fold, I don't want it to be ruled on between the two 20-meter lines, from the 20-meter zone to the other end. I think in a try-scoring situation, that's when you can start looking at it. But so far as just general play right on halfway sort of thing, stay away. Because as you said, the flow and just it would just totally ruin the rugby league for me. I think so.
I think what you said there is a really good point, because I think that the whole game right now is based around getting on the front foot, getting on the advantage. So in order to do that, you have to get across the advantage line, which means that your front rowers, your second rowers, they are hitting the ball off the dummy half, smack on the advantage line. And I just think if you brought in this forward pass technology, you would see so many forward passes out of dummy half. So I don't mind what you're saying there, not ruling on it not ruling on it in between the two 20-meter lines, because I just think it'll stop the flow. I tend to think if you're going to do this, it is only on try-scoring plays. But then once again, I'm sure you'd be upset if you're playing the Broncos and they do a forward pass on fourth tackle, then they score on fifth, So it just comes down to grey areas and how we don't really handle these overly well in rugby league.
Yep. And I'll tell you what, could you imagine a captain's challenge, for a forward pass ruling? People would lose their goddamn minds, excuse my French, the rugby league guru. They'd lose their minds if the Melbourne Storm, challenged a forward pass ruling from Bailey beyond the Otto from the Canterbury Bankstown Bulldogs. Just stopping the game, man. People would be up in arms, mate. So I just want to move on from the forward pass technology, and I think our assumption or our surmisation is that we don't dislike the idea, but it can't be ruled on in the halfway line. And I think eventually in the next couple of years, maybe they can use it in try-scoring situations. I think that's a fair summarization. And I want to ask another question, mate. And this is a difficult one, and we probably won't spend too much time on it, mate. But I want to ask you about the draft system. A potential draft system. So I know the AFL are doing it, and I'm more in tune with draft systems through the NFL. And I can see and I can understand why the NFL gets really hyped up about the NFL draft systems. But boy, howdy, I love the unpredictability in the NRL every single year where just yesterday or the day before, Dylan Walker, he's off to the Warriors in 2023. I love the unpredictability and the nature of it in the NRL, but is it starting to get to a stage? Because I think for the past 2 years, you look at the Cowboys and the Broncos and the Doggies, they've been really crying out for some sort of young, good talent, and maybe a draft system could help them climb up the ladder a little bit quicker. What is your opinion on a potential draft system over the next few years, Guru?
Mate, I'm very similar to you. I don't, and you know, I don't have anything against it, but I really don't have a heap of interest in the AFL. So I don't know anything about their draft, really. So I'm the same as you. I love the NFL. I get together with mates on NFL draft day. I don't even watch college ball, so I don't even know who any of these kids are, but the draft day is an unbelievable day, and I love it. I would love it in the NRL too. I think the day would be sensational, but I think that outside of the day and the fan experience, I just don't see how it works in rugby league. And, you know, let's take Canterbury, for example. You know, finished last season. The year before that, like there would have been a time where a guy like Cole Flanagan, he would have been the first pick in a draft, because there was at one point there where he looked like the most talented young ball player coming out of junior football. We saw him go to the Roosters. They went out in straight sets in the finals, but they finished top 4. Flano looked like he could play. Yeah. He then went to Canterbury, and 18 months later, here we are. Cole Flanagan, it's like he's pissed in the coach's water bottle. He cannot get anywhere near that side, and he would have been a good example of a guy that would have been taken first by a team at the bottom. Another good example is Ash Taylor. Now, Ash Taylor was, I don't care what anyone says, Ash Taylor, when he was 18, he was the best footballer in the country under the age of 18. And if you watched him play then, you wouldn't push back on that in any way, shape, or form. Ash Taylor goes to a team like the Titans, who, respectfully to the Titans, they've shown over a long time that they don't develop young talent overly well. They had Jordan Rankin 10 years before that. His career didn't play out the way it should. And now all of a sudden, you speak to most people and Ash Taylor's shit. I have people say to me, oh, Sam Walker, he would have been the first pick. Sam Walker wouldn't be the same player he is at a Canterbury Bulldogs, respectfully to you, a North Queensland Cowboys, as he is at the Roosters, yeah? And that's just the reality of the situation. I think that people look at the kids that are doing really well, that are stars, that are at other clubs, and think that they would just be an automatic fix at their clubs. And I just don't think it works that way. You've also got to think about how our junior system works. We don't have a college system like they do in America. We've got Harold Matts and SG Ball, which isn't even all the teams in the NRL. It's teams that are just in New South Wales. The Warriors aren't in that. The Broncos aren't in that. The Titans aren't in it. I mean, I just don't think we have the system set up for it to work. I mean, mate, once we get back to normal life without COVID, if I said to you, you know, every single year there's 8 guys that leave clubs because they're homesick. This happens all the time in rugby league. Can you imagine how many guys would get homesick if they were drafted by your team or by the New Zealand Warriors or the Canberra Raiders if they're guys that grew up in Sydney? I mean, I think people forget we've done this before. Terry Hill sued the arse off the NRL because they sent him to the Roosters and he wanted to play for Manly. It's a 45-minute car trip. I mean, can you imagine when blokes get sent to North Queensland or New Zealand? I think that it's a great idea in theory, but I just don't think the clubs at the bottom are going to get what they're expecting to get out of it. I mean, the NFL system is set up really well. How many round 1 picks, how many of these quarterbacks that are predicted to be prestigious talents actually go on to be half decent? Yes. Not a heap of them, realistically. And I think people overvalue the draft idea, and I don't think people consider the pathways we've got. And I know people say, oh, blow up the pathways and put it in place. We tried it with Toyota Cup. People complained about it constantly. That fell through. Where does the money come from to set that sort of stuff up? You know, I think it's great in theory, but the reality of the situation is vastly different for me.
What did you think about the Toyota Cup back in the day? I loved the Toyota Cup. I know the scorelines were, 50 points to 40 on some occasions. But I really liked that there was still an avenue or a spotlight on the young youth coming through as well. And there'd be more support. Like, for example, there was so much hype when Jared Croker and Josh Dugan were playing in the Toyota Cup. And then when the team list news came out that they were going to be making their first grade debut, it was absolutely wild down here in Canberra, at least in my bloody head anyway. And just on a draft system as well, for the New Zealand Warriors, what what do you think? I mean, it's certainly damaged now, isn't it? The Warriors junior system has been damaged, and I'm not here to put a dark cloud over them, sort of thing, and say what do they do, where can they go? But I don't. I mean, the question, like, I don't know. I'm thinking off the top of my head. I'm thinking, what's going on with the junior talent down there in New Zealand Rugby League? I mean, the All Blacks, I'm sure they're still going on just fine. I'm sure the All Blacks are going on just fine. But as far as the Warriors youth goes, man, I don't know what's going on with the New Zealand Warriors at the moment, Guru.
Yeah, mate, and it's a tough one. And, I get people who say to me all the time, geez, the Warriors should be better. They've got a whole country to pick from. The reality of the situation is that they're competing with rugby union for one. They're also competing with every other NRL team. I know for a fact the Roosters, they had an under 16 and an under 18s junior academy sort of thing running over there where they went and just cherry picked the best talent they could find over there in New Zealand. They had 2 coaches based there. My younger brother's in the Roosters system at the moment in the 17s and 18s. And the whole way during COVID, they had, the 25 best kids that they liked training in New Zealand under the Roosters banner, all getting a tracksuit, all getting a polo. And then Harold Matts and SG Ball season now rolled around, and the best 8 or 9 of them have got on a plane and come over. Every single club has scouts over there. The New Zealand Warriors aren't sitting there with a heap of talent that they can choose who they want from the entire group. They're competing with still 15 other clubs that are in New Zealand that are trying to poach the next Manu Vatuvei, the next Sean Johnson, these sort of guys. I feel really, really sorry for them because they've given so much to our game. And, I watch a lot of the Roosters juniors, and I can promise you there's going to be 3 or 4 kids that are going to be in the NRL in the next 5 or 6 years that have come from that pathway that if the Roosters weren't there, the Warriors would have had them in a heartbeat. So they're in a tough situation, mate. It's hard as it is with COVID and everything, but the deeper you look, the harder it gets for New Zealand.
Yeah. But with their current squad, I mean, we can speak about the Warriors at the moment. Like with their current squad, the Warriors, man, they're a bit of a wise old forward pack. Aiden Fanua-Blake and Matt Lodge. You've got Ewan Aiken, albeit he's not natural to a second row position, but he's got a level-headed about him. But the bloke that really excites me, and a lot of Warriors fans have earmarked for a massive year, is Alicia Katoa, man. Now he was derailed a little bit, I think in 2021 for about 5 weeks with a leg injury or a shoulder injury. But if that's the sort of youth that could be on display for the Warriors over the next 5 to 10 years, if and when COVID does rectify, or not rectify itself, but when it becomes better handled in New Zealand Warriors, man, they're going to be, I'm trying to say that there's some really good karma coming New Zealand Warriors way. And Alicia Katoa looks like if he stays with the Warriors, he's going to be an absolute leader for that club, in my opinion, bro. And the other question I've got too is, let's say Sean Johnson retires in 2 years. I don't mean to put the mocker on him. I'm touching wood. And then you've got Ash Taylor and Cody Nikorima. Ash Taylor, who knows about him? Cody Nikorima is getting a little bit older as well. What sort of halfback in 5'8" are coming through? That's what I'm also getting at as well. There's no young youth coming in those specific positions for the Warriors coming through, and that's what scares me. And this is all COVID's fault, pretty much. It is COVID's fault, and I don't think a draft system, as you say, I don't think a draft system where, say, Sam Walker, for example, was picked number 1 in 2023, he'd be straight off to the Warriors, for example. You're exactly right. I love the idea, and I love the thought that he's not going to stay, and he wouldn't be the same player that he would be if he was under the tutelage of Trent Robinson, for example. He'd be homesick, as you said, straight away if he got shifted over to the Warriors.
Mate, that's the other thing with the Warriors. Like you just listed all these guys they've got in their club: Aiden Fanua-Blake, Ewan Aitken. There's a heap of really good young guys they've signed. Reece Walsh, these sort of fellas. They've never lived in New Zealand. They've been playing for the Warriors for 2 years now. They've never lived in New Zealand. As I said, the homesick card always worries me. Mate, I'll be very interested to see how many of these really good players of the Warriors that are used to living in South Queensland, when they have to move their entire families to New Zealand, mate, I wouldn't be surprised if some of them get a little bit homesick. A Cody Nikorima, I know that he's got family in South Queensland. It's been perfect for him. He's loved it. Reece Walsh, he's grown up on the beaches of the Gold Coast. Aiden Fanua-Blake, he lives around the corner from me in Mascot in South Sydney. Like I think it's going to be very interesting when all these guys have to pick up their families and move to New Zealand, how many of them potentially leave the Warriors. I think it's something that they need to be aware of. Josh Curran signed the other day for an extra 2 years. A great sign, a sensational sign. I was sort of,
oh, did he?
yeah. So I was sort of waiting for one of these guys that hasn't been to New Zealand before to finally re-sign with that. That was becoming my worry. So good to see Josh Curran's re-sign there, mate. But it's going to be an interesting couple of years for them. I can't wait to see them back at home. I think it's going to be sensational, and hopefully in the next few years they get Roger back as well, which would be ideal for them.
Wouldn't that be something? And just quickly, I want to say, just if did you see the game the Warriors had against the Melbourne Storm in that trial game? Did you see what Matt Lodge did when he finally came onto the paddock? If he produces that on a weekly basis consistently in 2022, he could be in line for Dalian Prop of the Year. I thought his performance in that trial game was absolutely unreal, Guru.
Yeah, and mate, Adam Fanua-Blake, I would even argue he was potentially better. The two of them looked terrifying. Yeah. You mentioned Eli Katoa in for a big season. I've heard he's been training really well. The one that I'm excited about is Aaron Penne. He's come from the Melbourne Storm. He's an absolute monster. I think he's going to explode this year. So, mate, we're finally. I think for a long time we always look at the Warriors and go, "Oh, it's a big forward pack." But, mate, since the early 2000s, it really hasn't been a big forward pack. This year, it genuinely is. Yeah. Just a group of monsters running out there with your talent in SJ and Reece Walsh. It is a real throwback to when, Stacey Jones and these sort of fellas were playing off the back of Mark Tukey, Ali Lauatiti. I mean, they finally feel like the Warriors to me,
True, man. I just want to start wrapping things up now, Guru, if I may, please, mate. We're coming up to that half-hour point, and I just want to say that there have been donations that have come through over the past half hour. Thank you so much for all of that. And Guru, I reckon I'll go into the GoFundMe and I'll check it out, and then I'll be in contact with you and be in contact with the largest donator over the past half hour, and then we'll sort things out from there. Is that fair to say, Guru?
Yeah, for sure, Sam. You work it all out, mate. Send me an address and I'll get it shipped out to them. So thank you to everyone that did donate. Sam, you're doing a great job here, mate. This is a sensational initiative to put forward. So good on you for putting all this up, mate. It's sensational. Credit to you.
Oh, dude, thank you so much. And again, I'm so lucky and so grateful that you took the time out of your day to do this with me on such short notice as well, just quietly. I've really enjoyed this chat, and I hope we can have another chat like this in the not too distant future, man. So ladies and gentlemen, would you please thank Mr. Rugby League Guru for popping on the show for the past half hour. It's the year of the Guru in 2022, guys. He's going to absolutely take over the YouTube world by bloody storm, I'm telling you. Mr. Guru, thank you so much for joining me, mate. Thank you.
Thanks, mate. I appreciate your time, and best of luck with the rest of the day, yeah?
Thank you kindly, mate. Take care. Thank you.
All right. See you later, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Rugby League Guru. I'm so stoked. I am so stoked that he took time out of his day to come on and have a bit of a wobble with me just then. So if you're just tuning in for the first time, this is the 9-hour live stream fundraising event. We're trying to raise money for the Northern Rivers of New South Wales, and we're trying to reach $2,000. And so without further ado, I want to move into the next segment on this show. And ladies and gentlemen, this man, Mr. Rugby League Roundup, he's young. The name is Billy. He organised a meeting to have with a knock-on effect New South Wales Cup player who has impressed over the past 18 months to 18 months now. Rugby League Roundup joins me. How you going there, mate? I'm good, Sam. How are you, bro? Good, mate. Good. I thank you so much for your time today. I thank you so much for putting in the effort to try and make this as packed as possible, bro. Thank you very much.
No problem at all. I ran a few texts into some players. I was just lucky to get a response from the one great Dragons player, Bailey Anbus.
And that's it. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome a New South Wales Cup player for the St. George Illawarra Dragons. Please make welcome Mr. Bailey Anbus. Hello, it is so nice to meet you, Mr. Anbus. Are we coming in loud and clear to you?
Hey, boys, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, mate.
Yep.
You're coming in loud and clear. How are you going today? Yep, I can hear you, man. No,
Oh no,
he's out.
disconnected.
That's all right. That's all right. So, dude, St. George Illawarra Dragons, Billy, mate. So how long have you been a member of the Dragons for, mate?
This is my 9th year now, so
Yeah.
coming up on the decades next year, so that'll be a good milestone for me, especially with how young I am. That's a great milestone. So yeah, very proud.
That's all right. Cool. And so, just coming in now, guys, please make welcome once more, Mr. Bailey Antrobus. Hello, Mr. Antrobus. Hey, it's okay, man.
Bit of a dodgy connection down here. How are we all?
No, I'm very well, mate. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your day to help us try and fill in 9 hours, mate. Thank you very much for your time, mate. How are you going, Sabo?
That's a great cause. Yeah, good, boys. Can't complain. Pretty good down here. How you guys going?
Yeah, good. Very happy.
I'm going to need a drink of water very shortly, Bailey, because I'm starting to sweat and dehydrate before your very eyes, bro. But Mr. Rugby League Roundup, mate, I just want to ask you first, if you can ask the first question or two to Mr. Antrobus, mate, considering you are the guest and you are a Dragon supporter. Please go ahead, good sir.
Yeah, well, I've had a lot of questions already on my document, but I'm going to ask one or two now. What team did you go for when you were growing up, Bailey?
I'm probably going to give it a hate for this one, but I was a Melbourne Storm fan growing up. I was around 4 years old, and I don't cop it here. You're going to cop it for it, but yeah, Melbourne Storm fan since about 4. Been through some tough times around when they got done for the salary cap, but just went through it. But yeah, I couldn't tell you why Melbourne. But you look at the history, just such great players you look up to, future immortals, and yeah, I just have to go Melbourne.
Fair enough. I can't complain. I mean, Melbourne's a great team, so I don't hate on Melbourne. A lot of people do, but yeah, I don't have any hate for Melbourne. So yeah, fair choice. What's my next question I'm going to ask? Well, on the Parramatta Eels trial, I'm sure you played on the wing. I just got to ask you, what is your main position? Because last season in the Knock On Effect Cup, New South Wales Cup, you played back row and lock. So what is your main position?
Yeah. Normally I'm a back rower by trade, but I've had my fair share playing a bit of wing here and there. But I'm that bloke. Whatever the coach tells you, you're not going to say no, especially in the NRL. There's just so many opportunities that you just don't get because it's just such a hard thing to crack. And the coach tells you, go play wing. You don't say no. But you throw me out there, whatever number, whatever jersey, whatever position, I'm there. But back row, normally, that's my preferred position. But yeah.
I used to play second row back when I was about 15 years old, about 15 years ago, mate. I tell you what, if I got told to go play out on the wing, this bloody big bastard definitely would have tried his hand out at playing on the wing. That's for sure, Mr. Antrobus, that's for sure. If I'd like to ask you a question about what happened or what's been happening for the past 2 seasons. And I'd like to ask if this has, I don't know, if it had an effect or if it played on the Dragons a little bit, sharing the ground with Cogra over the past couple of seasons with the Cronulla Sharks, man. Was there ever a time where training had to be shifted because the Cronulla Sharks, the Dragons' biggest rival, arguably, is there a time where Cronulla sort of mucked around with the Dragons' schedule over the past couple of seasons? And how did you feel sharing the ground with arguably Dragons' biggest rivals in Cronulla?
Yeah, we do have a big rivalry there. Obviously, that's our rivals. But I couldn't honestly tell you on that one because I was only in the juniors until last year. I would do a couple of sessions here and there, which was a great opportunity. But this was my first full-time preseason in the NRL. But I'm not too sure. We generally always train to win the majority of the time. But we also have a partnership with UAW, the University of Warne down here, and they let us use their facilities if win are unavailable.
Yeah.
And yeah, sometimes we do captain's run up at St. George if we just play up there. But we just recently did a membership day for our fans up in Cogra, which was good to see them turn out. But I'm not too sure how the training arrangements will arrange up there. But it's good up there, Cogra, as well. Great facilities.
I was going to say you probably would have, I don't know, got the old needle out and punctured a couple of the balls just before the Cronulla Sharks took the training paddock, if that's what happened up there at Cogra, mate, for sure. And I just want to, and just before we go on, Rugby League Roundup, just before I go on, I want to ask you about Adam Clune. and I believe that you did play with Adam Clune last season, Mr. Antrobus. And I just want to ask, how much of a hole has he left, or how much has he missed down there at St. George Illawarra Dragons, Bailey?
Oh, mate, Clooney is just indescribable. Like I've seen him just training and playing. I'm just like, his mind just blows me. He's one of the best players, if knowledge as well, and just outside of footy, great bloke. Like when I was doing in the preseason, he was helping me out so much before he went up to Newcastle, and like you just pull him aside, say like, "Hey mate, how can I do this? Like you do it so good. How can I do it?" And like he's just straight away telling you everything you need to know. And he should be on Fox Sports. He's amazing if he's like just awareness and stuff. But I assume that like there would be a bit of a loss. But we also have some great players coming through. Like we got Sloaney, we got Bard Sullivan, we got Junior Monin. He would have helped out them a lot. And just give them 1 or 2 years just to master their class. And like you look at them now, like they're already NRL players and they're just fantastic. And if you give them a couple of years, it's just going to be like he never left, because he would have passed on his knowledge to them. And you got Ben Hunt there, that's also as well. Great leadership. Like we're in good hands next couple of years with our halves. But Clooney, can't recommend him enough. Good bloke.
Wow. And I do think that while Clifford and Clune are two halfbacks, that's how they were brought up over the past couple of seasons. I do think that maybe we have questioned, or I think the question on them or doubting them is maybe a little bit unfair, because I'm with you. I think whilst I'm not a Dragon supporter, and I'll get Billy to touch on this in a while, I've really liked Adam Clune ever since he made his first grade debut. I think he is a touch of class every time he plays. And with Jake Clifford, I'm obviously biased there, but I do think he is a good player. But Adam Clune, man, and boy howdy, man, I think he is a touch of class. Billy?
For sure.
Like it's just little things he does. Like I don't know if you saw Matt Duffy's try in their trial. He was in the clear, but Clooney still chased at him just to avoid, because he could have easily gone, no one's chased, but he was there pushing through and through. He could have done like, nah, he scored, but he still just little things like that. Yep. He's just no talent required. He's amazing, and
he's
just
got
to
some
steer the ship
on him too.
Oh, mate, he's just even fitness. He's crazy, but he's a perfect person just to steer the ship, take the reins, and control the other teammates, and let Clifford run around. I think that'd be good for Clune.
Yep. Billy, go ahead, mate.
Yeah, well,
he knows.
Well, he had a long wait to make his debut, didn't he? He debuted, I think, 2020. So, and he was around 24, 25. I'm pretty sure. Yep. And you know, I've always liked him as a player. I thought great player. What a great player. He's had his ball control. He's got good. He makes some good try assists. If you saw the other week against Canterbury, he threw that long ball and perfectly weighted, and great. Yeah, and he's from what I've heard, he's got a bit of like that old head mentality. He'll take control of the team, like Bailey said. So yeah, it's obviously a huge loss for us, the Dragons, but you know, can't wait to see how he goes. I really do hope he goes well.
Yes, mate. Next question, Billy.
Well, what is the key to staying consistent in the NRL?
Well, it's changed a lot. I think personally this year and the last couple of years with COVID, I think the best teams that will be successful this year is just staying COVID-free. Personally, that's what I think. But just honestly gelling as well, having a good culture, because if you're turning up and you're winning, training will be so much more fun. There'll be such a better vibe. But if you're losing, you're like, you don't want to, you just turn up and go like, far out. We just got belted, you know, like I'm scared of what the coach is going to say. And the boys, obviously, head's going to be down. I think just staying positive around the vibes for the boys, on and off the field, but also being sensible. But also just staying COVID-free is such a big consistent thing. And just mastering crafts, simple little things like extras after training, videos, sitting down with coaches, and just being coached by your teammates as well. That's how you stay consistent personally.
And Bailey, did you get a touch on that when you were, because I believe that you're on a train and trial deal for this season, but did you get a taste of what it was like to try and train and be a part of that bubble over the past year or so now, Bailey?
Yeah, so my first taste was last year. I got brought up probably about six odd times just to do training. I just stepped up there in the NRL. I was like, holy crap, this is their training. Imagine they're on their game day. It's just so different compared to TV. And just the facilities you get to use, the treatment, and it's just amazing. You don't realise how good it is and just how crazy it is next level. And training is amazing.
No, wouldn't have a freaking clue, mate. And I just got a question here from Mr. Nick from Australia. I'll just pop it up here. Another question is are you going to make your debut this season, mate? I mean, fingers crossed that you do. But do you think you're on track to make a debut this season, Bailey?
That's of course the goal. Like, I'd love to make my debut, but if I'm ready, I'm ready. But if the coaches don't believe I am, I just got to keep grinding and get my opportunity when I get it. But there's just so much coming as well. Like, I'm just focused on actually trying to play a full year of footy. Like the last couple of years, just haven't been able to shine for the COVID and stuff like that. And World Cup as well got cancelled last year, so hopefully having a crack at that. But hopefully that's obviously the goal. But if not, just got to stay focused on track and hopefully next year.
Yep. Billy, go ahead, mate. Billy.
Yeah, well, that was actually meant to be my next question, but I've got 15 here, so plenty to choose from.
Buddy, mate.
What would you give advice to a young kid who inspires to be an NRL player and looks up to people to be an NRL player? What advice would you give those young kids?
I'd also say just keep working at it. Like, there's been times, like back in the day, you get picked for, your schoolboys and stuff like that. Some of the greats never got picked for schoolboys, and you put your head down, go fire out. I was so close. You could easily throw in the towel. You just got to keep getting consistent, and just in your off season, try and master the crafts you aren't the best at, because you can't be perfect at everything. Like, there's some people that just have naturally gifted stuff, and just if you can just do little things that takes not much talent, I would say, like just little things as well, like your marker work, your kick pressure, just no talent required, and just trying to do your best. Honestly, just keep working your tail off, because you will get there eventually.
Great answer. I will take that into account, as I want to play footy, but I got to see if my mum will let me. So that was
Gotta play God's game.
Go ahead, Billy.
Next question. Now, obviously, like you said, you hadn't played much footy in the last 8 or 9 months since the footy knock-on effect cup got cancelled last year, and you only played that one game in the trial. How did you feel after getting on the field? How did you feel after the trial match against Parramatta?
Yeah, look, I won't lie to you. I was a bit sore. I only played 30 minutes, and out on the wing, you don't really do much out there on the wing, but all you got to do is catch the ball and put the ball down and make the tackle when he comes to it. But yeah, mate, I was pretty buggered, just the body. Like, we've done all the preseason and all the contact, all the running, but it's just different pace. Like, we've been put through a lot of game simulation and footy at training. Like, we've been prepared for it, but it's so much different compared to in the real life thing. But it's just something to be out there, mate. Just actually playing some footy.
Bailey, I think you're being bloody modest. I think you're being modest there, mate. I think when you came onto the paddock, mate, your defence man, you were just about in every bloody frame, bro. And you had I forget who the gentleman's name is, but the winger that you were marking up on was the size of a freaking skyscraper. And you bloody stopped him from... He's an enormous man that could do good things. And you stopped him from scoring a try as well. And you scored a try yourself, mate. Yeah. So you did bloody good things last week, Bailey.
I thought he did
well. I'll give full credit to the boys when it's due. All I did was put it down. Like, all the catch pass sequencing was just all practice at training. We've had just been a lot of working on catch passing. That's been his main thing, and mate, finally paid off. All I did was put it down.
That was something I've never seen.
Finally come in the...
Yo.
That was a try I have never seen. I had never seen that try. That was amazing. And then even like Sam said, the tackle on Solomon Duki, I'm pretty sure his name is.
Thank you.
Yeah. That tackle. Oh my God. I was like, how did he save that? That was amazing. I almost passed out from that tackle. So yeah. Good job, baby. I really thought you did well out there. So yeah, great job.
Now,
Please appreciate it.
oh, dude, for sure. And Bailey, so I just want to start talking about the season ahead for you, mate. So your coach is Russ Aitken, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Yep.
And the Coe Cup starts on Saturday, the 12th of March, and it's down there at the Wollongong Sports Complex, and you're hosting the Parramatta Eels. So you've just played a game against them, and I imagine that the team that's going to be coming down to Wollongong is going to be, in ways, some more of the same. So it's cool that you're already accustomed to what's going to be coming your way on Saturday, the 12th of March, down there at Wollongong. How are you going with your training, mate? And how's the team going? You guys all ready to rock and roll come that Saturday, Arvo?
Yeah, boys, we're all ready to go. You know, it's been a long time for us, boys, and all the NRL boys have been able to play since last year, but we've been itching just to play. And they've had a couple of trials as well. We got up last week against South, which is a good start. And all the boys itching, just ready to play footy. You know what it's like when you're just watching footy, like, can this footy season just hurry up and come round already? What do I do on a Friday and Saturday night? I need to watch something. And we're ready to go. It'll be good. Hopefully it's a good season for us, boys. We've tested ourselves, but we're ready to go.
Billy, go ahead, mate. Billy?
Yep. Well, I'm going to get into my next question now. Now that you're full, now with the full NRL preseason team, the top 30, most of the players there, who is the biggest pest at the club?
Ooh.
Biggest pest. Biggest pest.
I don't know who's getting thrown under
It's
the
not
bus,
like
Bailey,
Messi
or
in
the person he's about to answer. Fair income.
I don't know the biggest pest. They're all. There's always good banter, and as I'm the young pup, I'm the fresh one coming in, so you just got to cop it. I've copped a little bit of my fair share. A couple of the boys, sometimes just go, you've got me good, but there's a lot of jokers in there. There's so many jokers in there. I can't put a name on the biggest pest because there's just so many jokers, you know.
You're nice. Yeah, definitely. And that's what you need. As you touched on before, it's all about the team culture and make, exactly.
If you can't take a joke seriously, you're in the wrong sport.
Of course. Exactly.
Yeah.
And Billy, mate, I'll just get you just to pause for a sec. I got a question in the chat once more.
It's just so much.
Oops, sorry, Bailey. It's just another question I have for Bailey is, that was something else. I'm sorry. This is it here. Do you prefer the left edge or the right edge back row, Mr. Anbus?
I prefer the right edge because I'm more right foot, so it's easy to cut back on the inside shoulder. And that's personally it's just me. And plus, you got to help out your halfback. You got to protect him as a back rower, and my right contact's a lot better. And I love back row on the right side better.
Yep. And Billy, just hold on a sec, man. Just one more question from a gentleman named Paddy G. Is the goal top 8, or do the Dragons think they can snag a top 4 spot, Mr. Anbus?
Obviously, we've got the mentality that we got to win. You can't go into a season and go, we'll 8's pretty good. Obviously, you got that mentality that we want to win. But I think it'll be improvement to get in the top 8. But I do feel like we have the roster to come top 4th. Personally, I think we had that belief. But again, it comes down just to saying COVID-free and health at the end of the day. Because if we can put our best 17 forward and other clubs can't, it's going to keep getting points. We're just going to keep getting wins and we're going to stay healthy. And those who don't, it's going to struggle.
Yep. And just, Billy, just a second. I'll get you to ask one more question in a sec, mate. I just want to quickly say to people that are tuning in now, we're 1 hour down in this 9-hour live stream to try and raise funds for the Northern Rivers of New South Wales. The GoFundMe is scrolling at the bottom of the page there now. And I'll bring up the GoFundMe link just in a moment's time. So to everyone that has tuned in and has donated already, I believe that we've hit the $500 mark as well since we've started the stream, which is out of this world, and I need to just verify that in the next little while. Our goal is to hit $2,000, and we're right now joined by knock-on effect New South Wales Cup player Bailey Anbus, who's just been so gracious with his time over the past 20 odd minutes. And I just got one more question before Billy jumps in with one more, man. I see that last year, so you made your debut in round 4 last season at McDonald Jones Stadium in Newcastle, and you've got to play at CommBank, Bailey, and you've got to play at McDonald Jones Stadium. But the games that I saw you play at last season was North Sydney Oval and Henson Park against the North Sydney Bears and Newtown Jets, respectively. As someone that really, really loves the history of rugby league, what was it like for you to strap on your boots and go out and play at those legendary parks like Henson Park and North Sydney Oval, Bailey?
Oh, I love going back to the old suburban grounds. It's just a different atmosphere because with like your ANZ stadiums and stuff like that, the crowd's so much further away to the ground. And like I thrive on, like, for example, down here in Wollongong in Group 7 comps, like you can park your car right up on the hill and be 5 meters from the sideline. And that's what you sort of reminds you of. It takes you back to the grassroots of footy, where footy was founded on and like legends have played coming up through. Like that's what I love. Like, yeah, it's mad to play in your stadiums, but personally, I'd rather play, like, for example, Belmore. Belmore, you see those crowds in the kennel going off, and it just looks so good. I'd rather play at a 15,000 stadium packed out as opposed to an 80,000 people. There's 15,000 people but looks dead. But 15,000, a lot of people, but when you're in an 80,000 stadium, it's just so much better. Like, you look at the Bulldog, Belmore's crazy. Even Leichhardt, like, that's crazy. Yeah. But, like, those rich histories, like, your suburban grounds are just amazing. Henson Park, there's so much history there. Then, yeah, the city cricket grounds and all those ones, it's amazing.
And I'll tell you what, mate, I see on the knock-on effect cup draw as well that you guys are coming down to Canberra and you're playing at a ground called Raiders Belconnen. The cars are well and truly on top of you there, mate. And I'll tell you what, after you doing this with me today, I might have to hunt you down and shout you a bloody beer after the game that you play out there at the Raiders Club in Belconnen, bro. That's for sure.
I'll probably get haggled a bit down there, being coming up there.
I'll be one of them. I'll be one of them, Bailey.
That's all the part of the game.
Yeah, man. Yeah, dude. Billy, go ahead, man.
Oh yeah, just before I move on to my next question, like Bailey was saying, just the suburban grounds and the ones with barely even 30,000 people, 15,000, 20,000, those compared to 80,000, I'd rather go to the stadiums with 20,000 than 80,000. And I do go to the stadiums with 20,000. I go to Kogarah almost every game they play at Kogarah, and it's absolutely amazing. The fans are just so passionate, and yeah. So yeah, that's what I'll say. And now I'm going to get into my next question here. What was I say? Which player do you think is the best player in the NRL at the moment that everyone wants to try and base their game off? Second row, anywhere, just any position. Who do you think is the best player in the comp?
I'd have to go Tommy Turbo. Tommy Turbo, just the things he does, you just go, how? You just question, how is he possibly able to do that? Like, you look at Origin and all that, and all the setbacks he's had with those hammies, you just think, far out, he's done a lot. He's done some crazy things. Even like Cleary's arguably up there, but I'd have to say Turbo. Tommy Turbo, you just can't put it past you. You would all agree that this is some great part. It's also amazing to think that far out, there's just so many players that we watch at the moment and just go, there's so much talent, and you question what's going to be like in 10, 15 years of time. But these players are crazy. Imagine like when there's other stuff coming in.
Well, Bailey, mate, you're one of them. Yeah, in my opinion, I've tried to do some research on you and some study. Mate, you're one of them. I think your defense has been outstanding. I think your versatility to go from the wing and then find yourself in the lock position, not too many players could probably do that, mate. And if that's one of your attributes, man, bring it on, bro. Bring yourself on and get yourself bloody debuting as quick as possible, mate. That's for sure. And Billy, mate, go ahead, mate.
May I just say, I don't have Nathan Cleary in my top 3 at all. I'm just going to say
really?
who my top 3 is this. Number 1, Bailey Antrobus, okay, because he graciously accepted my invite, and I've seen him play, and he's amazing. Number 2, Blake Laurie, he's the GOAT.
He's a good bloke. He's a great bloke, that bloke.
Yeah.
And number 3 is tied. It's Ben Hunt and Tom Trebojevic, because Tom Trebojevic is great anyway. But Ben Hunt is top 3. So every Dragons player, greatest players of all time. Even if they didn't play their best at the club, I love them. I love every Dragons player that pulls on a jersey.
We need that. We need that support from our fans. We love it. Thank you.
Very loyal, me. I'm very loyal.
Billy,
I love it.
Billy, and Bailey, mate. Bailey, dude, what's it? I don't know. You probably have had a few training sessions with him, but I have a massive rap on Anthony Griffin as a coach, and I just want to ask him, mate, what's it been like to be at times, I guess, be taught by Anthony Griffin, be coached by him, man?
He's great. Like, what I like about him, he says it how it is. Like, there's none of this. Yeah, mate, doing good. Like, he tells you how it is, and he's just got some knowledge. He's great. He's coached at Para. He's coached at Broncos and Panthers. He's done his rounds. Like, he knows. He has great knowledge, and like every morning we got video. He tells us, like, mate, you need to do this, and you just go up to him after and say, hey, mate, I'm not feeling right. I'm like this. Am I doing this right or wrong? And he'll tell you exactly how to do it, and he'll even say, come sit with me. I'll talk you through it. I'll show you how you did it, what you need to do. And he's perfect, mate. He's great. I think it's good that he's sent it on, and I'm just excited to see what we can do with him.
Fair dinkum, man. That's so cool. That's so insightful too. Thank you very much for giving us that bloody inside bloody information, mate. Thank you. And Billy, man, do you have another question for Mr. Anbus?
Yeah, I do. One more thing to say about just on top of what Bailey said there. Griffin is you can't bullshit with him. You can't just do nothing. He's a serious coach that wants to teach you how to play the game. I don't know from training or anything because I haven't been coached by him, but that's just from what I've looked at in the Dragons interviews. You just can't. He'll just teach you how to do it if you get it wrong, and you can't lie with him. He's a great coach, like Bailey said. And I hope the Dragons make the 8 this year. I hope they come first. So yeah. And my let's see. I've got one more question here.
Yeah,
which player inspired you personally to play NRL?
I wouldn't say there was any player because, mate, I started school a year early, so my old boy was going to sign me up to play soccer, and they wouldn't let me play young. So Dad said, "Stuff that I'll take him across the road. You can go and play footy." But when I was younger, like you had the big three. The big four at Melbourne. You had a bit of Joey Johns growing up, like Dan Lockyer. It's just so grateful you see how those people play, but it's so hard to put one person down as well. Like you got JT, like he's done a lot for the Cowboys, as you'd be a massive fan of him. Like there's just so many.
Yep. Well, as a dummy half, I'm going to go with like Cameron Smith, just greatest player of all time. I don't care if people
it'd be hard to say he's not one.
Yeah, I agree. I don't care if people called him a grub or a cheat. He was just an absolute champion player in general. He was just so good. He's the only player to ever hit 400 games too. Barely injured, always consistent at the club. So yeah, that's why.
You look at Melbourne, the last 10 years, how many serious injuries have they had? Like they've only had Christian Welch and Billy Slater, really, that have major injuries. So they're obviously doing something good that lets their players play all the time. Like you had Cronk that didn't have injuries down there. Like obviously Slater had his shoulder, but like the fact they got him back on board and Smith to be able to play 500 games first class, there's something that must be doing good down there.
Yep. Oh, my auntie's in the chat.
Yo, true. And so look, we're just coming up on the half hour mark now. Mr. Bailey Antrobus, man, thank you so much for being so gracious with your time. You've been such a larrikin to bloody talk to as well, man. It's been so fun to talk to you, man. It's been a pleasure meeting you today, man.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. I just want to say it's a great cause what you're doing. Like, you know, there's going through some tough times and appreciate it. And just hats off to you boys. I can't thank you enough what you're doing.
No, thank you, mate. All the best for 2022. After what I've seen, mate, hurry up and get hooked to bloody get you on the paddock for your debut this season, mate. I'll be there, bloody having a schooner with you down at Raiders Belconnen when you do come down to Canberra, mate, for sure.
Also,
We'll be down there.
Thank you, Bailey. Thank you so much. Like, I tried everything to get an NRL player. I was just grateful to get a Dragons player on it, especially you. You've been very nice and humble. I may even get you on my channel if you feel like it. Thank you very much, Bailey. I know you've posted about the floods, and that's how I messaged you through there. Also, I think it was Josh Maguire who had lost his house. Was that?
His family up in Lismore doing a bit tough, like, and there's just so many people that doing it tough. Like, you know, you see the photos, some people just sitting on their house and like, I got a 2-story house and I'm just sitting there thinking like, shit, if they're almost up to my house, and like, I think there was a photo of like the Macca's sign was almost underwater. Like, you drive past Macca's and they're like 3-4 meters to the tall, and it's just like crazy. But what's good about Australia is we always go through hardships, but we always come together and we'll get through it. We always do. Everything like the bushfires, the droughts, and COVID, and now the floods again. We do tough, but we got some great people out there that are always lending hands. And us Australians, we always love lending a hand. Bloody
oath, mate. That's well said, for sure.
Thank you, Bailey. Let's trot, my bro.
Let's trot, man.
Please.
That's it, man. And dude, thank you so much again, mate. Thank you so much. All the best for this season ahead, bro. And hope we can talk soon, mate. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Of course, please. Anything you need. Thanks, boys. Take care. Enjoy the afternoon. Good luck with the podcast.
Thanks,
Adios.
Bailey. Up the Dragons.
Go Dragons.
Yes. All right. Thank you very much, Sam. That was amazing. I had so much fun.
Thank you very much for coming on and talking to me, mate. What an absolute gentleman he was.
Yeah, very much so. I also believe I donated about 30 minutes ago, $20. So, yeah.
Well, you might be the bloody winner of Rugby League Guru's bloody giveaway, mate. But I got to go in and verify that, mate.
I've probably lost, but it's because $20 ain't that much. But I donated, so yeah. Anything, guys. Thank you, Sam, for having me on. I will message you if you're on a break around your break time. If I can, jump on the open forum. I will message.
Yeah, man. No, that's cool, dude. Yeah, no worries. You still got the link and whatnot. That's okay. No worries. Thank you, dude. I'll talk to you later.
All right. Bye, Sam. Bye, guys.
Alrighty. That was Mr. Rugby League Roundup and Mr. Bailey Anbus that just joined me for a chat. What an absolute hour and a half it's been, mate. Proenzo Vids came in at 3 p.m. And said g'day for a little while there. And Rugby League Guru came in from 3:30 to 4 o'clock, and we've just had Bailey Anbus, who, my goodness gracious me, what an absolute gentleman that bloke was, man. So gracious with his time. Thank you so much. So now the next phase we're going to move into just very quickly, and I just want to say thank you so much for everybody that's tuning in. There are 28 people watching us live right now. I believe that we've gone over $500. And I'm going to verify that in the next little while as well. But my goodness, this is turning out to be pretty cool. So what I'm going to do now is just go into the live chat and see if everything's all good. We've got Mr. It's Bosky, Rugby League Roundup, Luke Melbourne Storm fan in the chat, Electrical Dust as well. West Tigers fan donated $69 as well, mate. Struck me pink. So yeah, it's all going well. It's all going gangbusters. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to bring in a man that's going to embarrass me for the next little while, because we're going to get stuck into some Rugby League Live 4. But before we do that, I want to have a good old conversation with him. And so, what I'm going to do is bring in, ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome Mr. Paddy G. Mr. Paddy G, am I coming in loud and clear? How you going, man?
I'm all right, mate. I'm no footy player and I'm not the rugby league guru, but I will try my best.
You don't have to try that hard, mate. You're a bloody. So if you're unfamiliar with Paddy G, he's well over 2,000 subscribers. He's a absolute Manly Sea Eagles diehard, tragic as well. And yeah, dude. So I want to talk to you about some footy before we just get stuck into what we're going to do, mate. Paddy G, man, what are your thoughts on Manly Sea Eagles prospects for 2022?
Well, look, we're either wearing rings in October or it's a failure of a year, to be honest. We got Tommy Turbo, that's about it. And look, no. In all seriousness, I think the comp every year we want to talk about dark horses. I think it's between Roosters, Storm, and Penrith, and then just below that, I would put us and the Eels.
No worries. And dude, right. So, mate, what's going up in Sydney, mate? How you going with the weather? Is it starting to affect you, or what's going on up in Sydney? You guys okay?
Yeah, mate. I'm not in Sydney at the moment. I've moved down to Canberra for university, and so I'm just living large down here, which I've been doing for about a week now.
Paddy, are you living in Canberra? Yeah.
As of Tuesday.
Well, Paddy, are we going to meet up for a beer or what, mate?
Well, I thought I would save this for the live stream because I was going to tell you in the call the other day, but I thought, nah. I'm
sorry if I've just put out your bloody personal info out there and everybody. Are you serious? Are you in Canberra right now, mate?
Yeah, because of the past 2 years being COVID affected, I'm currently at Canberra for uni. Not at ANU, I'm not that smart, but yeah, I'm down here. Hopefully COVID stays away and I can spend a year down here.
I don't even know what to say, Paddy. I've just lost my freaking mind. You've short fused me, mate. That's so cool, dude. That's so cool. Anyway, oh, mate, you've just short fused me. Dude, so I want to ask you, mate, it's a question without notice, I know. And I need to get some water into me. Trust me, mate. It's only been an hour and a half. Forward pass technology. We spoke about it with the Rugby League Guru just before. And I don't know your opinion. I don't know your stance on it, mate. I just wanted to ask, what's your opinion on forward pass technology, bro?
To be brutally honest, I don't have an opinion either way. I would prefer it to stay away.
Yeah.
But look, the only thing I've always been a bit advocate that we actually do need the bunker because a lot of people don't want it. I feel like if you've got technology, use it. But I don't want to get to the point where we're in the NFL and every single play, especially after the 2-minute warning, and then a 2-minute warning goes for 20 minutes because we have to check every single player. Yeah. But maybe in try-scoring situations. But to be honest, most of the time, the forward passes are pretty clear. And the thing is, with forward passes and stuff, and I know it can cost some teams top 8 and top 4, but in my opinion, can you name a year where the best team didn't win the comp?
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, absolutely.
Not just you want to go, oh, my team was robbed, all this, all that. Like, I know there's a big difference between 8th and 9th, but when was the last time the best team didn't win a comp?
Yep.
2001, Parramatta, but that's because they couldn't turn up on the big day and Joey ran all over them.
I'll tell you what, there could be a case for maybe 2009 Dragons not winning the comp that year, considering how dominant they were in the bloody regular season too.
Yeah, but if you get knocked out by, all due respect, 8th place Parramatta in a do-or-die game, then, you know.
How good were you? Yeah.
Exactly. If you can't, it's the same situation pretty much with Parramatta the past couple of years and the fact that, they're this beast team in the regular season and then by the end of the year they're, shit, for the lack of a better word.
Now, I know that you are a huge, and we're going to take a bit of a dark detour here, mate. But I know how much of a huge cricketing fan that you are. And I want to get your thoughts, if you'd like to share your thoughts, on the passing of Shane Warne today, mate.
Yeah, one of my mates sent it to us at 1 a.m. on the group chat. I was still up for some reason. But checked the phone. I couldn't believe I thought it was spam or whatever. Checked it myself. He had passed. Now, to my opinion, just looking at his stats, and I know the folklore of him, he's definitely probably the greatest bowler of all time. Unfortunately, I didn't get to see him in his heyday as an actual professional cricketer, but I've watched cricket my whole life, and he's always been the number one broadcaster on both Nine and Fox. And it's like, it almost feels like when Kobe died, and it was everywhere. And Kobe's my favorite athlete of all time, but mainly because I think he's Australian, and the fact he just did the broadcasting for the entire Australian summer of cricket, it feels more personal. He just feels like he was everyone's mate. And you hear the stories about him, and he seems like, I don't know. I can't put it into words, to be honest. He's the GOAT. He's the best bowler. You watch the ball of the century, watching his 700th wicket. You watch all the highlights and shit.
Yep.
And, he's just gone. And, like, the fact that he posted 10 hours before we heard his news about the passing of Rod Marsh, it's just, you're not guaranteed tomorrow. As much as we plan holidays months in advance, and unfortunately we don't really like to believe it, it is true. You're not guaranteed tomorrow.
Nicely said, mate. Nicely said. And, I think it was you in the chat, but before Rugby League Guru said anything or something or other, 99, and he got out on bloody 99, mate. I'm pretty sure I remember that day as well, man. I don't know if you remember that day or not, man, but I'm sure you've seen the footage.
Yeah, I don't remember the day, but I heard the story about it. And what he did is he was cruising and he got to 99. And all of a sudden it was like, oh my God, I'm going to get a century. So what he did is he played really tentative. Yep. I think that's the word.
Yes.
And he just started he just blocked and left it. And he was too scared to try and plate the ball and get out. And then he said to himself that they brought the entire field up because that's what you do, because you're trying to force an error. And they had one dude at long off, I think it was, just one dude on the boundary. Everyone else was up in the circle. Yep. And he said to himself, I got to get this. I'm just going to whack it no matter what bowl he balls. I'm whacking this for 6. He whacks it, and it goes straight to the one dude who was on the boundary. It went straight down to the one dude who was on the boundary, and he gets out on 99. I'm 99% sure, so we'll just say it's a fact, but he scored the most runs in Test cricket without a century. But that 99, the story of that, I think that's as good as any century, really.
Yeah, and as Rugby League Guru said, man, it's probably more famous that he got stuck on 99 as well, man. Yeah, is that as fair dinkum fact, the most runs without getting a Test century, eh? Yeah,
because I think he was, obviously he's not a batsman, but he was pretty handy with the bat. I can't remember. I think it was over 3,000 runs or something. I don't know what his average or anything was, but I was watching the special they did on Fox Cricket 2, and they were talking about him getting his 99 and said that. So
he did. I'm sure he got over 3,000 runs as well, hey? Yeah. I'm sure I remember it. Now, Paddy G, mate, are you ready to embarrass the shit out of me, or are you ready to get embarrassed?
I'm just going to be slightly embarrassed that I hopefully can get this TV in frame and actually looking good for the viewers, because I'm kind of scared that no one's going to be able to see anything.
Mate, all right, so what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in, Mr. Paddy G and myself, we're going to play a game of Rugby League Live 4. Or mate, no, you know what? We're going to do a best of 3 if we can get it in before 6:30.
Oh, we will.
Yeah, so let's get it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to move this laptop, guys. And I'm just going to eject my microphone right now. I might go mute just for half a second. And can you hear me? Testing, 1, 2.
Yes, we can, mate. Well, I can. I guess I'm the only one who can tell you, because the chat. What am I going on about, bro? I'm fucked.
All right.
I'm so tired. I couldn't sleep when the news broke at 2 a.m. But anyway, let's get straight into this. All right, I'm going to do the same thing.
All right, no worries. So if you guys just bear with us, we're just going to move our cameras and the like, and you're going to get some behind the scenes of what it's like in this bloody room as well. So if you just hold on a second, guys, I hope you guys don't have any bad. Oh, dude, that looks great. That looks fine, man.
Fox Cricket, don't copyright me. Actually, I'll turn it off.
Actually, yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Yeah. Buddy, how good's KO? Just while we're at it.
What do you mean?
KO's amazing.
No, it's a lifesaver throughout the bloody middle of the summer, mate.
Right, can we talk, like, footy's so close. I'm so keen. Footy's so close.
I know, man. All right. Yo.
Now, this is a bit shameful, but even with your lack of experience, I still did a practice game this morning.
So this old bugger is about to be embarrassed by Paddy G for the next little while. And we're going to have a best game of 3.
Now, guys in the chat, just let me know if you guys can sort of make out what's going on here. This is the Nick from Australia way.
And guys, if you're just tuning in, we're just setting up our Rugby League Live 4. And if you're just tuning in, guys, this is a fundraising event trying to raise money for the Northern Rivers of New South Wales. And if you can, please donate. The link is in the description below. And for the next little while, we're going to be playing some Rugby League Live 4. I'm joined by Mr. Paddy G. Earlier today, I was joined by Rugby League Guru, had a great conversation with him. Then I was joined by Rugby League Roundup and Mr. Bailey Anbus, knock-on effect New South Wales Cup player, for a great chat. And now we're here with Paddy G, and in about 15 minutes' time, we're going to be about 2 hours down with 7 hours to go, sort of thing. How are you going there, mate?
Mate, I'm fine. I'm just trying to do you want me to give an update? Because I got the fundraising right in front of me. Would you like me to give an update, or did you want to just wait on that?
That'd be wonderful, please.
All right. So we're currently sitting at $486. So we are almost a quarter of the way there.
Sensational, guys. Sensational. Thank you so much for the support.
Yeah, so if you haven't already, guys, the link is in the description below. So with the greatest respect, don't be a tight ass and give back. No, I'm joking. No, but if you can, even $1, if you can do 50 cents, I think. So all of it helps. Alrighty. Now, Sam, do you want me to host it, or did you want to host it and I can join you?
I think it'd be better if you hosted it, mate.
All right. So, how long do we want these halves, bro? I'm going to ask you so many questions from now on.
Half an hour.
So you want 15-minute halves for a half an hour game?
Sure. Yes.
All right. We'll be playing at 1-300 smiles. I thought let's give back.
Saucy.
Public session. All right. Create match. Now I'll just invite you. And you got your little Crash Bandicoot, aren't you?
That's correct.
Yeah. So I should get an invite. And hopefully we can rip and tear.
So I've just clicked join.
Yeah, and then you should get like a little controller thing. That's your assigned controller. And if you press X, then we should go through.
Chad, thank you so much for just sticking by us just while we're trying to get this thing up. Unable to join the session, you will be returned to the online menu.
All right. I'll try making it a public session, and hopefully no one joins beforehand. Now, this is the problem when rugby and the NRL wants to release a game once every half a decade.
Can you see my screen, mate?
Yeah, just let me. Yeah, you should just press X, and that assigns your controller. It just basically says what controller you're using after you accept the invite. And then it should just take us to the team selection screen.
So it says unable to join the session as it is currently full.
Okay, well, that's bullshit because it's just me. Did you want to try hosting and I can just teach you through it? Or actually,
Yes, sure.
do you just want to both press quick match at the same time and see if we can just get one through there?
All right, ready?
Yep.
3, 2, 1.
Boom. This is how me and my mates used to do it because the custom match thing's so wonky.
Nick from Australia. He says Paddy G by 19 plus.
He's a smart man. Maybe we've got to get a game first because, look, we're both searching for a match and it's not putting us together. So God just doesn't want us together. Is that you? No. No. You're not sour cream chives. This is going to be a really embarrassing question for me to ask, Sam. But did you get PlayStation Plus?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, thank God. All right, sweet. Just double checking.
I'm searching for a match. It's taken over a minute.
Yeah, I'm on 30 seconds. I found a match against the Rando. All right. Do you just want to try doing a custom one then? So just go into online, go over your custom matches. Yep. Click X, that's your assigned controller, and then just go through the settings, and then at the bottom, just basically press start searching, whatever it says, and then you should be able to invite me through that. So just click on that, and then it should say invite.
Can you see me?
Not at the moment.
All right.
So it should be, just press create match, and then you should be able to say, it should say invite friend.
Got someone that, so I'm looking for PMG, is that correct?
So what you'll see on that left-hand side,
Yep.
see how it says create match?
Yes.
Yep, click on that. And then it'll pop up down below and it should say invite friend. And it's going to, yes. And then I should be there. And then just send the invitation and hopefully this works. If it doesn't, the poor old chat are going to be in for another bit of waiting. Okay, so it's currently just searching for your match. Yeah, unable to join session. All right. Let's just give this a crack. What's your sorry Sam, what's the username of your thing?
It should be it's BAYTCH.
Bait Shider 18.
Yeah, that's it. Bait Trader.
You popped up on the right. I've just clicked on you. And it's now it's searching. Unable to join game session. God just doesn't want us together.
Chat, this is premium live stream.
Yeah, I don't know how we still have 24 people watching because me myself, I would have run away and come back in 5 minutes by now. But I appreciate it. Ow.
No, seriously, chat, thank you for sticking around with us. Just sent you another invite, And if you guys are just tuning in, we're doing a fundraising event, trying to raise some money for Northern New South Wales. The link is in the description. Go check it out.
All right. Right, so I was able to find a match with a random, but every time I'm clicking on your name on the right-hand side, it's not joining. Look, if all else fails, we can get some of the viewers on, try and play some games against them, because I don't know why it's not working. Shout out to Warriors NRL Fanatics, who's donated twice. No, I found a match, but it's against Cheetah Zeroim. So I don't know what's going on. I'll just invite you one more time, Sam, because I don't know if it's my end or your end. Because I'm on a 5 and you're on a 4, I'm assuming, but that shouldn't have any difference to it.
Yeah, no, that's correct. I am on a 4.
Yeah, but that should have no difference to it. In the words of Jeff Tuvey, this is ridiculous.
Like it can't, like I don't even see you on the players that can sometimes pop up, you know?
Yeah, I'll press that one more time. Yeah, because you keep popping up for me. Just press triangle, because that refreshes it, and just see if PMG wants
There you are.
All right. So
how can I access you?
Press R1, and then you can scroll down. And then it should, hopefully, put us in the thing. If not, then, well, let's hope it doesn't come to that.
No. This is unable to join session, mate.
Rugby League. Peter Volandes released my new game, bro. I need a new one. I don't know how much longer you want to give this, bro, but I just have no idea what's going on. Because I don't want to keep the chat too bored, but it's up. You're the king. Well, not Luther's the king, but you're the second in command.
We still got 26 watchers at the moment, and I mean they're getting some money's worth, aren't they?
I mean, look, there's nothing better than watching a clock tick over. Listening to complete silence. I'm not even gaming footage, but gaming footage that's being filmed via a laptop.
What more could you ask for?
There's Tom and Milo, but I'm assuming that's not you. Just press triangle again, please.
There you are.
Oh, what is going on?
Yo. Okay. Yo, hey guys.
I mean, look, there's some ideas that we can do without having to play online. And I don't know. I'll just throw this out here. Do you want to just build our own teams and then we can just play them against each other through the AI and see who wins?
Well, you go ahead, mate. You go ahead first. I've got to keep an eye on the comments, and maybe I can give some commentary on whatever you play, mate. And we've got 32 people watching right now. Thank you so much. My name is Sam Revill, and right now we're in the midst of doing a live stream, and we're trying to get this game up and running, but for some reason, it's just not happening.
Nah. Well, look, if anyone watching in the chat wants to jump on, I could verse them online, and then you could just commentate, and we could have a discussion about that. If that's just
that's all right. So what's your PSID?
It's PMG1711.
So if anyone out there has a Rugby League Live 4 game, if anyone has the ability to jump on and maybe give Paddy G a bit of a crack, please do so. Hop on. It's just got some bad technical issues, bro, but we're not going to let that fluster us, because we're going to stick to our 9-hour live stream promise. I don't know, man. You know what, bro? I could make some banana bread on stream, bro. If it doesn't work out, I can make a mean banana bread if people would be interested in that.
Well, look, I'm always a big fan of a banana bread myself.
Yes.
It's a unique bread. It's not like your whites or your wheats or your whole grains. You're not going to really put any meat and spreads on it. The only spread you're ever going to put in a banana bread is some butter, because it is so much sweeter and it could be used as a breakfast pastry or a dessert. You're not going to have white bread for dessert, you know. That's criminal.
No, maybe some ice cream and some honey with it, mate. Maybe. Honey and ice cream. Never had that combo before. But we are in a game against LYC Hot Sauce. Sweet as.
Now, look, Sam, I'll let you pick. Which team are we going to be?
Canberra Raiders, mate.
Canberra Raiders. Oh, he's going the Cowboys.
Oi.
Just make
Sweet
sure
as.
Fine, yeah. Who cares? I don't care. All right. We got there. Not against each other, but we got there.
So I'm just sharing our screen, and I've got the GoFundMe page up online. And we've hit $556, Paddy G. And that's been bumped up since you and I have been tooling around for the past little while. We've done all right, haven't we?
Nothing screams donate more than two dudes who can't figure out how to play a game online.
I'll stop sharing the screen because you're about to get underway.
Well, look, LYC Hot Sauce, he's using the North Queensland Cowboys. It looks like the Cowboys of 2017. Jonathan Thurston, Michael Morgan. Feels like just yesterday they were winning the competition. Jason Tamalolo, you know, hopefully he can redeem himself this year. We've got the Raiders, but screw that. We're not watching my team.
So currently right now, Paddy G, it is just you that is online. It is just you that can be seen. It's just your screen, mate.
That is fine. Well, JT's taking... Oh, he just palmed off Josh Hodgson. I know JT was good, but he's not much of a fender. And look, I don't know how many games we're going to get to, but... Oh, he's fending me off. For every game that I lose, I'll donate $10. And considering I'm about to get scored on, that's good signs.
You look like you might be up against an expert there, bro. Excuse
Well,
me.
look, LIC Hot Sauce. I've tried scouting him. He's just too good. Look, packed GIO Stadium here in Canberra. And look, we're down early. Conceding off the kickoff, it's not good. Jamal Fogarty, he's returning from injury for this game. JT's coming out of retirement. Michael Morgan's coming out of retirement. But look, in my mind, it's still 0-0, boys. It's still 0-0.
Is there a possibility that you can zoom your camera in, if that's possible, get closer to the screen?
Look, I can try. I'll wait till there's a bit of stoppage in play, and then I can't zoom forward, but I can try and bring the camera forward. I'll try and do it now. Well, he's gone straight through me.
That's much better, thank you.
That's all right. Look, this is what we do. I mean, we can't all afford Elgato game captures. That's forward pass, sir. Put him in the bin. Deliver it forward pass. That's a penalty in my eyes. But look, we have the footy. Now,
Mate, how did you get your hands on a PS5?
Look, this may sound a bit dodgy, but I can't reveal my sources.
That's okay. Paddy G's got the inside lane in Sony.
But look at this. We're doing our forward work through the middle. Now we'll try and spread it. And look, he's just gone one off to Matty Tomoko, who is as slow as an ant, according to this game. And Jack White, he takes the line on. He gets pumped by JT. You know, JT, I've always said better tackle than Jake Jaluch. But Josh Hodgson, he's going to put the grubber in here, and he dives on it. Shocking end to what was a pretty piss-poor set, to be honest.
Guys, just while you're going on, Paddy G, mate, I just want to pop up some of the people that have commented and that are watching us right now. We've got Just Rugby League. Morning, boys. We've gone international, Paddy. We've gone international over from the UK. We've got It's Bosky and NRL Fanatics. Tigers fan 00. Maybe Sam can play against viewers or random with Paddy G. So everybody that's tuning in, there's 21 people watching us right now. Thank you so much for the support, guys. I hope I'm coming in loud and clear. Let me know. Go ahead, Paddy.
Oh, Michael Morgan, he's had a howler there. That's 2018 Michael Morgan, with the greatest respect. Now, is it Fogarty or Fogarty?
Fogarty, I reckon.
That's what I always thought. We'll spread the ball here. We're going to skip Jackie White because we've got Matty Tomoko again. He's going to give it to Kotrick. Didn't really need to pass it, but we're in the corner.
GIO Stadium doesn't look that good in person, by the way.
Oh, it's all right.
Like, it's okay, but it's not that good in person.
Yeah, I like it. I went there for round one last year and then watched them get pumped by the Eels. I was at the game at the Entertain House, fun fact.
I was there at both of them bloody games, mate.
Well, look, I got Jackie White standing onto the ball. And look, we could go to a game together in the future.
Well, that's it. So you got Raiders versus Sharks next Friday night, people. Raiders and Sharks in round 1, 2022 season gets underway. That is a hard game to tip, is it not?
Well, I thought that until, unfortunately, Fogarty's injured, and now Papali'i with the chip and chase, and he's going to score off of it.
What?
Only in a video game. But what I was saying, but after seeing the Sharks and how well Nico played against 7, I know it was the bloody Bulldogs and it was a trial match, but he looked sharp. So I reckon the Sharks might win next week.
But how about the loss of Cameron McInnes as well, man?
But I just think that they've got such a stacked forward pack that I think they'll be able to deal with McInnes a lot more than the Raiders will be able to deal without Fogarty.
Now, if you just bear with me, Paddy G, mate, I'm just going to respond to a couple of messages I've received. So if I can get you just to talk on commentary, there's over 31 people watching. Thank you so much for tuning in, everybody. The link in the description is there for anyone to go and donate. Please go and donate. We've hit over 500, and our goal is to hit 2,000 by the end of the day. Thank you so much, everybody. Paddy G, take over commentary, bro.
Well, look, I just tried to chip and chase with Jackie Wine, but we're getting on to half time here. Beating the Cowboys, unfortunately, that's been sort of the way the Cowboys have operated in the past few years. But look at that, perfect completion, and we're going to walk in with a 6-point lead. Unfortunately, JT is just being owned by Jack Wine at the moment. And look, Tarpanay. Oh, well, JT's trying to take his bloody head off. Now, look, if that's not on the footy field, then JT spend the night in a cell. That's all I'll say about that. Fogarty. I don't know where you are about, but I tell you what, it's starting to piss down over here. We got white there.
So if you're out at the at the old UC, I'd probably be southwest, a southwest from your location, and it did bucket down for about 5 minutes there, but I'm dry now wherever I am now.
We must have just got it then because it's just started bucketing down. And look, for those who can see, I've just taken the 2. Why did I take that 2? Because this is back before the set restart rule where every team will take the 2, no matter what. And he's kicked it out on the full. Now, Sam, I hope you're all right because we're not even probably a third of the way through this thing yet. And you've been ripping and tearing for hours now.
Oh, I've done a few things a little bit longer at this stage, mate. So I'm all good. I'm just trying to get as much water into me as humanly possible.
Well, look, they've always said, scientists and most common people, humans they don't thrive without their H2O. So you need your H2O, and Charnsey needs to score tries as he will just do there. Now, Charns has been given the fullback jersey spot over Xavier Savage for round 1, and I tend to agree. And my opponent has got the shit, and he's just decided to leave.
Oh.
Because I have, for lack of a better word, pumped the shit out of him.
So I'm just going to take you out of the solo layout, mate. Just a sec. Yo, everybody. So, Paddy, mate, can I get you to verify something to me, mate? So you look to have posted something online. And this is somewhat breaking news. I don't know how reliable this source is, ladies and gentlemen. But it's from an Instagram account by the NRL Memes. Hello, NRL Memes, if you happen to be watching. The rumblings have been around for a while, but Jason Taumalolo will drop a bombshell and request a release from his decade-long deal with the Cowboys and potentially take up residence in Redcliffe. Taumalolo and head coach Todd Payten have had their differences at times and will part ways at the end of 2022 if Payten is still in the job. Are you kidding me, Paddy G?
Well, I just put it on there because it would stir you up. But in all honesty, if it's got no one's name to it. So I think it's on Zero Tackle, the website, but there's no name to it. So I wouldn't trust it. But where there's smoke, there's fire. That's all I'll say. Where there's smoke, there's fire.
Strike me pink, bro. if Jason Taumalolo requested a release, Dolphins are just about flat out trying to buy anybody else, if that makes any sense, mate. Because they're going to have to pay North Queensland a substantial amount of money to take him, probably maybe even over $1 million. And if Jason Taumalolo left, mate, that frees up our cap space by $1 million or 1.5 million as well. But it'd be devastating if you left.
The only problem is we've sort of seen this situation before. And the thing is, you can't really let Taumalolo go and then sack Payton within the next 2 years. You got to probably make the decision to remove Payton and keep Taumalolo. But so it'll be an interesting year for the Cowboys because Taumalolo, if he leaves, you got the cap room at least, but initially that is an all-time great forward hold to replace.
And we've got some really good depth up there at North Queensland. I like the young boys. But yeah, just look, I'll be honest with you, man. I'll be really honest with you. I don't think Jason Taumalolo has been happy for about 2 seasons now, if I'm being honest with you, Paddy. He had an okay start in round 1 of 2020, and then he had that classic game, that record-breaking game in running meters against the Canterbury Bankstown Bulldogs in round 2 in 2020. And then since the 6 agains have come in and since COVID's hit, he just has looked like he hasn't been the same player, and he looks like a bit of an unhappy lad, if I'm being honest with you, mate.
Yeah. Look, you can never really tell unless we know the bloke, whether he's homesick or whatever, but it sort of shows, are the Dolphins in a vulnerable position from the fact that they've got no superstar. There's a few guys on the open market, and they've had to turn to a guy who's under a 10-year contract, and they're going to be willing to, if this is true, they're going to be willing to pay that entire money to pay him out as well as that contract.
I don't know. I don't think it is. It could be a sign of that, exactly what you said. But they still got so much more cap room, I'd reckon, mate. I think they've got Bromwich and Kafusi up there on a pretty good deal as well. It's made up of, so far, mostly of Melbourne Storm players, the Redcliffe Dolphins of 2023 so far. And there's even a rumour about Tautau Amon from the St. George Illawarra Dragons shifting his ass up there in 2023 as well. But gee whiz, man, Taumalolo left. If that is to be considered true, and sometime in the next 2 weeks or so, Taumalolo is going to say, "I want out by the end of this season." That's going to really derail us again. You think about Michael Morgan; he had to retire after after 4 rounds last season, and look how well Cowboys went last year. Could you imagine if the captain of the club came out and said, "I want out by the end of the year"? This is all alleged rumours at the moment. These are all rumours. But fair dinkum, if this came to fruition, mate, North Queensland would be on the wobbly old tracks again. 5 years in a row? Fair dinkum.
The problem is if Taumalolo is the one who's demanding it and he creates a big fuss about it, considering how much money he's on and how much power players probably do have, if he's on $1 million a season, you probably have to end up chipping in a couple $100K for him to play that different club.
Oh, that's true, isn't it? Yeah, it's true, isn't it?
If he's demanding it and he's going to the media and blowing it up, and let's face it, if he starts sitting out, other clubs like the Dolphins are going to be going Cowboys will be going, yeah, you can have him for $1 million, and they'll be going, oh, actually, you know what? We don't really want to take $1 million on our cap. We see how much of a problem he is for you. We'll pay $750 and you can chip in $250. And then the Cowboys be like, well, nah. And then he continues to do it and they keep losing all their power. I don't know if Taumalolo is the guy to do that, from what I've seen of him. But worst case scenario is worst case scenario.
Let's talk a bit. Let's talk a bit. And my goodness, it's just raised up again. So we're nearing in $600. We've just been bumped up to $586, and I'm not too sure if I want to show online who has donated or not. But to everybody that has donated, I think I've just had a couple of names just pop up on screen there. To everyone that has donated, thank you so much, man. Up to $586. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I can see in the green room, I can see in the green room that we are going to be joined by some royalty. And if you know what I mean by that already, you know how excited you should be. So, ladies and gentlemen,
Queen Elizabeth,
make welcome Mr. Luther King.
Howdy, everyone.
Hey, Luther, how you going?
Hey.
You are coming in.
Good, mate.
You're coming
How are
in
ya?
loud and clear, mate.
Perfect.
Mate, how are things
How are
going in your neck of the woods?
Yeah, good. I'm just on a holiday at the moment on Norfolk Island. It's pretty good. Just went for a swim. Just thought I'd jump on for a little bit, see how things are going.
Mate, I sincerely appreciate that, mate. And we just hit $586, which is about
Okay.
$300 more than where we were at the start, I'm pretty sure, or maybe 200. But in any event, man, like just and you're getting some compliments now, King, coming in.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
man. So, King, just for the people out there, mate. Just for the people out there, mate. Who is the team that you support?
Oh, the Parramatta Eels, through and through.
Through and through, bro. Now a lot of people Parramatta, a lot of people don't know what to make of Parramatta Eels in 2022. They don't know if they're going to be in the top 8. They don't know if they're going to finish in the top 4. In your fair dinkum opinion, mate, where do you see Parramatta Eels?
I'm a little bit biased, but I try not to be. But we have the exact same squad as last year, but we don't have who we missing. What, Blake Ferguson, and
Yeah.
we've signed Bailey Simonson, who is an absolute gun. So I think we can only improve because the players that we have, well, they want to win before they leave. You know what I mean? We have heaps of people leaving, but you know they're a close group and they want to improve and do better, and they want to go that step further. And we want to win the comp, and I think I reckon we have the squad to do it. I think, honestly, in my opinion, we have one of the best forward backs in the game.
That's fair, man. That I actually do. That is fair. And I want to ask you about the signing of Mitch Rain. Now, Mitch Rain has been a bit of a journeyman, and on his day, he can be a good player, mate. Are you? What do you think about the signing of Mitch Rain, King?
Yeah, I think it's good depth, especially in the hooker position, which we've struggled with, as you saw last year in the finals. We had to play Ray Stone at hooker when Marty was injured, and that hurt us a bit, especially towards the back end of the game. It's good to have someone that can fill in the number 9 role well. I think Mitch Rain can do that. I do rate him. I think he's a great defender.
And King, mate, I've got a question here that I don't know might unlock your dark side, but let's see how we go, bro. One from CJ Moxley. Your thoughts on Marnie going to the Dogs, King?
Disgusting. I'd want him gone as soon as possible. I don't want him at the I don't want him playing for us this year. I think he's a motherfucker for what he's done, man. If I ever saw him on the streets, I wouldn't hesitate but to hit him with my car, to be honest.
But you know what? You're not alone. Like, you're not alone in that opinion. And yeah, there are other Parramatta supporters that don't want him playing just because of how much disrespect he has shown the club, that has shown him so much loyalty over the past couple of seasons. And Paddy G, mate, I'll get you to jump in.
From my understanding and from the common consensus is that you just spoke about the fact that the Reid May didn't show enough respect from the Eels. He gave the Eels the first chance to negotiate, and they lowballed him to the point where he refused to negotiate further. Now, we talk about loyalty from players to clubs. Is there not the same thing when it comes to clubs to players? And if they have lowballed him and he's done what he's allowed to do and go test the open market, isn't that his right? And should we really be giving him that much stick for signing with a club? But let's face it, probably offered him double his market.
They probably offered him double. But bro, it's the Bulldogs. Like, come on, out of all teams, you little motherfucker. Why did you have to sign with the Bulldogs?
Well, I understand if there was like, if the Broncos offered him that, which they probably should have, but Broncos have got tight salary cap restraints, so I don't know if they did, but I can understand that he's gone to the Dogs. Like, I can understand that part, but for me, I'm pretty passionate about the fact that we all talk about players having to be loyal to clubs, but we never talk about the opposite. Clubs are willing to sack players as soon as they are the ones who give him the wrong contract offer. They always try their best to get rid of him, and all we ever hear about is that the players not performing, not that the club's trying to sack him off.
Well, you do have a good point, to be honest.
And
a good point,
King, mate. Sorry, Paddy, just a sec, man. And King, man, I want to ask you about, and there's a gentleman here, Puripi Akwasi. What's your thoughts on Marata Niokore, mate?
I think he's a fantastic player. I mean, we saw last year when was it Blake who was injured? Went to I think it was Wagga Blake that was injured, and then Niokore moved to the centres, and he was a gun. He was like a different player, wasn't he? Because he's so often used as like a, like coming on and playing in the lock. Yeah, pretty much. Also, his primary position is a second row, but he did great in the centres, and he did the role for us very well. But I don't know, it looks like he wants to go back home and probably get a starting position there, because we have, I know it's kind of confusing because we have Papali'i leaving, so that does leave a position there to secure down, and you'd think Niokore would, cement that position in 2023, but he's chosen to go to the Warriors, which, I actually don't blame him. It's his home, good on him, but we are going to miss him off the bench. He could come in, play prop, lock, second row, centre. We're going to miss him, man.
I think you will, definitely, and there is somebody that could plug that hole up, albeit temporarily, maybe just because he is an older player. And King, it's a question coming in from Rugby League Roundup. So, what are your thoughts on Makahisi Makatoa? Are you familiar with Makatoa?
Wow. Yeah, bro, he's a gun. Remember last year before he debuted, I was doing some research on him, and I remember when everyone thought when he debuted he was a young gun coming through, but he actually debuted at 28.
Yeah,
which is pretty crazy. But he's a powerful player, man. Like, he really, really takes the other players like head on, and he charges, makes plenty of good meters. Our trial against the Dragons, he made. He played big minutes and he made heaps of meters for us. I think he's a certain player for our bench, Makatoa.
Yep.
Amazing player.
And this is a question that I'd like Paddy G to answer, but King, I'd like to ask you first, mate. The dreadful injury.
You guys don't mind if I spark a dart? Every dart that I smoke on live stream, I will donate $30 to the cause.
It's a weird one, mate, because I don't want you to promote cigarette smoking, if you know what I mean. And I don't know if we might get demonetized or something, bro. But dude, I don't mind if you smoke, man. I don't mind if you have a smoke on stream, bro. No, not at all, man. But I do want to ask you, Paddy and Luther King, to start off with you first, man. The awful injury that happened to Hayes Dunster. Mate, what do you think of the ruling of Tyrell Fuimaono being suspended for that long, and how disappointing is it as a Parramatta fan that Hayes Dunster isn't going to be playing this season, considering how much promise he's actually been showing?
Yeah, bro, it's very sad. I've always been a fan of Hayes Dunster. I think everyone knows that. He's a big body. You know, if he was to bulk up, he could be anything. Really quick. It was really sad to see him go down. I knew something was extremely wrong. The look of his face when he dropped to the ground. But no, I don't think the ban is fair. I think it's too harsh.
And Paddy G, man, what did you make of the Fuimaono hip tackle?
I was listening to this when you guys were talking about the Breakdown podcast, and that was a bit of a weird one because I got sprayed in the chat for it. They've made a point to go really hard on the hip drop tackle, and to me, I think the action he's done now, obviously there was no intention in it. It's the way they've moved. But in my opinion, he's behind him, and in the moment, he has used his weight to bring him down. So I actually think it is a hip drop.
Yo.
And unfortunately, them going this hard on it because it's been in the game for years and they have to get rid of it. If they're going to be consistent about it, I'm happy about it. And obviously, Fuimaono has plenty of carryover points.
Yeah.
But they need to get this tackle out of the game. And I reckon it was a hip drop. 6 weeks is probably very severe, but I reckon you go send it. But look, if it gets to the point where they're going to be like this, teams in that situation Fuimaono was in, he's not going to go, I got to get this dude to the ground, I'm going to use my weight to bring him down, which is like, he obviously didn't mean to hurt him, but he's done that. You're going to have to just let him go. Just let him go because we're trying to tackle out of the game. It goes against everything, but just if he's in that position, I'd let him go. Let him run. Because the only way he's making that tackle is if he uses his weight to bring him down, which is what a hip drop is.
And I'll tell you what, though, whilst Hayes Dunster is now not playing, there is still a young, I think, superstar in the making that's going to be playing for Parramatta. And I think, I know that King and I have spoken about this in the past, but King, mate, on a scale of 1 to bloody 10, mate, Will Penasini, the bloke has only played a handful of games. But fair dinkum, mate, he looks like he's just going to slot right on into first grade.
Oh, absolutely, man. He, even in his first game for us, I was like, wow, this kid, I don't want to say it. I don't want to get annoyed when I say this, but he has the exact same playing style as Michael Jennings, I believe. They, look so similar, man. And he is so quick and evasive, and he just has, he's also an aggressive player. And he grew up playing with, it's really tight with Joseph Sawali. People are saying that they're around like the same like caliber, like they're that good, and Penasini could even be better. I've heard people say he's a great player and he's the future of the club.
Better than Joseph Sawali, and you think about that Joseph Sawali is on $1 million and he's only about 17, 18 years of age, sort of thing, and you got Penasini, who's probably, 300 grand at the moment at the Parramatta Eels. I don't think, I hope they do, but if Eels realise what kind of superstar they have, they got to lock that kid up because he's your future he's one of the cogs towards Parramatta's future, in my opinion, King.
Oh, absolutely. He did so well in the finals match against Penrith. He defended well. He ran well, amazing. I think he will be one of the best centers next year in the game. That's a bold prediction of mine.
Nice. We got a prediction. We got a bold prediction from the King. Sweet, dude. Yo, and Paddy G, man, correct me if I'm wrong. He's Will Penasini only played 2 or 3 games last year. Is he in contention for Rookie of the Year? Has he played one too many games to be considered for Rookie of the Year next year or this season? Sorry.
I wouldn't have a clue. They played 2 games in the finals, and did he come in that game after that fat losing streak and they performed the upset to break Melbourne's winning streak? If that's so, I think then he's played about 4.
Yeah, I think you're right too.
I have no idea.
No, I think you're right. Did you
Played
see
5 games?
5?
So, yeah. No.
So he's out of Rookie of the Year contention for this season, which is a bloody shame. But Paddy G, mate, did you see what Will Penasini was like, mate, last season?
Yeah, he handled his own very well in a very pressured situation for a young bloke. What Parramatta have lacked in these past few years is that X factor. Now, can he be that? I'm not too sure. I reckon he'll be like what most centers are. He'll have a lot of great moments. He'll have some brain fades. The player I'm really hyped for Parramatta to be that X factor this season is I think that Dylan Brown is in for a big year. I reckon Dylan Brown is in for a big year. Now, my thoughts with Parramatta, lie detector test me. I think, unfortunately, they might do the same thing. I reckon they're going to blow out too early and choke at the back end of the year. But if they don't, I reckon that Dylan Brown, if he becomes that X factor, they put themselves in that top 3 category, and they're definitely a chance to win the comp.
Oh, amazing to hear.
No, that's the thing, man. That's why I've got Parramatta finishing inside the top 4, even above the likes of Melbourne Storm and Manly. And people might call me crazy, but I just think, and I think I said this earlier on in the program as well, man, that they were a top 4 side throughout 3/4 of last season. And then Mitch Moses got hit with a back injury, and that sort of made him fall off a cliff a little bit there. But then they played Penrith in that semi-final game, which ended up being the game of the year, in my opinion. And I'm just thinking, and I think King agrees with me, that if they have learned from it and if they can evolve from it, I think they're well entrenched. I think they're well entrenched within premiership contention, in my opinion, man. And they'll give, and as King said at the start, man, they're effectively the same team as they were last year, minus a Blake Ferguson.
I think the thing for
Parramatta exactly. We've signed Bailey Simonson too,
who is impressive in his own right, isn't he? No, Bailey Simonson.
Yeah.
Living in Canberra, there was a lot of unfair criticism on Bailey Simonson's defense. Sometimes he would go in and out of games, but he's still such a young man, and he's done so many, not so many things, but he's done a lot of positive things for the Raiders, and I think he'll be a great addition to Parramatta this season, man.
Absolutely. He's a gun.
I think what Parramatta can take a lot of confidence in the fact is that if Reid Marnie plays, they beat Penrith, who did end up going on to win the comp.
Yep.
Now, would they have lost to Melbourne? I don't know. But in that one-off game, I think Reid Marnie is easily worth the 2 points they lost by. The same way I think Latrell Mitchell's worth the 2 points they lost by. But if I'm Brad Arthur, I'm probably more focused about timing our run than making the top 4. That's why I have them in 5th, because I reckon they'll just miss it because he'll want to time their run, which is what Wayne Bennett is very good at. And that's what the Rabbitohs did last year. They got pumped 50 points twice, and they were able to make that charge towards the grand final. I think Brad Arthur will want to do the same thing.
And guys, if you're just joining us right now, I'm being joined by Mr. Paddy G and Mr. Luther King. We're 3 hours deep now into our 9-hour live stream, raising funds for the Northern Rivers of New South Wales. Half of the donations that we are going to attempt to make, our limit is at $2,000. Half of that is going to go towards a reliable flood relief portal, and the other half is going to go to our good mate Nick from Australia, whose home was unfortunately swallowed by these unprecedented floods that are happening up there right now. And King, man, I don't mean to put you on the spot, and I don't mean to put you in an awkward situation here, but I ask this question respectfully. You guys, you and Nick from Australia, and Always Brisbane Broncos, you guys are probably family. You guys are family. You guys are very good friends.
Yeah.
Mate, how it's a bit of a difficult question to ask you. But how have you coped over the past week now, mate? How are you doing?
Wait, can you say that again? Sorry.
So over the past week now, you've seen what your family, your extended family, as it were, you've seen what they've been going through, and I'm sure you've been in contact with them a lot. And it's just a question that I don't mean to sound like that I might be embarrassing you or what have you, but how have you been going over the past week, mate?
Yeah, I've been good. I was lucky to get out 2 days before the flood here, which is it's scary to think about if I was still there because I actually lived in that house downstairs. So the house is it's fucked now. Sorry to swear, but it's completely fucked.
Yes.
The floods were crazy, man. There's been everyone in Lismore was just very like devastated, and it's just very shocking. You know, I'm glad to have been. I'm, I don't want to sound rude, but I'm just thankful I wasn't there when it happened because, who knows what would happen because I live downstairs in the house. Flood were rising quickly, and yeah.
And no, and you don't sound rude when you say that. I mean, I'm sure the other two lads, Nick from Australia and Always Brisbane Broncos, they'd say the same thing. They'd say thank goodness that you weren't there, King. And they would have tried to make sure that you were safe and whatnot. But yeah, man, it's and I just wanted to ask, just while you're here, have a bit of green room talk while we're live on air now. Are you able to, or are you going to try and pop on at about 11 o'clock when the two lads themselves rock up?
Yeah, I'll join then. Yeah.
Yo, true, dude. No, sweet as, man. Sweet. And just
Sweet
before
as.
I go on,
All right,
man.
boys. Well, I'm gonna.
Yeah.
No, you go first.
No, just before you go, then, King. I guess I just want to ask, mate. Let's say Parramatta do make the finals, but they exit out the second week, even make the preliminary final, but don't make the grand final. I know Brad Arthur has signed an extension, but what do you make of Brad Arthur? Do you give him a chance if Parramatta do exit the finals in week 2 or preliminary finals? What's your opinion on Brad Arthur, mate?
I think when he came to the club, we were fucked. We were in a bad position, and he's done a lot with our squad, our recruitment, and our board members and everything. So I think I will give him another chance. But I think we do have the squad to win it, and we have what it takes. But if we can't do it this year, then I don't know. Maybe there's internal issues. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah. No, thank you, man. It sounds like that you're about to get up and rock and roll, mate. But King, man, thank you so much for just graciously giving us some of your time, mate. Thank you so much, and I can't wait to talk to you a little bit later on this evening, mate. Thank you.
Bloody oath. Sweet ass. See you boys later.
Adios, King. Thank you, man.
Cheers, bro.
See you, mate.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Luther King, who graciously and I might add unexpectedly popped up, and that was great. And Paddy G, man, what's your take on the Brad Arthur situation in Parramatta?
Okay. Wow. What's he done bad? Yeah. That's not proper English. But he's taken them from the wooden spoon to now there's a top 5, and they're a part of that. And like I said, they're probably an X-factor player and probably just a confidence booster away, which they arguably had against Penrith, away from being able to make the grand final, compete for a premiership. But there's just, can you really sack Brad Arthur if all he does is lose to the Melbourne Storm in a prelim final? Like, is that bad? Like,
yeah,
I'm sure Michael Maguire would love to even make the top 8, right? Let alone lose to. I know they're in different spots as a club, but he can't sack him. You can't. He has to bring them back out of the top 8 into the bottom 4 for a few years. Who knows? I know.
I'm not saying that he could be a Paul Green mold, but you wouldn't want him to sort of come by next season. He'd be in the coaching chair next year, and they sort of go backwards, or they do go backwards and finish in 10th place, for example, because then that's when the questions will start being like, well, is this another Paul Green where he's sort of stayed 1 year too long in a way, you know?
Yeah, I understand that point of. Yeah, I understand your point of view. Yeah, I get what you mean.
Yo, so I'm just checking out at the GoFundMe page, and if you just give me 1 sec, I'm just going to share the screen with everybody. And can I just say to you, the chat, you guys have maintained on average about 25 viewers since the start of this show at 3 p.m. To all of you, thank you so much for supporting and getting the word out there. So to you, the chat that are watching right now, all 28 of yous, thank you. Like, it's just genuinely, seriously, thank you so much. This is something that's never been done in the NRL YouTube community before. And Paddy G, mate, I've just got something that I need to do. Can I just put myself on mute? And can I just get you to take over just for 2 seconds, bro? I'm sorry to put the pressure on you like that. Can I get you to take over just for a couple of seconds, if that's okay?
Of course, mate.
Thank you, man. Just a sec.
All right, so what we can talk about is Manly will win the competition. And why will we win the competition? Because we have Tom. Now, I could sit here and go, oh, but we have these other players, which we do, but we have Tom Trbojevic. We have Tommy Turbo. And with Tommy Turbo comes success. And look, there's no point even arguing the GOAT, because in 10 years it's going to be Tom. Also, while we've got the chat here, and there's just me, my beautiful Ranger face, also a massive shout out to Sam for putting this together. He made the group chat with as many boys as he could think of. And he just put this all together for a dude who has, you know, he was one of the OGs, wasn't he, Nick? Nick was one of the OGs. It was him, Entertain House, and BKR Sport. Nick was always the one who told everyone to go fuck themselves, but he's always been the nicest bloke to us. He's invited us on his podcast. He's invited us everywhere. He didn't care, and no matter how many subs you had, how many views you had, he treated everyone the same way.
I just heard bits and drabs of what you just said, and I just towards the end of the show tonight, Paddy G, I sort of want to save it, but in essence, you've pretty much hit the nail on the head. He is one of the, I guess you would say, OGs in the rugby league YouTube community. And look, everything that we're doing tonight as well, and just if you're tuning in now, let me just go through what has happened and what will be tonight. Everything that we're doing today is an appreciation and has influences by Nick from Australia. And that's something that I really need to put out there. And I will say that to him later on. And if he's watching, I don't mean to embarrass you, but that's honestly what's happening right now. So at 3:30 this Arvo, we had Rugby League Guru come on for a little bit. And just a little bit before that, Mr. Parenzo Vids was gracious with his time and he came on and said good day. In Rugby League Roundup, and Mr. Bailey Anbus, who was an absolute larrikin on air, I'd be keen to talk to him again if he'd ever be willing to. He was sensational. And look, we tried to get Rugby League Live 4 happening, bro. It just hasn't gone to plan, but that's live TV for you in a way, isn't it?
Well, yeah, we really should have tried connecting before the stream started. I went straight over my head, as many things do. I'm not the brightest boy, but look, now we're sitting here talking about footy, and that's what this show pretty much is. It's a 9-hour footy talk from dudes who have never been involved in the game at all. So do we know what we're talking about? Not really, but we all have opinions. So you can shush and listen with the greatest respect.
Yeah, absolutely. And what's to come next? We've got Mr. Nathan Moore that is warming up the old guitar strings, ready to do something for us. And we're going to get some variety happening with Mr. Nathan Moore. I can't wait for him to pop on, man. And then from 7 o'clock, we're going to have Mr. Parenzo Vids, Warriors NRL Fanatics, Trev from Shut the Gates, All Our Champer, and CJ Moxley hit the live stream, and they're going to have a podcast that will be emceed by Proenzo Vids. And I genuinely am so appreciative to him for doing that. And then from 8:30 tonight, Entertain House is going to pop on for how long? I'm not too sure, but we're going to be graced by his presence at 8:30 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time. And we're going to have an open forum, and there are a couple of people, more than a couple of people that want to pop on and have a say in what I was talking about with insofar as Nick from Australia goes. I mean, we've got this podcast happening, and we've got this open forum happening, and that's it's not a template, but that's something that what Nick from Australia has been doing on his channel, for well over a year now, just inviting average Joes or Janes on to have their say. So yeah, dude, and by the way, before I forget, excuse me. We've also got from 11 o'clock tonight, Luther King, who just joined us then. He's going to be on, and Just Rugby League I'm over in England. He's going to be joining us from 11:30 p.m. But the two big lads there, the top left and the top right, Nick and Always Brisbane Broncos, will be joining us tonight. And I was just about to show you something before I got myself sidetracked, Paddy, and I don't mean to sound like I'm dribbling too much, mate.
That's what we're here for. We're here to dribble. That's what we're here to
dribble a little bit, mate. So what have we got? I just want to go in and share, because I think the last time that we checked, so the last time I saw, I think we're at about $586, and we're now at $636. So we're well over the quarterway mark. I mean, Paddy G, mate, you were saying that we were nearly close to the quarterway mark, and now we're almost at the halfway mark. So guys, thank you so much for supporting this cause, man. It's sensational. Alrighty, now I don't want to. Paddy, are you ready for a snippet of what could be tonight, mate? Are you ready for the next guest?
Well, I have no idea who it is because I can't see. So I'm going to be shocked no matter who this is. Who's going to enter the Royal Rumble?
Who's going to enter the Royal Rumble? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh!
How are we, lads?
Yo! Very well, Nick. Paddy. Oh, always Brisbane Broncos.
Yo! I fell over.
How are you?
I'm very well, mate. Paddy, where are you, mate? There you are.
I just fell off my chair. I did not see that coming. That's the biggest number 30 shock in history.
Well, if you read the chat, I said there'll be a surprise in 2 to 3 minutes, and no one knew I was coming on. It wasn't even on the schedule. So I went, well, since your game fucked up and you look like you're bored out of your minds till 6:30 when Nathan comes on, why not come on for a bit? I've got nothing better to do myself.
I won't lie to you, Nick. By you putting on the chat, I sort of assumed you were coming on.
You what?
I sort of assumed it was going to be you when he said there's a guest in the green room.
Oh.
Just quickly, mate. How's Always Brisbane Broncos doing in the background there, bro?
Doing good, mate. Just got back from the place.
Oh, mate. Don't want to go down there.
Yo. So I saw that you went to the Pokies yesterday, mate. How did you go?
Yeah, I think you should ask me another question.
No comment. No comment.
Well, no, it didn't go well. I got paid yesterday from work. I went out to the club last night, spent some money, lost a bit. But the good news is I won $300 back on the Super League this morning, which was good. And then I won $400 on the basketball on the first basket. So that was nice.
Sensational, mate.
And get this.
This is why we rely on you for our tips, mate.
Well, I'm sorry I didn't give them out. It was about 3 o'clock in the morning. I put the bet on. The bet was I had St. Helens wing out Tommy Makinson to get a double against Hull KR, which I knew was a shoo-in because Hull KR is shit and Saints are the best in the comp. And the other multi was Josh Charnley for Warrington to get a double. And I was watching the game this morning, and I'm thinking to myself, 24-6 Catalans. So unexpected with all the players that the Dragons had out. And I turned the game off. I walked out. I couldn't watch it. I literally turned it off. There was 7 minutes to go. I turned it off. And then Charlie scored a double. Like, I was reading the group chat, and someone said Charlie scored. I'm going, fuck, I need him to score another one. So I went, he won't score. Fuck, there's only 5 minutes to go. And then I read the chat again. It says Charlie scored again, but he's offside. But they gave him the fucking try. I went, be fucked. There's the multi right there. So I needed Charlie to score a double in the last 5 minutes, and he pretty much did. So that got me 300. And then I invested $10 on the basketball. I had anyone who watches NBA, I had Pascal Siakam from the Toronto Raptors to score the first basket, which he did. But basically, like, first try score, really. First basket, tick. And then I just needed Bobby Portis from the Milwaukee Bucks when they took on the Bulls, and he scored the first point. And I'm like, well, fuck me, there it is. So a very nice morning, a very nice win on the punt early on. Haven't gambled since. I ain't going to gamble either. Next time I gamble will be Thursday night for the big game. Manly
How
Penrith.
good, man. How good. And mate, can I just ask, how's the weather up there, mate? Has the rain stopped for the time being?
Yeah, the rain has stopped, but the weather isn't great at the moment. It is I think it did rain earlier this morning. It wasn't too bad. Yeah, look, obviously I can't do fuck all, but I can't do a whole lot up here. But
Yes.
I'm not going to say where I am, obviously, but
No.
I'm in a safe place. I'm not going to reveal the location of where I am, but I'm in a safe place, and yeah, look, it's the weather at the moment it's actually reasonable. So the sun's coming out, so it's not bad.
Good, mate. And Nick, man, sorry, Paddy G, I'll get to you in a sec. We spoke about this a minute ago, and I think you were in the chat, maybe, Nick.
Yeah,
or
what
I
are you
think you've
talking
seen
about?
it.
I might have been.
Jacko here asks, get Nick on Taumalolo to Dolphins. Should be a good laugh.
One of the biggest bullshit rumors I have heard this year. One of the biggest bullshit things I've heard in this entire year so far.
Yeah, fair enough, man. But look, if it is fair income and it did come out, look, the source that I've got here says it's from NRL memes. So, like, I don't know how trustworthy that really is. But if it did come to fruition, man, fuck, it'd derail Cowboys so quickly, wouldn't it, mate?
Let me say
I'll shove my cock in a fucking table.
Let me say that. Let me.
Hey, I just want to say something.
Yeah.
This way.
Get in the camera. No one can see you.
If Taumalolo asked for a release, he wouldn't be the one getting released. It'd be Todd Payton. There's no way they would release Jason Taumalolo before Todd Payton. There's no way. He's their franchise.
That's a fair point, man.
Taumalolo runs the Cowboys. If Taumalolo wasn't there, Cowboys would be fucking fucked.
You're telling me Jonathan Thurston asked for a release. Who do you think they'd release?
Oh, yeah.
The coach or Jonathan Thurston?
Exactly.
Yo.
Jared Hayne did it.
Both of them. If it did come to fruition, both of them would probably go, you know?
Jared Hayne did it with Neil Henry in 2017.
I mean, I would welcome JT to the Broncos if he wants to come down.
No. You can't start needing
No. You got Payne Haas. There.
If Haas and Taumalolo were to give in the front, bro, the Broncos would be instant top 4. Like, no,
Shit, man.
Not stopping that.
So can I just confirm with you, mate? Is it possible, can I confirm, are you guys going to be available tonight from?
Oh, yeah. Of course we will be.
o'clock?
Of course we will be. Nothing else
Sweet,
to fucking
man.
do.
Sweet.
Nothing else to do.
So I saw some really good scenes yesterday, mate. Like, you know, the communities up there at Lismore are getting together, and I saw a group of Fijian.
Yeah, I know them all. Good blokes.
Oh, sweet as, man, sweet as. Like, the community, like, is obviously devastated up there at the moment, mate. But how are you guys doing it? Like, how are things going at the moment, mate?
Mentally, it's fucked. Like, it's not good. I mean, the other night, or the other day, I should say. I think it was Wednesday. Yeah, it might have been Wednesday afternoon. We went down and had a look. I went in as well. I went in and had a look at my room, and I just went, "What the fuck is this?" I took a video of it. I didn't post on social media, but I took a video of it. and I went, what the fuck? I saw my Cowboys flag get destroyed, my TV, my Xbox, all covered and just shits. The room, so if you go onto one of my YouTube videos and you have a look at the intro, the fucking water went higher than the Cowboys flag. But get this, my Chelsea canvas did not get wet. It went as high as probably a little bit higher than where my Cowboys flag is. It went that high. That's how high the water was.
It's incredible, man.
Deep. It was fucked up. Water was chest deep. It was fucked up. My bed literally fucking moved to the other side of the room. In the lounge room near my room, the floorboards are like cracked, all like broken. If you fucking jump on it, you probably fall through the cunt. Like you would. You genuinely fall through it. Like there's no two ways about it. It was one of the hardest things I've ever seen. And then obviously I went home and wasn't really in a good mood. I was in a shit mood when I left. And then later that night, so Wednesday night going into Thursday morning, that's when it really hit me. Because last couple of days I've been fine. But early Thursday morning, like 2 to 4 in the morning, I was really upset, bro. I looked at some of the videos. I started getting a little bit emotional. Everyone was asleep, so I was able to stay awake and just keep my noise down. But that was when it really, really fucking hit me. I'll tell you what. If it wasn't for the footy coming back on next week, who knows where I'd be right now? I'd be fucking, who knows? I'd probably end up in the hospital. I'd be that unsafe. But we've all just got to fucking stick together now and just fucking get through this shit. But yeah, not good. It's going to be interesting to see if the house does end up staying there, because the walls are all fucked basically. The floorboards are corked. It's going to need new painting. Some of the walls have got holes in them because I think some of the lounges hit the walls. And if you touch the wall, I mean, honestly, it's like putting knife through butter, just like that.
Like going through a WWE table.
It's like watching like WWE and someone just goes through a fucking table. They're dead set. But I think the house is fucked personally. But I'm not an expert. But who knows? It doesn't look good.
WrestleMania is only in a couple of weeks' time, isn't it? Eh?
Well, I won't be doing anything, so I'll probably be tuning in. I'm not doing fuck all. I won't be doing nothing. Might as well watch it. What else is there to do?
Brock Lesnar or Roman Reigns, boys? Hey,
Brock.
Roman.
Brock any day.
Brock. I won't be able to watch it because I'll be in Melbourne for that weekend.
Fuck me. You're in Sydney, you're in Canberra, you're in Melbourne. Where are you going next? You're going to Hobart?
Vegas.
Vegas? Oh. Well, make sure you invite me.
Yeah.
I'm
going to the casino in 5 minutes, lose $1,000, and then I'm walking out.
Oh, yeah. But, yeah, look, obviously you guys would have saw in the news, like the water and that. Like, fuck me, the water was 14 meters high.
What really hit me was the photo of, like, the petrol stations. They have the big sign and it just tells you all the petrol prices and how high they go. And then
McDonald's,
McDonald's? Just the logo that was there. That's how high the water was.
I live about 2 streets from where that McDonald's is, and that went completely under, and that was dreadful. But like I said the other night in the update video, another 10-20 minutes, we're either drowning down underneath the water, or we're just hanging onto the fucking roof, holding on for our life. Dreadful.
Look,
yeah, go on.
Yeah, look, no, I just want to quickly say, look, it's just gone 6 p.m. right now. Been on air for 3 hours now. There's 27 people watching us right now. Thank you so much for the continuous support, guys. If you're just tuning in for the first time, this is a 9-hour live stream trying to raise funds for Northern New South Wales. We're trying to hit the $2,000 mark. One half will go towards the Reliable Flood Portal Relief Fund, and the other half is going to go directly to our mate Nick from Australia, who is I don't know how you're actually talking about it, mate, without sort of
Oh mate, it's I try not to fucking you watch the news and you see people cracking up on there, and I don't want to be like them, man. I just want to fucking look at it once. We had a look at it and I went, righto, are we going to be able to move back in here or not? And I'm going to say no, but if we do, it won't be for fuck knows how long. Won't be for a while. And I think the whole town's fucked, mate, because where I work at Lismore Central, that place went completely under and the fucking floor collapsed down there.
Oh no.
The floor collapsed. And if you've ever been to Lismore Square, or you've seen pictures and videos of Lismore Square, you can see on the escalator, the water went all the way up the escalator. It went all the way inside.
Yeah.
And that's a fucking hell of an effort to get up there.
So
yeah.
Nick, man, I want to ask you a question that might be hard to answer, but it is a question without notice. And I want to ask, are you, as a Lismore local, and maybe Always Brisbane Broncos can answer this as well, the insurances, the high level of insurance rates, is Lismore now at the state where they are going to now start demanding that insurance prices come down just because the level, just because of the area that they are living in? How are the locals now starting to feel angry towards the government because of the insurance policy prices?
Well, from what I understand, they will ask for that, and I have no doubt about that. They will. Are the locals angry with the government? I'm going to say yes and no. Probably 85% would say yes. Fuck the government. They're not happy. With the situation with the Lismore is the floods have always been bad here. If you go back, the 2017 flood was pretty bad. We weren't affected really in 2017. We sort of just survived 2017. We weren't too far off from going under. We had to go fucking chest deep to get to the shops and that. The 2011 flood was pretty fucking bad. I mean, we're pretty affected there as well. But oh yeah, the locals are pissed off, man. And the Premier was in town today with some of the other guys with the mayor and shit. And you know, I think if the Premier's going to come to town, everyone was pretty mad that they came to town, because all he came to do, have a quick look at this fucking carnage in town, talk to a couple of the rich business owners, do a photo op with the media, and then he'll fuck off on his helicopter back to Sydney. Like, they don't give a fuck about Lismore. They don't care. Now, what I do see happening, I can see a lot of people cleaning up their house, and then they'll fucking pack their bags, whatever they have left, and they'll fuck off to a different area. I can just see that happening. Now, our situation, we could be in that boat. I'm not too sure because, like I said, we're practically homeless now. We don't really have a home. Like, we don't really have a home. We're just staying at a place that I'm not going to reveal. But if we got offered an opportunity to live in, I don't know, Gold Coast or fucking Tweed Heads or somewhere away from the carnage, then I think we probably would take that opportunity at this point. If we got offered a house in Brisbane, we would probably take it at this stage, considering all that has happened. So, who knows? And plus, I saw today that there was a. I'm just doing a video. Can you just give me a minute? Oh, get out, please! I'm live. I'm live. Can you not? Fucking hell! Interrupted all the bloody time here. Bloody hell. Oh, right. Bloody. You can't win around here. But, yeah, if we got offered a house somewhere else, I have no doubt that we would fucking look at it. No doubt.
Yeah.
And plus, the other day, there was a house that was available in a different area that was up for sale, like to rent. Literally checked it. Within half an hour, there were about fucking 150 applications already sent. So,
yeah.
If the house doesn't get done up properly, then who knows what's going to happen? We'll probably end up moving elsewhere, but who the fuck knows what's going to happen? The great unknown.
Paddy, man, I don't mean to put you on the spot either, mate, but do you have any questions for Nick at this time, mate?
Nah, I watched the video the other night, and I don't think that we need to. Like, it's obviously important to talk about.
Yeah.
Dreadful. Yeah, it's just it's hard. Fuck, Russia's trying to blow up Ukraine. We've lost 2 cricket legends. The whole of the North, South Wales and East Coast of Queensland's going underwater. We've dealt with COVID for 2 years.
Right.
Oh, Well,
Before
Zen,
COVID was bad, this is fucking worse. This is worse than COVID. Fuck COVID. Because with COVID, at least you can have a jab to, to protect yourself, sort of thing. With this fucking shit, you can't have no fucking jab to save you from a flood.
No.
No, and Nick, man, is there still any water up around Lismore? Or is it mostly dissipated now?
I think it's all gone now. I think it's all gone in the river now, back to where it fucking should be and where it should go. I think it's gone back into the river. But yeah, look, if you went for a drive into Lismore today or tomorrow and you had a look at the whole town, it literally looks like a war zone right now. It's dreadful.
Yeah. And to think that and I don't mean to sound like I'm neglecting parts of Australia that have been affected by the floods.
Yeah.
This is the Lismore flood fundraising live stream, but please don't get it wrong. Southeast Queensland, the Hunter region, parts of southern New South Wales as well have been devastated by this rain bomb. So our thoughts go towards you as well. But this fundraiser is exclusive to our mate Nick from Australia and Lismore, who have copped the brunt of it, if we're being perfectly honest, mate. So, and as CJ Moxley said, man, and as you said just a minute ago, mate, footy's back next week, and it must, I don't know, it gets your mind off of it a little bit, doesn't it, Nick?
Oh, well, it's the only thing I'm looking forward to. I mean, fucking same game multis will be back. There's nothing better than that. Fucking same game multis, fucking first try scores. I'm glad I got paid, and I'm glad I won that money I did today. So, obviously, majority of that money will be going away for to help try to get a new house, new furniture, and shit like that. But I've still got a little bit of money left from my own pay, which I'll be looking forward to having a little bit of a bet on the footy. That's going to be good. Looking really keen for the footy to start, and good luck picking fucking same game multis this year, boys, because you don't know who the fuck's going to score a try from nowhere. You don't know who's going to score a try this year.
Absolutely not.
Besides Tommy Turbo. We all know he scores. We all know he scores.
It's either you back Tom to score or you just go with Garrick and sub any time. You just back them and get a try.
Right. You backed those three in a Manly 13 plus last year. You get about 2 to 1 for it.
I did that plenty of times for one fucking $10.
You got nothing for it. 3 try scorers in a 13 plus win. God, I hope the comms closer this year.
I think the biggest Manly multi, I think the biggest NRL multi I won last year was actually the Gold Coast Manly game where you live streamed that, Paddy. I remember.
The boys.
I think I had Turbo to score 2 or something. Saab and Garrick to all get 2. I think they all scored 2. Had Oracle White 2. And I think I needed Cherry Evans for like 800, and Cherry Evans ended up scoring it with 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, he's got
the last like 800 or something. I want heaps of money.
And just while we're touching on Manly, guys, you talk about, can Tommy Turbo replicate what he did in 2021? Do you think Ruben Garrick can replicate or get to the same sort of level that he did last year? Because Ruben Garrick absolutely killed it in the point scoring department last season, didn't he?
Depends on Kieran Foran for me. If Kieran Foran's still playing great footy like he did last year, then there's no doubt. And also Brad Parker, if he can keep doing his job out there. If not, then I don't know. But I like Garrick, man. I think he's always been solid. I've always liked Garrick.
It's not just the points too for Garrick, because in line breaks and I think tackle breaks, even try assists, he was up there, especially line breaks. I think he was only second to Alex Johnston. At least there was a point of the season where he was number 1. But I think where Garrick and Saab, where they need to improve is their yardage coming out of their own end.
Yeah, that's about it for them. Yeah, work on that.
Besides that, I think that Tom won't have to replicate his season, because I'm hoping, because our team is so young, that they will continue to improve.
But, and Paddy, man, can I ask, because I'm not well versed in Manly's depth. Let's say DCE, and I'm touching wood right now. Trust me. Let's say DCE plays State of Origin, and somehow by happenstance Kieran Foran has a concussion and he needs to miss a week. What is the halves pairing? What sort of halves are coming through the junior system out there at Manly?
Well, we let K Cuss go on loan.
Idiots.
No, he's on loan. It's all right. We got Schuster, who's always been a 5'8". He can do a role.
Yep.
I think if the halfback spot's the real problematic one, I think in this day and age, a lot of people can come play 6. In terms of actual 6s, we have also KO Weeks coming through. But
Yes.
if we lose DCE, I think Foreign has to go to 7. But if we lose Foreign and DC at the same time, then I think we
Now,
could be really tested.
just before you go on, Nick, and sorry if I've just cut you off then, Paddy, I've just got a couple of answers here, man. So Schuster and Humphreys. Does Humphreys ring a bell to you, mate, Paddy?
Yeah, he played in both trial matches as the halfback, because KO played 5'8", and he also played fullback. I don't know too much about him, to be honest. I used to play against KO because I grew up on the Northern Beaches and he was there too. He used to play for Asquith. He chip and chased me once, which was very embarrassing, but he's always been a step above. He looks good in the trial matches. Don't know much about Humphreys, but based on how successful our juniors have actually been, especially through the Ben Travojevic, Josh Schuster, and now the Latu Fainu eras, then I think we could. I'm hoping Humphreys. Look, I'm obviously hoping Cherry and Foreign stay fit, but I think we could replace Foreign quite comfortably, with all due respect to Foreign. But if Cherry goes down, then I think that could be the big one.
And just before we go on, I believe that we've had some more donations come through in the time since we've last checked, Paddy. We're now up to encroaching $700. We're almost at the halfway mark, guys. To everybody that's donated, it's just incredible, mate. You know, for me, man, I'm just a bloke that started this last year and started doing all this last season, and to think that I've raised or we've raised $100, but let alone that we've raised close to $700 now, guys. It's just mind blowing, man. And fair dinkum, if we hit $1,000 tonight, I mean that's a win in itself, I reckon. But we're going to.
It's all a win.
Yeah, it is a win. It is a win, full stop, guys. So that's just incredible. That's just incredible. Sorry, Paddy, go ahead.
I was going to say, because we, unfortunately, NRL, it's no NFL or NBA, and we have such a small community, in some way it's almost a blessing, because we all DM each other, we all watch each other, we invite each other on the shows and everything. And, like, we obviously haven't met each other in real life, but it's like we are just this tiny little community, but because of how well we know each other and we watch each other, I'm just repeating my same shit. But for lack of a better word, it's like we are like just a little family, even if it is just on the internet.
We are.
And to raise even that much money, and a couple of people, like there's been a few that are $100, it just shows how much that we mean to each other. As sucky as that sounds, because we're all men here, but we do mean a lot to each other. We do.
It's true though.
And that's the thing, man. Like, for when I first started, there was so many people that said, "Oh, it's a bad community and this, that, and the rest of it." And you know, there have been rugby league trolls in my time, but that's only 1 out of 100, maybe even 1 out of 1,000 people. It only takes one to sort of stick out like a sore thumb. But in reality, man, what we're doing right now is really putting a kibosh, or at least we're trying to put a kibosh on that sort of aura that the NRL YouTube community is bad. We've raised $700 today, and we've had gentlemen from the New South Wales Cup, Bailey, Anbus, and we've had the Rugby League Guru come on as well, man. And it's just been so cool today, man. Like, and we're only halfway through as well, man. So we need to keep on going. And look, I'm gonna give you guys the heads up. And Mr. As somebody said, I'm just gonna bring this up here. Sorry, just a sec. Mr. Nathan Moore is going to be live from 6:30. But while the going's good, why don't we get him on? Because the gentleman is in the green room right now as we speak. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's hope the dodo bird hasn't got him as well. We'll let him know in due course. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Nathan Moore, whose setup looks really, really good. Hey, Nathan, you are on mute right now, my friend. if you could take yourself off mute, that'd be a good start.
I didn't realise that till now. Sorry. Sorry about that.
Dude, no, man, you're coming in loud and clear. How you going, man?
I'm going really well. I'm enjoying the live stream and that. How's everyone? How's everyone
Are
going?
you in the dark, bro? Like, where's your light? Did
The
you not pay the
lighting
power
here-
bill or something?
The lighting here is terrible.
I was going to
so
say, mate,
sorry.
did you not pay the power bill? I mean, the power bills are not cheap, I know, but what happened in there?
I may have got the power bill guy down at the local creek down there, but that's not the case. That's not what we're here for. We are here to celebrate you, my friend. We are here for you.
Good to hear. I love hearing that.
And I've brought an old friend.
Oh, the guitar.
I have brought an old friend and some non-alcoholic beer.
Oh, you fucking drink Great Northern, you fucking clown.
Hey, leave Great Northern alone.
No.
It's the best. It's North Queensland beer.
You
got it. Where are we? You got to have this.
Speaking of Queensland, you boys are fucking. It feels like I need some Cowboys gear. So in fact, I actually just went and got some Cowboys gear to be a part of the family.
Good
so
boy.
I think I'll whip out my Cowboys gear, and it feels right because going into the 2022 season, it just feels right. But I'll bring out my Cowboys gear.
Oh!
All right, say it's 11 o'clock then.
What the fuck?
I thought I'd bring out my thing that I'm looking forward to the Cowboys getting in 2022. As most people are.
Top 8. Top 8, my friend. You just watch. You watch. We will get top 8. We will be in that top 8. We will surprise everyone.
I actually said Tigers would get this anyway, so I kind of...
Yeah, you did.
I've gone back on my word here a bit.
Boy.
The Warriors will win the wooden spoon, boys. I've been saying it all off season. It's going to happen. I've already thrown money on it. They win the spoon.
Really?
Yeah, they're going to win the spoon.
And dude, hey, Nathan, man, who have you got for the wooden spoon this season, bro?
I'm actually going to surprise a few people.
Oh, God.
I've got it's going to be a toss-up between Newcastle or Gold Coast.
Oh, Titans, mate. May I ask, please, why the Titans?
Don't get me wrong, their forward pack is fantastic. I'll give them that. Their back line, it's debatable. Their halves pairing, they're taking a massive gamble here. They're going to go backwards in that because they're doing the exact same thing what they did with Ash Taylor in 2016, 2017. They've got this, this nice, big next star coming in, and we all know how Ash Taylor turned out.
You know why Titans won't get the wooden spoon? Because they got rid of the disease, and now they'll fucking probably. I still think they'll go backwards a little bit, but they got rid of the fucking disease of the side. They'll be okay now.
True.
They'll be okay now. You watch. They'll be all right.
That's
They're
also
young,
true.
But they'll be all right. I'll be shocked if they win the spoon, to be honest.
Yeah. Oh, man, Newcastle as well.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on Newcastle there, Nathan?
They're cooked. I'm sorry, but they're cooked. Their halves combo is young, a bit inexperienced. Jaden Brayley's a bit of a loss, unfortunately. Kalen Ponga, I'm sorry to say, I do not see him playing the full season.
Yep.
He won't play fucking 15 games.
He'll probably play like 10 or 5 games because he's just that injury prone.
He'll play 10.
I don't know, boy. I reckon KP is a sniff for Dally M.
What?
So you got Knights in your top 8 then, mate?
No. Shit. It'll be bottom 4. But what I mean is they're going to have games where they lose, still grab a point, and he's going to carry them to wins. But he's at that period now where Tom and Teddy are the two examples they've had a few seasons now where they've been like a top 20, a top 5 fullback. And then there's that year. For Teddy, it was 2018. For Tommy, it was last year. All of a sudden, they just burst onto the scene. And I reckon we've been talking about Kalen Ponga's potential since he debuted in 2016. I feel like we're just waiting for KP to go off. And now that he's the captain, I reckon he'll relish in that role as Ben Hunt did. And I still think they'll struggle, but on the back of him, they'll be able to win enough games to avoid the spoon.
That's a massive call,
Yeah.
hey. Like, if Newcastle, I mean, I can't even remember the last time a team that didn't make the top 8, but there was a player inside that team that won the Dally M medal. Like, I don't know if that's ever happened before, to be honest with you. I might need to get correcting on that.
I think Munster will win the Dalian personally, but I reckon he's a sniff.
I think so too. I think
going
Cameron
let's
Munster.
go.
I heard
Let's
you.
go.
So, and Nathan, man, do you have a Dally M medalist?
You know, he's been so close so many times, and one time it's because of his own. I just know it's going to happen. Nathan Cleary. I just know Nathan Cleary's going to get it.
Really?
You just know. You just know that he's going to get it at some point.
Well, Darren
I
Lockyer
think
never
2022
won one. Darren Lockyer
No, he
never
didn't.
won a Dalian.
That's true. That's true, and he's one of the greatest players.
But Nathan Cleary is a fair shout, though.
Does
Oh,
anyone have a backwards player of the year prediction?
If you say Nathan Cleary, I'm going to
No,
not do
I'm not
any
going to say Nathan Cleary.
because I have a small.
No
Okay,
one
no.
from Penrith will get backwards player of the year.
It's so hard to say, man. I think there could be potential that Isaiah Papali'i could be a little bit off the mark, and he could be one that takes a step back just because there'd be so much on his mind. But it's hard to say at the moment. But just off the top of my head, man, probably Isaiah Papali'i.
Ouch.
I've got a few.
Ouch.
I've got a few.
Eels fans are fuming.
I've got
Yeah,
one.
go on, Nathan.
First one I've got is Josh Adokar.
Fair.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
I've got him.
That's a stinger.
The second one, and this is going to piss a lot of people off, Reid Marnie.
Oh, well, holy, yeah. It's a big call. It's a bloody big call.
Now, look, we can't leave the people waiting for too much longer. Now, Paddy G, would you like to just stick around for a bit? Just for a bit?
I'm happy to stick around. I've got nowhere to be. It's pissing down.
Yo, dude, it's not raining where I am, man. Now, guys, for a bit of variety, Mr. Nathan Moore has had some Dutch courage, and I'm going to put the solo layout on him, so we'll disappear for a bit. But Nick, if you decide to go, Nick, are you going to go now, or you want to?
Yeah, I'm going to go now. Something to eat while I got the chance. I'll fucking.
That's all right.
And then I'll listen to Nathan while I'm having a nice bread roll with a nice can of Coke. Nothing better.
Hey, that's the way.
I've had fucking 2 cans of Coke today. I'm going to end up having fucking 6 by the time I go to sleep. So.
Yo. But Nick, so ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching this, all 39 of yous, no pressure, Nathan. Nick is going to be back on this live stream at 11 p.m.
I'll be back, yeah.
Yes, and always Brisbane Broncos will be joining us then too.
Yeah, he'll be here as well. And also, before I go, I just want to say, you cunts are legends. And I want to say as well, Chad Townsend for Dalian.
Hey! That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. All right,
Go
ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to play some smooth tunes from Mr. Nathan Moore. Nathan, mate, can you please take it away? And thank you so much for doing this. In 5, 4, 3.
Simply the best.
Well, my name's Nathan. this so much pressure. God damn. Okay. First song I'm going to play. I'm going to play a bit of Paul Kelly, if anyone knows who Paul Kelly is. Now, this track is from around 1988. This is called To Her Door. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. They got married early, never had no money. Then when he got laid off, he really hit the sick. He started up his drinking, then he started fighting. He took it pretty badly. She took both the kids. She said, I'm not standing by to watch you slowly die. So watch me walking out the door, out the door, out the door, out the door. She went to her brother's, got a little bower. He went to the buttery, stayed about a year. Then he wrote a letter, said, I want to see ya. She thought he sounded better. She sent him on a fare. He was driving through the cane in the pouring rain on Olympic to her door, to her door, to her door, to her door. Came in on a Sunday, every muscle aching, walking in slow motion, like he's just been hit. Depend on the future, working on his children. Could he get a picture, headed on a fit? He was shaking in his seat, riding through the streets in a silver top. To a shaking in his seat, riding through the streets in a silver top. To a door, to a door, to a door, to a door. There's that one. Sam. All right. Thank you. Oh, good Lord. I'm just trying to think of some other songs to sing. What's another great one? I think you guys. Here we go. Here's a classic. I think you might know. Went down to Santa Fe where Renoir paints the walls. Described it clearly, but the sky began to fall. Am I ever gonna see your face again? Am I ever gonna see your face again? Jam cars and taxis, Lego ass works on the move. Carry on girls past me, but none of them are you. Am I ever gonna see your face again? Am I ever gonna see your face again? Without you near me, I've got no place to go. Way out the bar, maybe you might show. Am I ever gonna see your face again? Am I ever gonna see your face again? I've got to stop these tears that's running from my eyes. Who are down in the rain so no one sees me cry? Am I ever gonna see your face again? Am I ever gonna see your face again? Woo! Can't stop the memory that goes riding through my brain. I get no answer, so the question still remains. Am I ever gonna see your face again? Am I ever gonna see your face again? Am I ever gonna see your face again? Am I ever gonna see your face again. Taking this off, it's way too hot. It is incredibly hot. Thank you, Sam and Paddy. Thank you. Oh, good Lord.
Do you go for the trifecta? Can we get the trilogy from Nathan Moore, mate?
I think I've got one more in me.
All right, so just before you go, if you're just tuning in, ladies and gentlemen, this is the 9-hour Lismore Floods fundraising live stream. Started at 3 p.m. We've had Rugby League guru Bailey Anbus join us. Luther King, Paddy G's joined us since 4:30 this afternoon. Thank you so much to everybody that's donated, that's come in, said g'day. And right now we're listening to the smooth tunes of Nathan Moore, and he's given us 2 crackers, and he's going to finish up with a trilogy of songs. His next song's coming up right now. Take it away, mate. Thank you very much. Let's go.
Thank you. All right. Just trying to think what I'm going to play as a final song. Now, this is a country music song. I should probably point that out right now. So, this song is called Killin' Time. You were the first thing that I thought of when I thought I drank you off my mind. When I get lost in the liquor, you're the only one I mind. Everything, the things I ought to still might be mine. So I keep a tight grip on the bottle, getting loose, killing time. This killing time is killing me. Drinking myself blind, thinking I won't see. But if I cross that line, it'll bury me. But I just might find I'll be killing time for eternity. Now I know nothing about tomorrow. I've been lost for yesterdays. I spent all my life just dying for a love that passed away. And to think through all my sorrow, the pursuit is only price I pay. I'll be a happy man that I go. I can't wait another day. This killing time is killing me. Drinking myself blind, thinking I won't see. But if I cross that line, it'll bury me. But I just might find I'll be killing time for eternity. But I just might find I'll be killing time for eternity. Thank you. Thank you. Go you Cowboys. Go you Cowboys. Top 8 this year. Top 8 this year. Oh, good Lord.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you were mine for a time, and I'm thankful. Oh, hang on, I gotta get correct on.
Oh, but life would be so lonesome without you. If we never meet again this side of heaven,
Which side it's on?
I'll leave this world loving you.
This one goes to
If
Nick.
we never meet again this side of heaven, leave this world loving you. I'll leave this world loving you.
Oh.
Yo! How good! How good! Ladies and gentlemen, again, Nathan Moore. What's up? What's good, bro?
Thank you. Thank you. My God.
Oh, dude.
Love.
Mate, how you going? Do you need a glass of water or something?
Oh, probably in a little bit, yeah.
Oh.
Cowboys top 8, man. Cowboys for top 8. Chad Townsend for Daily M, proving everybody wrong. I feel so good. I feel so good.
How does
Such a
anyone
good
top
live
that?
stream.
How
Awesome
can-
live stream, man.
Oh, mate. You could run Taree right now, mate. You could run.
Oh, I hope so.
anywhere.
I hope so. It'd be me
The
in the
adrenaline's
front.
pumping.
Got me in the front. Latrell Mitchell next to me. Boyd Cordner on the other side. Danny Badiris is like that. Like that the big boss from like Game of Thrones or something like that. Just fucking, sorry, mind the swearing, but like freaking yeah. Oh,
I haven't seen it, but I assume it's cool.
Dude, I don't know if you can see the chat right now, Nathan, but mate, if you had any doubts about yourself, don't, because you've got the absolute support from everybody in the chat, mate. They've all mate, they're all supporting you. They're all giving you absolute compliments, mate. You absolutely. You know what, man? As soon as you came on, the viewers went through the roof. We had about 39 people watching at one stage there, mate, which was a high for this live stream, mate. Oh, dude, you just absolutely killed it, mate. So good.
Nathan is better than the Filthy Veronicas. Yes.
Oh, man.
Oh, every time I look at the Veronicas and every time that song goes on, like, I feel so untouched right now, all I can hear is Nick in the background going, what the fuck is this shit? This is fucking shit.
Oi. All right. Oh, man. Let's try to keep it PG, bro. Let's try to keep it PG.
My bad, lads. My bad.
No, it's all right, man. It's all right. That was so good. Thank you, Nathan. And
Thank
look,
you so much for having me on.
I need to just I need to put in the link in descriptions for everybody that's joined in today. I'll put a link in the description for Nathan Moore's single, so please go and check him out and even go subscribe to him as well. I just don't even know what to say, man. That was so good, man. That was just so needed. It was brilliant, mate. So just in the next couple of minutes, I should be starting to be joined by a couple of other gentlemen. Now, Paddy G, mate. So what's your plan, mate? I guess it's your shift over in the next couple of minutes, mate, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I don't know. I was like, yeah. And then I was going to say something, and I was like, nah, that's about it for me. But yeah, thanks for having me on.
No, well, you give us the wind up if you want, mate. But at any time, but Paddy, man, just to you, just quickly, mate. Thank you so much for helping me out since 4:30 this afternoon, mate. Things didn't go to plan with the rugby league live game, but it didn't matter in the end, did it, bro?
No, we just ended up talking about footy, which is what we were meant to do. But yeah, look, I'll enjoy the podcast. I'll enjoy the grand finale. That final hour should be hectic. We'll have 7 billion people tune in, maybe. But yeah, thanks to everyone, and I guess I'll say see you later.
And Paddy, mate, if you're in Canberra, you rest assured we're going to have a beer in the next couple of weeks, all right?
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, Sam, I'm sure someone else will say it, but thanks for organising this. To think that all you have to do is create a group chat and give us all the let's do something here, boys. And now it's raised at this point nearly $700, bro. You know, you're a goat. You've been here, you've been in this community a short while, and you've already made a bigger impact than most of us combined. So, cheers so much, bro, and good luck. You got a long night ahead of you. Might pop in again later. Who knows? But yeah,
For sure, mate. Look, if you pop up in the green room area, mate, be rest assured that I'll pop you back on, mate. But dude, the very kind words, mate. Thank you so much for your help today, man. And I just wish you all the best for the rest of the year, mate. You're going to hit bloody 3,000 subscribers, hopefully, by the end of the season, mate. For sure, hey?
Mate, let's just hope Manly wins the comp, eh?
Not all of us want Manly to win the bloody comp. Hey!
All right. Cheers, Sam and Nathan, mate. You're the Tommy Turbo of singing.
Thank you.
See you, boys. Enjoy. Have a good one.
Adios, Paddy. That was
man.
Paddy G. That was Paddy G who just joined us since 4:30 and just talked triple with me, mate. And I must admit, I'm looking at myself moving right now, and it's a little bit jittery, but that's all right. Nathan, man, how you feeling, bro? I love the setup that you got going on in the background there, mate.
Cowboys team of the decade up there. Right. Actually, let me have a look at the team of the decade now quickly. Oh, there we go. So Matt Bowen at fullback, Ty Williams on the wing, Josh Hannay and Paul Bowman on the centres.
Got to have Bowie up there.
I'll get it up here actually. You got Matty Singh, you got Julian O'Neill as our 5'8". Now keep in mind this was before 2005, so no Jonathan Thurston in that yet. You've got our inaugural captain, which was Laurie Spina, who actually used to play for Eastern Suburbs. Paul Rahidi, Steve Walters, rocking that Super League jersey. John Buddy Jag, I think that's how you say it. John Buddy Jag. BUTTIGIEG.
Yeah.
Kevin Campion. You remember Kevin Campion?
Of course, mate. Of course.
Peter Jones as our second rower. And lock forward, Glenn Morrison. And the coach, Graham Murray.
You're putting my bloody wall to fucking shame. Excuse my language, everybody. You put me to bloody shame, Nathan. Can I just ask a question, mate? Because if we start talking Cowboys, no one will get on. But I know that you've got a soft spot for St. George Illawarra Dragons. Bro, St. George Illawarra Dragons, mate, what do you make of their chances this season?
Oh, top 8. Easily top 8.
They're fair income.
Yeah, top 8. They've built nicely. They've got some good young players coming in. They've recruited well. I thought Moses Sully's a great signing. Just trying to think who they got on the top of my head. Bloke from South, James Sewer. George Burgess, yes. James Sewer. Even Moses Enbai. Like, I know a lot of people will give him a lot of crap in that, but if he's used as like a utility or a backup, if Ben Hunt or someone like that goes down, then I think he'll be pretty solid under Anthony Griffin. You've got to remember too, Enbai was, no offense to Tigers fans, not in the best sort of environment. And now he's going to a team where the environment's a lot better. You got a better coach there, and the team is just, the vibe of the team's a lot better. So I really think Moses Enbai could actually do something.
Yep.
Is he going to set the world on fire? God, no. But I feel like he's going to be good enough. He's going to be good enough, I think.
So just to confirm, I think I might have missed it if you said it, mate, but would you have him in your starting 13, or would you have Moses Enbai coming off the bench, mate?
I'd probably have him coming off the bench. If not, I'd put him in the reserves.
So you reckon Moses Enbai, whilst he might be a good signing, he might find it a bit hard to crack the 17, you reckon, mate?
I just think the Dragons, because they're putting in a lot of their force on their juniors and that, I think they'd want to prioritise that first before Enbai. I think Enbai is a bit like what Mitch Rain is to Parramatta. Just act as a cover if something goes down.
And mate, just so you've given us your Dally M, which is Nathan Cleary. You've given us your backwards team, which is the Gold Coast Titans and Newcastle Knights. So who's your grand finalist, and who do you think is going to win the premiership this season, mate?
I think this one's going to be a little bit, oh god, the lighting here is bloody terrible. I think it's going to be Panthers and Roosters, and I think Roosters are going to win it. I think Roosters,
you got Roosters winning, do you?
Yeah, I got Roosters winning. I got the Chooks winning it. I think Sam Walker and Luke Keary are going to look frightening. Sam Verrills is a solid hooker, and that I've spoke to him a couple of times. He's a bloody good bloke too. And where's my hat? Let me get the sun out of the way.
the sun's getting you, mate.
Yeah. Bring back the rain. No, actually, no, don't bring it back.
No, don't do that.
No, bugger the rain. Bugger the rain.
If you want to get up and just take it down, bro.
No, it should be fine. The hat will sort of take care of it.
So I know you can't stay for too much longer, mate. But just do you have any other hot takes, any bold predictions for season 2022?
Obviously, without being biased, Cowboys will surprise a lot of people this year. And that, I don't think the roster we have isn't as bad as what people make it out to be. And that, and I think the signings like Townsend and all that is pretty sensible. And that, compared to a couple of other signings and that. Melbourne to have another dominant season, but just fall short the last hurdle. I think that's when they're going to happen with the Storm. Manly, I'm a little bit worried about them because I'm worried if Tom Trbojevic can replicate that season that he had from last year. In my opinion, I think he can. He absolutely can. But I guess we'll find out in the next week. I can't believe it's a week. I can't believe it's a week. God.
Yeah, it feels like it's been the longest off season, I reckon, man. But it's now here, sort of thing. It's here. Well, bro, on next Thursday, if I can get a tip, if you don't mind me asking, who are you feeling between Penrith and Manly?
I'm going to go Manly by 6 for this one. Nathan Cleary's out. I think the Seagulls could do something. I think the Seagulls could make a statement.
See, I don't have Nathan Cleary playing as well, man. I think they're going to be ultra cautious of Cleary, and I don't see him playing, man. I really like that take from you, mate. I reckon without Cleary there, if Nathan Cleary plays, it's going to be. I think it's going to be a thriller whether he plays or not, man. But I at the moment don't mean to give away a tip or anything, but Manly could be in for a sneaky upset next Thursday night, eh? And
absolutely,
yeah. And just one more, mate. Cronulla and Canberra. I find this matchup fascinating. Next Friday night. What's your hot take for that one, mate?
If Jamal Fogarty was still sort of playing, I would have had Canberra in there, or at least Cronulla by 6. But now that Fogarty's not there, I think the Sharks are going to dominate them. I think the Sharks are going to dominate Canberra.
Fair income, mate. Really?
There's something about him. And I'm sort of in the same boat as Nick here. I'm absolutely pumped to see him play in that. When you've got you see some of their signings and you see some of their players in that, like Will Kennedy. I've said it time and time. I've always been the biggest fan of Will Kennedy, and then you got Mulatalo, Jesse Ramian's. He's all right, and that, but Sharks fans are gonna be in for a thriller, a ride, I reckon.
Nice. And Nathan, man, I'd like to bring in someone that's waiting in the green room right now. He is going to be the MC for this, and he would have just heard us talking good things about Manly just then. So without further ado, for the second
is it who I think it is?
For the second time this Savo, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bruinzo.
Yes! Lorenzo Mirko.
How are we, lads?
You legend.
I heard everything.
Oh. was
That's
all for
so
you,
good,
Lorenzo. It was all for you.
I appreciate that.
So mate, we've got a hell of a show coming up between 7 p.m. and 8:30 p.m. Is that right, bro?
Yes, it is. I've got all the topics ready and got 4 people coming on as guests, I believe. So I'm looking forward to it. Thank you for giving me the full control for a bit.
Oh, mate, no, thank you for bloody helping me out. That's for sure, man. Bro, I just cannot believe what we've done today. And this is, I mean, you are to thank as well, Pruenzo, Nathan as well, everybody in the chat. I mean, I know I keep on repeating myself, but it needs to be said that everyone that's tuning in right now, all 22 of you at the moment, you're all contributing to something that's never really happened before. And we're all a little bit a part of history. And I don't mean to sound like I'm pumping up the tires, but it's just, I don't think that anything has ever been done like this before in the NRL YouTube community, man. So, I mean, it's so cool. And let's go in and see if we've raised any more money, if we've actually crossed that $700 threshold. I'll just share the screen here, guys. Just a sec. Bear with me. So we've got 696 there. Let me refresh the page.
What do we got?
Oh, okay. We're only a couple of bucks short, but that's all right. $700 or $696 in any event is absolutely outstanding. It's absolutely outstanding. So Nathan, mate. So what's your go, mate? Are you hopping off now, mate?
Well, we gotta let Proenzo do his business and that. Gotta let the MC do his business and that.
Were you going to be? Were you going to, or did you want to be a part of the podcast today, man?
I've got a couple of things I've got to do and that because I've got some family that are coming back after being a couple of days away. So
yeah,
you know, I gotta let them in and all that.
Mate, it looks like that sun is absolutely beating the shit out of you, Nathan.
Oh, it's terrible. Oh,
man, thank you.
It's terrible. It is terrible.
Well, mate, if you want to skedaddle, mate, get out of here. But, mate, I think you've just about been the highlight of the show so far, Nathan. Thank you so much for your time. You've been so gracious.
Dude.
You've been a gentleman as always. Thank you, man.
I'd say, in my opinion, I'd say everyone that's been on here at the moment and everyone that's coming in right now are the absolute highlights and that. Thank you so much, Sam, and everyone in the rugby league community for, you know, organising this, for doing all this. It's absolutely fantastic. For Nick, for Josh, love yous, man. I absolutely love yous. I love talking to yous. Yous are just incredible, and I hope I can talk to you again soon. Thank you all so much for this.
Great job on the show.
You will, mate. And look, if you want to come on onto the open forum section of the show that starts at 8:30, just hop in the green room and I'll find you and we'll get you on.
You know what?
But dude, thank you.
I might do that.
No, please do if you can.
I
might
come in. I think I will come in.
Nice. But dude, thank you so much, man. I'll talk to you later, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much again. Thank you.
Right, adios, man.
See ya.
Laters. What a
If only
legend.
if only I could sing like him, Lorenzo, eh? I'll be doing
He's
all
got
right.
talent. He's got talent for sure.
Yeah, he's got that X factor. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we've got another guest with us about to join us. He's in the green room waiting right now. He's going to be joining Proenzo Vids in the podcast section of the program. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome South Sydney Rabbitohs supporter, diehard, Mr. CJ Moxley. Hey, man, are we coming in loud and clear? How you going?
Loud and clear. Am I coming in loud and clear?
Yes, you are. Yes,
Good,
you are, mate.
good.
How are things going, mate? How are you?
I'm good. I'm just really grateful to be a part of this, to help, everyone during the floods and tough time. It's good to see us all coming as a community and working together to do this. And I just want to appreciate you for reaching out to me to come on here. And I'm willing to do this, and I'm really keen for it.
Oh, dude. No, it's all right, man. You were one of the first people I thought of, mate. Trust me. But if you're just tuning in, these two gentlemen are going to be the main event for the next hour and a half, and they're going to be joined by a couple of other guests as well that we're just waiting on. So I'll just go through what has been so far. So at 3:30 the Savo, I was joined by Mr. Rugby League Guru, and that was an amazing conversation with Guru, man. And then I was joined by Billy of Rugby League Roundup and spoke to Bailey Anbus. That was a sensational conversation. Paddy G helped lift up the load, and there wasn't much Rugby League live for, but that's okay. And then Nathan Moore, man, just came in and stole the show from friggin' everyone. And don't forget that Nick from Australia and Always Brisbane Broncos was there. Mate, what do you reckon we should do? Like, so if he's the singer and the guitar player, I reckon Parenzo Vids would be the drummer. I'd hop on the bass, and maybe CJ Moxley could hop on the violin. Maybe give it some class.
You want to do? You might as well put me on the triangle. That's the only thing I'll be good at in the music business.
And I just
far out. Primary place.
Yeah. Well, when Parenzo unleashes, he needs something to bash, and I reckon drums would be very good for Lorenzo. For sure, man.
Yeah,
for sure.
No, that's a good call. That's a good call.
On the drums. Not the
laptop. So just momentarily, gentlemen, just sitting in the green room now is another gentleman that's going to be joining Parenzo Vids and CJ Moxley. He has been, I contacted him at such short notice, and I'm very thankful that he decided to say, yes, no worries. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome a Parramatta Eel supporter, Mr. Trev from Shut the Gates. G'day, Trev. How you doing?
Yes. Hello, gentlemen. How are we?
Hey, Trev.
Very happy to be here.
Mate, you are looking crystal clear at the moment, mate. You're putting me to bloody shame, and you're coming in all good, man. How have things been with you, man? Long time no speak.
Everything's been absolutely beautiful, mate. Just happy to be here and happy to help out Nick, Just happy to help out everyone here.
100%, man. Thank you. And just since we've gone at the top of the hour, this is the live Lismore Flood fundraising 9-hour event. And right now we're going to be diving into the podcast segment of the show. We are just waiting on Mr. Warriors NRL Fanatics, who might be getting attacked by the dodo bird again. We don't know, but he might join us in a moment. So what I'm going to do, Lorenzo, man, if you want to, I'll get stuck out of your hair and I'll get you to take over the podcast. Don't start the podcast now. Just wait up for maybe a couple of minutes. But I'm going to get out of everybody's hair, and I just want to say thank you very much for everyone's time. Thank you so much. And I'll leave it over to you now, Mr. Lorenzo. I'll talk to you later.
Adios, Sam.
All right. Too easy.
See you, mate.
Nick wants a heated debate, boys, as you see in the chat.
All right.
Nobody wants that topic.
We'll see what happens, I mean, depends what topic we're on, It depends how it all goes. But I'm just happy to be taking control for a bit, Obviously, we're hoping to get the other two lads here, Fanatics and All Out Champ, I'm pretty sure. But,
I'll tag them.
Yeah, no, it's good. Yeah, but I'm not going to start straight away, obviously. But the chat's obviously been a good audience for tonight or for the live stream, so it's good to see. But yeah, obviously, so I just want to ask quickly, am I coming in loud and clear? Like, is the quality from the right? Can you hear me? Just
mate.
Sure on that.
Bearable for me.
Video's a bit choppy, but yeah, not bad.
Yep.
Testing, am I right?
All right. Well, as long
perfect, mate. Well done, CJ.
Yeah, you're good.
Oh, Mox.
Yeah, look, I only asked this because it's been that issue lately. Don't know what it is, but had to sort of clear the internet something out. So right now, if it works, so it's good. But yeah, obviously, just want to say quickly that everyone that's donated to the flood so far, it's very kind, great gesture. It's been a great sort of live stream so far. Everyone's getting involved and helping out, which is really good. And obviously, no matter how you're involved and everything, no matter what you do for this situation, the floods and everything, or for Nick and his family, as long as you're still involved, as long as you're taking part in some way, that's the main thing, I guess. And it's obviously very special. So congrats to everyone that's sort of played a part so far. It's really good. But I don't want to wait so much longer. But hopefully during the show, Tampa and Fanatics make an appearance. But we will sort of start off with the first topic I've sort of put together. So basically the first one is a bit of a predictions one. I'm going to start off with a bit of predictions actually. So I want to pose a question to you both. what's one club that will go backwards in 2022, and who's one player that had probably like a dull or not great year last year, but will improve this year. So your most improved player basically for this year in your club that goes backwards in 2002, who will take? I'll start with you, CJ.
So my team to go backwards in 2022 is the Newcastle Knights. Obviously, the loss of the utility role of Connor Watson, Mitchell Pearce in that half spot, the leadership that he directs. I think it's going to really come, and Jaden Brayley obviously coming out as well. I think it really comes down to Kalen Ponga's fitness and how he goes, and if he can gel that Knights team together, because he will be the leader for the remainder of the year until Jaden Brayley does come back. So I think Newcastle Knights will go backwards. I don't know how backwards, but I think they will fall out of finals contention. And the other question was my most improved player. Am I correct?
Yep, that's the one.
My most improved player is from the Cronulla Sharks, and his name's Matt Moylan. From all readings, I've heard that he's had an outstanding preseason. His fitness is back on track. Nothing, too clunky. And I think, him being around, leaders like Dale Finucane and Nico Hines and all that, I think he's going to develop his game. And I believe Matt Moylan's going to improve this year.
Yeah, that's a good call, actually. I mean, for me, with Matt Moylan, it all depends on his body because, there's been a couple of years where his body's let him down, So hopefully this year he's sort of trained the house down, or not trained the house down, but hopefully, he's been able to sort of get his body into shape and, sort of stay injury-free, because I guess that's the biggest thing from Moylan is to, stay injury-free and not suffer any more injuries because, he's only 28, 27, so he's still got a couple of years in him, but, injuries have taken most of that 5 or 4 years away from him playing games, I guess. And with Knights as well, I think it's a call. I think Knights will go backwards. Obviously, they don't have a real halfback. There's no real organizer there. So I guess when there's no organizer, the whole team sort of can't replicate any good form. Or sometimes that's the case, but, that's how I see it anyways. If there's no real halfback. So, yeah, a lot of pressure, I guess, on Newcastle. A good call. So Trev, mate, obviously I'm going to ask the same question to you now. Who's your backwards team for this year, and who's your most improved player for 2022?
Yeah, I don't disagree with CJ there. I think it was a pretty good call with Newcastle. I think Titans are going to go backwards as well. Even though they got rid of a few players, I think getting rid of Jamal Fogarty and getting rid of Ash Taylor, whether you like him or not, those two guys that led the team around pretty well. And this year they got sort of rookies in the halves. Another team that's going to go backwards is the Cowboys. I can't see them doing anything at all. They're still well off the track. And you've got Tamalolo. If I'm the Cowboys, I'm letting him go. Let him go. It's too much.
Really?
Let him go. Let him go wherever he wants.
Yeah.
You got still at 6 years or 5 years of this bloke, and you're just trying to put him in cotton wool, and just either sign him up again for 2 years, give him a little bit more money if you want, but give him only 2 years. Give him 1.2 a year for 2 years. You can't keep going.
So
another 5 years at $1 million each.
Would you cut his contract? Not like this.
I'd ask him to renegotiate.
But I think renegotiate a 2-3 year deal. See how it goes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would say I would give him maybe even a little more, like $1.1, $1.2 million a year for those 2 or 3 years that he wanted, but to sort of make up for it. But you can't keep putting him in cotton wool for like years and years and years, waiting for that last couple of years to really flog him like he should be flogged every year. For my most improved player this year, probably Jackson Hastings. I know he's in UK last year, but I think he's come back. He's really matured as a player. I think I've liked him at Manly and the Roosters. I think the only thing that was sort of part of his game that I didn't like was he's a bit of a hog with the ball in the halves and as a 5'8". But I think even seeing him in the trials with the Tigers, I think that's a great buy. I think he's going to be buy of the year.
No, fair call. Just don't want to be on this off-topic stuff too much, but with the Tamalolo situation, it's obviously very interesting because apparently, there could be a time where you might request a release from the Cowboys. It could be all bullshit. We've seen this before. There's always been that sort of talk around that sort of thing where a player might ask for a release, but then, the next hour or so it doesn't come true. But if it was to be true, where do you think you'll end up? I just want to pose that question quickly because I'm obviously very, I guess the Cowboys lose him, it's big because he's been one of their best forwards for the past couple of years, but there has been those times where he has been a bit quiet, I guess, but that injury's kind of disadvantaged him, I say, in a way as well. But, where do you both see Tamalolo even going if he was to leave the Cowboys, just out of interest?
I have no other options but the Redcliffe Dolphins here. I think, that's the current rumor that's going around now that he will request a release from the Cowboys to join the Dolphins. Wayne Bennett with Jason Tamalalo could be very lethal. And obviously, I would say Titans as well, but obviously they got Tino there to fill that position. So, look, if he wants to start, if he wants to be that, face around a franchise to build around, I think the Dolphins would be the perfect option for him.
Yeah, well said, Trev.
Yeah, of course, the Dolphins are the biggest thing. Nick, sorry to tell you, mate. I think they're bottom two no matter what this year, but I think the Dolphins. I think just any sort of premiership contender would instantly be like favorites. Honestly, if you put him at Parramatta, I think that would be perfect. Like anyone really, just anyone. But just you can't I love him. He's a great player, but I think the contract he's on right now is just it's too big for too long. You can't do that for a big forward like that. They don't last forever.
Yeah,
even if you stay at the Cowboys,
especially on a 10-year contract, he was bound to wear out eventually. Yeah.
But the problem is they're too scared to wear him out, so then they don't want to put him in for that long because they're going to wear him out for the following years. It's crazy.
Yeah, it was a risky move, but yeah.
Yeah, it was. But I can agree with those points you made, Trev. Look, for me, just quickly, with Tamalolo, I think, I can't really say or give it, I can't promise if the whole talk's, real or not. Because I think it was from, I think Zero Tackle sort of recorded it, but it came up with staff writers only. So if it only says staff writers, then it's hard to really sort of, trust it.
No one like NRLW or Fox has reported it, so I wouldn't be too.
Yeah. Unless they do something.
Trust what they say either, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, exactly. Yeah. Anyway, look, we'll see what happens with the whole Tamalolo thing. It's obviously very interesting, and that.
Oh, Sam, what's up, Doug?
Hey, ladies and gentlemen. Just quickly, just waiting in the green room. You guys are doing really well. So in the green room, we have two gentlemen that are standing by. First of all, I would very much like to say thank you so much for giving his time up and joining us and helping us in this cause. Firstly, he's a West Tigers fan. Ladies and gentlemen, he is all out Champa. How you going there, bro?
How are we, guys?
Fresh cut and all.
What's up, man?
How are we?
We're good, man.
You're coming in loud and clear. You're coming in loud and clear, mate. It's all good.
That's great.
Second of all, he's a New Zealand Warriors fan. He is Warriors NRL fanatics.
Right here.
There he is.
Hey, man.
How are you, fanatics?
47-second delay.
Gotta love the dodo.
How's everyone going?
Whatever.
Hey, good.
Hey, there it is.
Yes. Good,
Very
mate.
good, man.
Alrighty,
Good.
I'll leave
I'm
you
great.
to it. Bronzo Vids, CJ Moxley, Trev from Shut the Gates, All Out Champa, Warriors NRL Fanatics are taking over for the next hour and a half. Please don't forget to donate. The GoFundMe link is in the description box below. Adios, everybody. I'll be back in about an hour and a half. Thank you very much.
Right. See you, Sam.
Isn't that great, guys? Isn't that great? Well, boys, how are we?
So,
How are we?
All right.
5 days to go. Let's go.
5 days.
All right, well,
It's already here. Only to think that last night I was watching Penrith beat Souths. Already in the 2026 season.
damn, why are you trying to dog Moxley so hard on the chat already?
Did you really just have to do that?
I had to.
Damn.
I had to.
Why are you
but-
trying to make him relive that intercept, bro?
No. Everywhere I go.
oh shit. Look, anyway, no, it's good to have Fanatics and Champa join us. Hope you lads are going well, and it's good to see you again, Champ. It's been a while, and good to see Fanatics here as well. We were just talking about it actually just before on this on the second topic me and Trev and CJ were getting into, and just want to ask you both quickly, just about in particular your one player that you think will go and improve this year, be like one of the most improved players in the comp, and then a team that you think will go backwards. So I'd like to ask just all that Champa quickly in that one. So basically your most improved player for this year, and your club that will go backwards in 2022. Who you got?
Right. Okay. My backwards team for this year, I am going to go with the Newcastle Knights. I don't see any hope in them at all.
Yep.
I feel like Mitchell Pearce is a big loss that I don't think a lot of people are realizing. Kalen Ponga needs to stay injury-free throughout the whole season. That's really who they really have in terms of quality attack. I don't see them going anywhere outside of the bottom four. I do see them being contenders for the spoon. As for an improved player, I am going to be a bit biased here, but I am going to stay Stefano from the West Tigers. I feel like every game he plays, he just gets better and better, and I feel like he is going to be a contender for Origin this season. It might sound a bit hard to believe to some people, but I do feel like that's in his future. Every time I see him run, I just see a man who's just not afraid to just hit the line at full pelt and just worry the defenders, and that's what you need in a forward. That's going to lift up a team, especially a team where the Tigers, they don't have a lot of players who can lift them up. I feel like Stefano can be that player, and that's going to be my most improved player for this season.
Say his last name.
Tokamanu.
I always try to avoid saying his last name because I really have a problem saying those Polynesian names. It's really hard for me to say, but Stefano Ukatamanu. That's my best.
That's tough.
Best attempt.
Oh, CJ, John Moxley is gone.
Sorry, I don't know what happened to Moxley there. Yeah, where Moxley's gone, I don't know, but hopefully he's back soon. And yeah, I guess I'll ask you now, Warriors and NRL Fanatics. So basically, your most improved player for the year and your backwards club for 2022. Who are you tipping?
I'm going to go with someone on the West. Yeah, I'm going to go
my bad boys. I'm going
to say Wade Egan. Yeah, why not? I'm going to go with a bit of a different player out of nowhere. I think. Next team, I'll probably say Newcastle as well. I just think Newcastle with no Brayley and that, and that's a big loss for them. So, and I've known Mitchell Pearce as well. So yeah,
you've been talking of Wade Egan.
Wade Egan is a player that I think will improve for the Warriors.
He's going to be starting 5'8". I'll start hooker.
Yep.
Yeah, starting hooker.
I don't know about Wade Egan.
A long-term hooker. I think he'll be starting hooker for sure. Yep.
You think so? Because what's your hooker depth?
Yeah, back very tough. We don't have any options.
Well, he better be good then.
No, fair enough.
Got all I wanted out of that.
Yeah. Yep. All right, just quickly, mate. I'm going to ask about just on Wade Egan quickly. Do you think Wade Egan will sort of crack any chance of a top 10 sort of hooker category this year? He's been around for a couple of years now. Do you think he's ever going to get to that sort of point where he maybe, improve as a player a lot more and might be in that top 10 sort of category for hookers? Do you ever see that, Fanatics?
Well, having a 4-pack, I think having a good 4-pack is going to, and you've got Sean, very important. Sean Johnson, top 10. Well, stay injury free and be consistent every week in NRL. So possibly, it's possibility, but wait and see what happens. Personally, from my point of view.
Yeah, we'll just see. I think we've been on the first topic for long enough now, so I think it's safe to say we'll move on. Right. So next one I put together is actually one about the Sharks, and it's basically just obviously they've got a lot of options to play in the halves this year. Braden Trindle's obviously an option, but he's obviously suspended and that. But they've got Moylan, Hines, and Metcalf, I believe, as well. So without any of them being suspended or injury free, who would you say at full strength would be their best halves combination? Obviously, there's a lot of options there. I'll get into mine in a second, who I believe, but I'll ask Trev this time on who he thinks. So, yeah, mate, like just basically, who do you think would be? Who's your best Sharks? Halves combination. Like the best, obviously the best one in your opinion, and that. Just want to hear your thoughts quickly.
Yeah, I don't think it's even a really big discussion. I think it has to be Hines and Moylan. Assuming Moylan stays fit, I think like he's better than Trindle at this point of his career. I think Trindle's a fine player, but his defense can sometimes get a bit off, and I just don't think he's up to the level he can play halfback or 5'8" for 25 weeks in a row or 26 next year and take them into the finals. I think Moylan is a key player for them, and I don't think they'll work as well without him.
Yeah, nicely said. Do you think Luke Metcalf will make a spot or win a spot in the team at all this year, like anywhere?
He'll probably play New South Wales Cup most of the year unless there's an injury. Moylan may get injured 3 minutes into the first round. Who knows? He may be injured warming up. He kicks a goal and his leg falls off. So he could be playing the whole year for all we know. But I think he'll just be grinding away this year in New South Wales Cup unless he's called upon. I think Trindle is fine at 14 unless they want to put Connor Tracy there.
Yeah, there's a bit of options actually because Tracy's been talked about as a jersey 14, but I believe he's going to start in the centres. So what Sharks do with those players would be interesting to see. All that Champa. Who's your sort of take for the best halves combination in your opinion for the Sharks? Who would you pick?
I would have to agree with Trev. I think Nico Hines and Matt Moylan is a good option because Nico Hines is still fairly young. He could use the experience and the veteran mind of Matt Moylan to help him guide around, especially in a halves combination. I do feel like they would look to best starting halves. Got to be Matt Moylan and Nico Hines. I'm really excited to see how Nico Hines performs at the Sharks. He's really been talked upon a lot, and I'm keen to see how they go. Everyone's tipping them for a top paid, and some people are even tipping them for top 4. So it's going to be real interesting how the halves live up to all that hype. But I would have to say Nico Hines and Matt Moylan for my halves combination.
It's a real shame they couldn't keep Sean Johnson as well because I think Nico Hines and Sean Johnson would have been dynamic.
That would have been really good. Especially if they had Sean Johnson, but I reckon Matt Moylan could do well. Sean Johnson, he'll give his magic to the Warriors again.
Sorry, just to ask quickly as well, Champa. If it's true, like if they're going to start the season off like that, apparently Nico Hines is going to start a halfback. Now, I'm sort of against it. I don't think Hines personally, starting halfback. He's not an organizer to me. A running player who plays what's in front of him. I don't think him having the responsibility of organising is going to help too much. I might be proven wrong. Like in all means, I might be proven wrong when I say it. But just for you, what do you think about it? Like, do you think it's do you think it's right? Is it an organizer, or what do you think about that? Hines halfback. Are you there? I don't think Champ is responsive. Hello?
No. It's not responsive.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Yeah, that's better. That's better. All right. Did you hear my question? I asked before. Or?
Yes. No.
No, that's all right. Sorry. It happens. More. I was just saying, Hines apparently might be starting a halfback, and apparently I'm a little bit against it because, like I said, I don't think he's an organizer. I don't think he's really a player that should have the responsibility of organising a team around. I think he's more of a running player that plays what's in front of him personally, but maybe I'm saying that. But what do you think about it? Him being more of an organising player, more of a role.
Well, it's alright if you don't think he's an organizer. That's why I think Matt Moylan should be combining with him to help him around, give him that experience to lead a side. Because I reckon Matt Moylan, he's a leader in his own right. and Nico Hines could really learn a lot from Matt Moreland, and he can learn to control a team and to lead them around. And the gift about Nico Hines is, like, he can play anywhere. He can play in the halves, or if you want to throw him back in fullback. So if halves isn't the position for him, there's always the back line. But I reckon keep him in halfback, see what he can do. That's I feel like it's a great position for him.
Yeah, well said. Well said. I hope I'm proven wrong in saying that I don't think he'll do well as an organizer, but we'll see. I mean, he looked all right in that trial, but it's a trial. Can't judge too much on that. So CJ, may I ask you now your thoughts on it? So who do you personally believe is your best halves combination for the Sharks?
I'm going to go off the boys. I'm going to say Hines and Moylan. Obviously, Moylan will be the game manager at the halfback. I think the perfect balance of veteran and not so much rookie, but more so like a prodigy. I think he can learn a lot of Moylan. Now, I know Moylan's, injury prone, yada, yada, yada. But, when you think about it, Moylan, he's been around long enough to know what he's doing there. He knows, he's going to be a good manager to Hines, I reckon. But obviously the concern is the fitness. But in my opinion, I think the two, they'll fit. It's just more so about Moylan's fitness, like I've said. I was very high on Trindle and Moylan at the start. Trindle and Hines, my bad. But after that showing in the All-Stars, I'm not really too high on it anymore. But, yeah, I'd go with Moylan and Hines just because, the balance of veteran and prodigy, in my opinion.
Well said. Trindle, do you think he's going to, at all, as a permanent half at all? Like, say, for example, injury suspension and he comes in as a replacement, do you think he's ever going to be able to sort of hold his place in the team in the halves? Because I think everyone originally was saying that, he would be the guy.
He was the original pick, though. He should be able to solidify a spot with Hines at one point in the year. And I think, depending on what Fitzgibbon really thinks, when round 3 comes around, when Trindle's back, I probably think that they'll go with that.
Yeah, well said. Well said. And I'll start lastly with Warriors and NRL Fanatics. I know Fanatics hates the Sharks. He hates them with a passion, I believe. I'll try and hopefully I get the good answer out of nonetheless. But yeah, Fanatics. Who would you personally pick as your halves pairing for the Sharks? Like, do you agree with the rest of what the lads have said, or will you go somewhere different?
The Fanatics. I think the Dodo's kicked in again.
Dodo's got him.
It's got Fanatics. The Dodo's got him. That damn bird.
Yeah.
Fuck.
That's all right. Good.
We'll give him time.
All right. I think. Okay, 5 seconds. Let's see. 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, forget it. Hopefully, he comes back soon though. Yeah. All right. Well, I guess we might be on there. So, there's one. Okay. Okay. So, all right. This is okay. So, Nick said before we wanted to see a bit of a heated debate. This might be the first one where we might have a bit of debate. We'll see. I don't know, but I guess it is going to be. I guess we'll all have sort of a different opinion on it, on that. But yeah, it's actually interesting because this has been talked about the last couple of days or so about the Australian halfback. So obviously they're saying that, there's Nathan Cleary, there is Daly Cherry Evans up there as well as, the Australian halfback and everything. So basically it's sort of a debate whether who would you pick, Cleary or DCE. I know it makes sense to pick Cleary based on form, but I guess DCE's experience, he's been there, done it before. So it's very interesting to see who they will go with as the Australian halfback and everything. But yeah, I just want to hear what you all think about that because it is a very interesting thing to talk about, and obviously it is going to be talked about in round 1 in particular. And Manly do play Penrith. It's going to be all the hype. If he does play though, if Cleary does play, that's what we talked about. The debate for the Australian halfback. CJ, I'll start with you. So, in your opinion, who would you go as the Kangaroos halfback? Would it be DCE or Cleary for you, bro, and why?
If I was the selector, I would go with Nathan Cleary. Look, Daly Cherry Evans has had his time. He's done well, but You know, I think it's a more thing of like passing of a torch moment. Nathan Cleary's young. He's in the best form of his career. He's just come off a premiership. And I think him sliding to that role now would be very beneficial for him. As I said, Daly Cherry Evans had his time in the sun, but now I think it's time for the new generation like Nathan Cleary to come in and, start playing for Kangaroos, and it'll benefit the Kangaroos more than it'll benefit Nathan Cleary, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well said. Well said. Trev, who would you say would be your pick as the Kangaroos halfback, in your opinion?
I don't think it should be a debate at all. I think Nathan Cleary is the best player, one of the best players in the world, best halfback in the world by far at the moment. DC, is he top 5 or is he carried by Turbo? That's what I reckon. Who cares if you got experience to play for Australia? Australia win all the time, except when they lose once every 3 years because they're just like they put out half-assed team. Who cares? Like Nathan Cleary, easily the best player, easily best halfback in the world right now. I don't understand why it's even a debate right now. Like when has DC even been good for Australia? When's he been good for Queensland?
Oh, here we go.
That is true. DC Queensland has not been the best.
Oh no, he's been good before. He's been good before
with people around him, but he's never really been good. Like it's never been. Oh, geez, thank God DC was playing. He carried us that game. Never.
Yeah, righto. All right. Anyway, I'll get back to you on that one. All that Champa, your pick.
Look, I think the debate is just going to be us three against you, Pro Enzo, because I agree. Nathan Cleary, he's the best halfback in the world for a reason. You got to have him in there. All right. There's a reason why he towers over every single other halfback. You have Nathan Cleary, and then you have every single other halfback. It's just how it is. It's just how the game is. It's like Tommy, the rest of the other fullbacks. That's what I believe. DCE, he's good. He's definitely not top 5. And I don't think... I mean, it's true. When was the last time we watched a representative game that had DCE in it, and we sat back in our seats and just thought, wow, what the hell was that? That was amazing. When was the last time we actually did that?
I'm genuinely trying to think.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, exactly. No, he's a passenger in every game he plays these days. Like, he's fine. He's a good backup player. He gets assists. Like, Turbo assists him for tries.
That just says not right there.
His effort.
His effort. He's a halfback. He's never played the game. He plays the whole game. He manages the game.
He does that, yeah. What else? He does that for Queensland.
Managing the game for Manly is pass it to Turbo and let him do it. It's like a Jared Hayne 2009, 2014.
How do you rate DCE when he was playing for Queensland? Do you think he was good at all, or do you think he could have improved a lot?
Who are you talking to?
Well, look, I mean, he's the halfback, so obviously. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, well, look, he's the halfback, so obviously there's responsibility on him to do so much. But, I don't think he ever was anything terrible. I mean, he could have done better, I guess, in some games he did play. Obviously, could have done a bit more since Queensland, have lost, pretty big games actually to New South Wales as of late. So I guess him being the captain and everything, he needs to sort of put his hand up and do a bit. But, he hasn't ever been terrible, I don't believe. I don't believe when people say he's been terrible. I think he's been in the game. He's kicks have been okay. I can't see him, he didn't make any errors hardly. Never injured. So you can't fault the attitude and what he does. But, I guess at the same time, you can somewhat agree he needs to do a bit more. But, I can't think, that, he's terrible or anything like that, because I can't agree with that really. But we've all got an opinion, and this is why I bring it up, because obviously everyone's different on what we think about this. But yeah, it's good to talk about it. But look, I'm not going to be biased like some people, because it's obviously very obvious that I'll be going with Cleary as well. Not because you lads have said that, but I think Cleary is just it's his game now. He's obviously younger, it's his to really lose. I think so. It's fair for Cleary to be there, but look, with DCE, he's always been he's a good player. He's a great player actually. He's a goat. He's a goat. I reckon he's a goat. So
he's the reason Queensland lost the series.
I guess
broke his arm.
Goat.
No, I can't agree with that. it's a 13-man team effort.
But you said he's a halfback. He has to lead him around.
I do think Munster was the better halves in that series, in my opinion.
He was.
Which series?
And when Behan came on, he was.
Munster, yeah, Munster was great, but that just shows how bad DCE was.
Well, I might have said that he's the halfback and leads them around, but like, what's he got? I mean, we saw that the Queensland forward pack dominated, so if they get dominated, what's he going to have to play off the back of? You know, like there's not much for him to really play on the back of if the forward pack's being dominated. That was the issue. I mean, yeah, like I said, he could have done a bit more, but it doesn't help when the other guys around him don't replicate any good form. So that's what I'm trying to get the point across. But we'll see what happens this year. But yeah, I can't actually say he's bad.
Since we're on the top of Australia and national teams, I've actually wanted to bring this up as well. I don't know if this still gets talked about a lot, but it was talked about highly during Origin season. When Origin players play for State of Origin, should they only play for Australia? Because that got talked about a lot last year with Jerome Luai and Brian Toto.
Yeah, I don't think
saying that they pledge their allegiance to Samoa. So if you play for Origin, Blues or Maroons, should that mean you only play for Australia? What do you guys think?
Yeah, definitely.
Now that I think in depth into it, I think, because if you're going to play for an Australian state, you should be playing for the country and representing it as well, in my opinion, that is.
Not from New South Tonga.
Yeah.
From New South Wales.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, I just want to say quickly, that obviously the system with the whole eligibility stuff needs a bit of an overhaul, I believe, because, it's been an issue for many years, let's face it. There hasn't been, the NRL could do a lot better with where players can play or where this player can play or who he can represent and stuff like that. So I do agree with that question, Champa, but it needs an overhaul the whole eligibility system because it's obviously badly out of shape. It's badly run. So, no doubt. Needs to change. In the chat, Nick from Australia says, sorry, go Champa.
I was just going to say, what I always thought the State of Origin was, to me, it's a preview of Australia's best, the best that Australia can offer in State of Origin. You look at those players, you look at players who can contend for a spot in the national side. And now we have all these other players who can, you have Daniel Tupou, who was in the Blues and now he was playing for Tonga. And then, you've got Jerome Luai and Brian Toho that say they pledge their allegiance to Samoa. I reckon if you want to play State of Origin, it means you play for Australia because those games, I feel like it shows Australia's best. And if you want to play for another country, go play for another country. But the State of Origin is for it's for people who play for Australia. It's that simple. It's always been that way, and it should never be changed. Not to
do what Andrew Fafita does. He played for New South Wales and Australia, and then he's like, oh, you know what? Like I've reached that. Now I want to try and represent my home country or his family's country. But
to be fair, he did kind of cheat that really good, eh?
Yeah.
So I'm completely fine with that. Like if you want to say nah, I don't want to play New South Wales or State of Origin anymore, and I want to go, that's fine.
Yeah, it's in your own right to do that.
Yeah,
exactly.
Because you can't take back the caps, but
exactly.
But
no, you can't.
Fanatics joining in 30 seconds. His first talking will be in 2.5 minutes.
So what were you saying, Proenzo, about a comment that Nick said?
Oh, yeah, sorry, before I cut you out, I'm sorry. Just Nick in the chat says, I'd love to hear some top 8 predictions and see where we're all different. Well, I'll do that at the end, actually. Like when it's about
it's about the end, mate. Here he is. Where's his camera?
Yeah.
Or is that me?
Fanatics, back.
No, the lights are turned off.
I can't see. Okay, so it's not just me.
Camera on, Fanatics?
Fanatics, turn the light on, bro. It's a bit too dark out.
There he is.
Oh,
can't see ya.
Oh, there we go.
You give the bloke a chance and look what happens.
Unfortunately, Dodo kills him in the arse. Dodo, what a bitch.
Nothing to do but move on, I guess.
Yeah.
It's the internet that dies.
We'll see. we'll see when he's back seriously, but I don't know. Yeah, so I guess we'll move on to the next topic now. We'll do the top 8 predictions at the end, I think, when it's a bit more closer to the podcast segment ending. But yeah, this is just based on more predictions. I guess this is also very interesting to talk about because everyone's talking about this as well. It's been sort of talking for us, well, it's a talking every year basically before the starts. Everyone talks about the coach and everything. Well, I'd like to ask, who do you think would be the first NRL coach sacked of 2022? Now, there's a lot of people up there that I could think of that are a chance, but I'd like to hear what you all three think quickly. So I'll start with All Out Champions. Start with this one. Start with you first. So, bro, who do you think will be the first coach sacked? I mean, well, there's a lot of options. So, give your opinion and just why. Like, why do you think? You think it happened?
Honestly, I might say Todd Payton from the Cowboys. I want to say that honestly, I have no hope for the Cowboys, and I just feel like his decisions in terms of attack, not giving Tamalolo enough game time is ridiculous. He's their best forward for a reason. I just feel like he's just not a good coach. It's just plain and simple. He has little to no experience as an NRL coach, only with the little stint he did with the Warriors. But look, Todd Payton, there's not much I can say. He's just not a good coach. He's not inspiring. I don't feel like the players get inspired when they're with Todd Payton, and I just feel like he's got to go. He's just not a good coach. I feel like the Cowboys can do so much better in finding a better coach than Todd Payton.
Yeah, do you think the whole Jason Tamalolo situation plays an impact on why he might leave? Because obviously he's not happy with him being there at the same time. So, like, do you think it plays a part, like, in your opinion?
Oh, when your best player in your team's not happy with your coach, that's obviously a huge issue, I reckon. And you look at who's more valuable to keep, Todd Payton or Jason Tamalolo. It's not even a conversation to have. Todd Payton needs to go, I reckon.
I would say it is. Because I want to get rid of Tamalolo from the Cowboys.
Oh, really?
I want to get rid of his contract. I think he's a great player, but I think his contract's shit. Shit for the Cowboys. He's going to lounge around for the next 4 years. So,
but would the Cowboys want to let go of Tamalolo?
But I think it's better to rip the Band-Aid and get rid of him.
It's a huge loss.
Huge loss. They're already in the bottom. It doesn't matter. They're already at the bottom.
Where would Tamalolo go?
Dolphins.
Yeah, we talked about this earlier about like Dolphins and things earlier, but it's you don't spend $1 million on a forward like that.
He's already getting rumored to go there.
That's true.
You seen all the...
He's still locked into that contract.
Yeah.
Huge.
To be fair, that's the worst roster in the NRL. I think it's a joke of a roster.
Was that the Cowboys?
Yeah, the Cowboys. They have Drinkwater, Townsend, the same player. Townsend and Dearden, the same player, and then you got Drinkwater there. He's the shittest player I've ever seen, and he's and there's it's terrible. It's terrible. The only person they've even got to good there, Val Holmes, overpaid, overrated. The Hammer is twice the player Val is at fullback. It's the worst roster. It's the worst list on the NRL.
Well, you got a fair point then saying that, I guess, because I've got for the wooden spoons, so that reflects in pretty much what I think anyway. But yeah, Trev, just want to ask you now, who do you think would be the first coach sacked in 2022?
If this was 2 days ago, I would have said Kevy Walters because he is the worst coach in the NRL. But he's obviously been signed for another year. But it's also Brad Arthur, terrible. Get rid of him. I wish he was gone. But I think the first one that will be sacked, I think the Knights coach. I think what's his name?
Adam O'Brien.
Adam O'Brien. He's got too many excuses. Really? He doesn't take ownership for his team. When has he ever said, "Yeah, the boys just weren't good enough this week"? Sorry, the grass wasn't long enough to play this week. Every week. That's him.
Just talk Adam O'Brien.
Like people were saying, Maguire. But they'll give him a year with Tim Sheens. I wouldn't even be surprised if the Warriors start off well. Nathan O'Brien gets the old tap on the shoulder. Nathan Brown gets a tap on the shoulder. You know, there's plenty of options out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I think Brown is an option as well, actually. That's a good call. Now, CJ, I'll ask you this question as well. First coach back in 2022 and why?
I'm going to go basic and go with Todd Payton as well. I'm going to give him about 8 weeks. I do think that the killer blow will be the game against the Roosters at the SCG. Obviously, it's not a game to expect to win, but if they go 0-4, then that's where panic sirens really start to come in. You know, obviously, with the tension between him and Tamalalo is going to play a part in it. And yeah, I think Steve Georgalis will probably come in for the remainder of the year and still goes on from there. But I'm going to go for Todd Payton to be sacked by round 7.
What does that fix for the Cowboys?
I guess it's just a thing. I don't think it really fixes anything. I think it's just more so they're just bringing an interim, really.
But who's out there to coach them?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, obviously you got Shane Flanagan, I guess. You got Christian Wolf from St. Helens who might come back to Australia. There's a couple options out there. Maybe Jason Riles, the assistant from Sydney Roosters.
They won't let him go. He just got to the Roosters. No way they're letting him go.
It's a thing where
that's what I'm saying. Like, we can say that coaches are going to be sacked all the time, but who replaces them?
That's something
there's no good coaches out there besides Shane Flanagan, and I'm praying Parramatta sack Brad Arthur so we can get him.
Well,
maybe Cowboys can have Brad Arthur, right?
Yeah,
they can have him. They can have him as much as they want.
Flanagan
as well.
Good luck to him.
Take his son as well.
They can have his son. That'll be 4 useless halfbacks they've got.
Yeah. Well, look, I think I'm going to agree with most of you. I think Todd Payne definitely in life for a sec. On my show here, I did do my prediction, and he was, in there as my first coach sacked for 2022. I just get a feeling that the sort of environment is not good when he's there. I just think it's unhealthy what things have been building up there. I just think you go from Tamalolo and how Payne used Tamalolo for like the minutes he was on. I guess Tamalolo doesn't like that and everything. So it all started from really there, I think, and Cowboys losing as well because for the last couple of years Cowboys have been bottom 4 like 4 in a row or something. So
yeah,
they're not really getting any much change or anything. Any better than Todd Payne being there, they've already gone for that. Yeah, go.
I think that's where they come in with Chad Townsend and think that he's the one to basically, lead that, team around. Whether he does or not is yet to be seen, but I think that's where he's been involved in.
Chad Townsend's not a game-changing player. I think we can all agree on that.
No, I don't think he is, but I think that's what they're bringing in for management direction in the halves, especially.
Direction, yes, but if you want a halfback that can win games. It's not Chad Townsend.
Direction, but who goes through the direction? Who scores the tries?
No. It's to a point where it's that much of a factor I have no answer for.
I'll just sack the whole Cowboys. Sack them all. The list is terrible. It doesn't work.
Well, I mean, just on Chad Townsend, he's getting paid $800K a season. He's not an $800K player at all. Like, there's no way he should be getting that much pay. And because I just think he is getting older. He's impacting the games. He's impacting games listening as well. So I think it was a bit overpaid. Like, I think he could overpay somewhat with that money getting, but he's there for 3 years now. So good on him with the money and getting that.
The Broncos
for a while,
are paying less.
We'll see how it goes because
they are too, eh? Well,
I guess $750 a season.
That's the funny.
I guess you can just see how desperate the Cowboys are making deals like that. They just want to be back in the top 8. But where they going?
I think it's just a thing where we're going to go through it. They're willing to take risks.
I really want to know how Nick and Sam feel about.
It's just one of those things. I think I think what I will say quickly is when there's a coach in trouble, then that there's always a chance where they could be sacked. I look at Payne, for example. I think he's the top one out of all of them. I think Nathan Brown's in trouble, especially with the squad Warriors have. This is why I wish Fanatics was here because I can talk to them about this, or we all can. And the Warriors have a very good squad on paper. They've got a very good forward pack. Their back line's not bad either, but if they can't really, compete this year and all that, I know that they're, not based in New Zealand. Obviously, that's tough enough, but they've been in Australia for what, like 3 years or something. So they've probably adjusted to the lifestyle by now. You think they've adjusted by now to the lifestyle and everything, so that can't be really an excuse anymore. So, it does come down to Brown as a coach, because the last time he actually took a team to the finals was, what, 2006 or 2009? Was it the last time he took a team to the finals? That's a very long time. So,
How are we still not talking about Adam O'Brien? How are we still not talking about Adam O'Brien if everyone's predicting the Knights to go horrible this year? This is underachieving Knights for 4 years in a row now.
Well, yeah, that's the thing.
They'll use the excuse of injury.
Every coach has injuries.
But look, you can't use that, I guess, either.
Obviously,
well, I guess we. Yeah. Sorry, you go.
No, I was going to say, and obviously with Pierce's departure, it's going to be tough, but I don't think he should be sacked just yet.
They let him go. They chose to let him go.
I know. But I think just keep him around for this year, and if they can't improve in any way in 2023, because we haven't seen how they've gone yet, but obviously it's predicted that they'll fall down.
Yeah, but we don't know how any team's gone yet, and everyone's predicted the Knights to go backwards heavily. So we have to be looking at the coach who's coaching the team that's going backwards heavily.
Yeah, that's right. Very interesting to see how it all goes. Now I'm just trying to find more topics because I only listed at 5 actually, so I will come up with a couple in my head. But is there anything that you guys want to talk about at all before I come up with more for the next couple of minutes? That you want to talk about for the time?
What's a good topic to talk about?
I should have organised this a bit better actually. A bit more, but my bad. All right then. Yeah. All right. How about this? In the chat, the Manly rep says the NRL draft, and I think this is something we can talk about actually, because I think that we've all got different thoughts about it, or we might actually. So, I'm gonna be honest. The NRL draft confuses me actually. It really does confuse me in some way. I just don't get it. I know in other sports they use a draft for stuff, but if it works in the NRL, I'm really not sure. But if anyone has an idea what the draft could be really used for in the NRL, go right ahead, because I honestly have no idea. I don't.
If someone can explain what
I really just think it's for development.
Well, I can say in the AFL, I'm pretty sure. Maybe I'm wrong. Tell me, chat, if I'm wrong. But in the AFL, everyone that's coming off contract, they go onto the draft and they set their own price. So, like, say a player wants $800K a year, $800K. He goes onto the draft, and then say the Cowboys. The Cowboys, they want that player that's 800. They have to pay the 800K. They can pick him first, and it just goes up from there. Like, say Cowboys, Sharks, they pick 1 and 2. They can pick that first player if they want, or they can pick another player that's chose their own price on the list.
So it's like a bid. Is that what you're saying? Like a bid?
No. Well, they put their own prices up.
Yeah.
Like, say you've got 10 players. One's $1 million. Like, say Val Holmes puts himself up at $1 million, and then another player like William Zillman, the old Titans fullback, comes back and says, "I want $200,000 a year." And then you've got all these players on the list. And then you've got, say, the Cowboys who come last year, the Dogs.
Yeah.
They get first pick. Who do they want in the draft? Do they want this guy? They want to pay him $1 million a year, Val Holmes, or would they rather go like another person on the list? They can choose whoever they want.
All right.
They have to pay them that price.
Yeah, that's kind of how it works, really. Yeah.
So, and then it's not like the American draft. We don't have the college system or anything like that. I'm pretty sure there is like a rookie system in the AFL as well, but I'm not sure how that works. Where do they pick from? I don't know. But I'm pretty sure that's how the AFL use their system, and that's why you see so many trades in the AFL before, because they don't want to be put on that draft to be traded to someone that they traded to a team that picked up by a team they don't want to go to.
Okay.
So does that make sense? I don't know.
It does.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Would that work in the NRL?
It's just complicated because it's such a new thing to do.
So technically, I guess who doesn't have a Ben Barber, if he was allowed to play, put on that list right now, and $200,000 a year. And if I'm the Cowboys, maybe give him another shot.
So if they can match that price, they get him.
Well, if they don't get the haggle the price, that's the price.
All right, yeah, I get what you're saying now. But yeah,
Maybe I'm wrong. If I'm wrong,
that
tell
could
me.
that could
That's
work.
my understanding.
That could work. Just more so.
But that means you've got to allow trades as well.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna. You're gonna have to allow, like, maybe player swaps and all that type of stuff.
Yeah.
Like this merry-go-round.
That's right. But that's how
Yeah.
my understanding
Yeah,
is. So, but a lot of the time in the AFL, they normally go where they want to go because the other team would rather trade them and get something back for them than they would rather let them go on the free agency list.
Yeah, you're correct.
How
Yeah,
about
no, I think-
a transfer window like they do within football? Would that work?
Sorry, what's that? Sorry?
Transfer window, yeah.
The transfer window needs to change in the NRL.
Like what they,
I think it needs to be. Definitely. You should have state of origin period. That's what's that, 10 weeks. You've got 6 weeks in that, 4 to 6 weeks in that origin period, and that's when you make all your trades or whatever. And then that's closed up. That's your team for the next 10 weeks going into finals, the final system, and then the day after grand final is when the trade system goes on for a month. All the free agency system goes on for a month. You can't sign to the next year until that time. That's what I think.
I
like the NBA system.
Yeah.
So you've got a 6 week period.
Going to another team.
Yeah, you've got a 6 week period.
Players who are going to another team. Yeah. Go on.
But free agencies can be picked up anytime because if they've been cut or whatever, they can go to any team at any time.
Yeah, I reckon players who are going to another team next year but still playing for their team, it just doesn't seem right. It's never seemed right for me. You know what I mean?
Like Brandon Smith, will he go well this year at Storm?
Exactly. Like,
okay.
Say for instance, if you did that in the Premier League, like say if you're a player in Manchester United, but you're going to Man City next year, but you're still playing for Manchester United throughout that whole season, it wouldn't sit right. And I'd have to.
No, it doesn't sit right. That's like the Craig Wing thing back in 2008, I believe, when he announced that he was going to South. Yeah.
When he went to South, that's right. Even James Maloney, when he signed out a year and a bit, when he was at the Warriors, and then he went to the Roosters.
Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah, that's why I think a transfer window does need to be activated in the preseason of NRL. Yeah,
that's right. And the reason why they don't do that at the moment is because they say that 6 to 8 weeks isn't enough time for them to move. It's plenty of time to move if you've you're getting paid at least 120 grand. That's the lowest you can be paid. So you got enough time. People move in quicker time than that for jobs a lot less paid lot less paid than that.
Yeah, now that I think about it, I'd like to see it.
And it hypes up. It hypes it up instead of having.
It's a very interesting debate, I guess. Yeah, look, I think that makes a bit more sense now in hearing that because I've never really been on the whole drafting up until a couple of weeks ago. But I guess getting a bit more understanding on it all, it can work, I guess, in some way. But what I also think of it is, just depends what player moves where. Just depends on the whole moving thing. Like Sydney to where, like Queensland. Just you get what I mean. The whole moving sort of part, I guess, plays a bit of a role as well. That's another thing I guess you got to consider sometimes, but it all gets worked out. I guess either way. But yeah, that was actually good to talk about. Actually, that was interesting. I'm all about the draft. I can send the chat. Actually, Warriors NRL Fanatics is fuming about the internet. He's been he's angry about the internet.
He's on the phone. He'll only have a 9-hour wait to talk to one of their prompters.
He's a good man,
the internet. It's unlucky.
I got something here. What do you guys think about the final system right now? Are you happy with the final system?
I'm happy with it.
You happy with it?
But
what if I say something? I'm not gonna say. I don't know if I agree with this or not. But what about if you had the top 4 teams, like say number 1, like you have top 8 obviously, but you have the number 1 gets to pick who they want to play in the finals. Number 2 gets to pick whoever's left. Number 3 gets to pick whoever's there left, and then the 4 and 5 4 gets whoever's left.
That is interesting to say.
It's interesting.
Actually.
But I don't
So,
know
like,
how I'd like it.
You don't want to verse like say like we'll say 2009. 2009. Parramatta come off at eight wins to go into the finals. Then they have to verse, I think, St. George in the first week of the finals. But if St. George, because it was 8-1, it was 1 versus 8 that time. Would St. George would never have picked Parramatta at that time.
No.
They would who would they pick though, you know? So they can pick someone else. What do you think about that?
It's interesting because it gives the top 8, it gives the top 4 teams to look at who's in the bottom.
That's right.
And just think, well, okay, who's the team who's flopped their way into the top 8? We'll just take on them. Gives us still time to prepare ourselves for the better teams. It's an interesting system to come up with, but I feel like it's going to cause a lot of backlash to some of the fans who know that their team's going to get picked because of how shit they are from much better teams, and they'll feel like they won't get a chance.
Yeah, but at the same time, like if you feel like you're that shit, should you really even be like hopeful that you're gonna win anyway? You know,
it's a good point.
Yeah, like the Titans and Knights last year, they were making up the numbers.
Yeah, that's just.
I know they come within a whisker of beating the Chooks, but they weren't making it much further than the second week anyway.
They lost more than they won, so it's like I really just feel make up the numbers on.
So
yeah,
I do. Nick's saying he loves the old McIntyre system, which is 1v8, 2v7, 3v6, 4v5, which is fine. But at the same time, there's no advantage really for the team 3 and 4 because they can be knocked out. You've made that whole year just to be knocked out because team 5 beat you. So it's the way they do it now is good, but at the same time, nobody from the top 4 loses. Like they always win.
Basically. I like how it is now, but if there was a change, I wouldn't mind it. Because the challenges that come along with it as well. So.
Night Shift just saying that Brad Parker's the best player in the NRL. Listen, I don't mind him.
Yeah, I agree. He's probably top try scorer next year. So this year.
The old red nut himself. He's he's a good player. Not the best player in the NRL, but he's good.
What do you mean, bro? Next to more.
I feel like they should have kept Sully instead of Brad Parker.
Who's that? Sorry.
They should have kept Moses Sully. No, he's a much better player.
Well, I like Sully as well. I think he's going to be good for the Dragons.
He'll be great for the Dragons. A defense obviously needs a bit of work.
The defense needs it.
Put him in the back row already. Just hard to move him there.
I reckon back row. I reckon he's just too big and slow for the outside. I mean,
everybody needs. Like I'm actually going to compliment the Cowboys here, Nick. So listen up. It's one of the last times I'll do it. They had the perfect left side back when JT was playing. They had him onto Gavin Cooper. Gavin Cooper Bailey would have been a great player if he didn't have JT inside him. But that pass that would always go into the score try, that revolutionized the game. You can see it now. It happens every single week. But you need a strong second row. That's why we have Isaiah Papali'i at Parramatta, even though he's going to the Tigers. Congratulations, but great job, all that Champa. But that's why everyone has a really strong second row now. And I think second row is one of the most important positions on the field.
Yeah, the defense in the outside backs, like in the backs, I think it was just too quick for Sully's pace defense, and that's why he wasn't really as defensively, ready for it. In my opinion, that is.
The thing is, Sully can't defend though. Like Manly, I would agree he can't defend in the centres, but at the same time, there's a lot less decisions if you're playing 1 or 2 in at back rower.
It's still an outside position, the back row position. So he's going to.
It is, but you're not making that same decision as you're not making that same decision as a centre whether to go in, come out, and you don't have to speed up to try and crunch the guy as well. Because if you crunch the guy and he's passes already, rest in peace to that defensive line. So, yeah, and obviously Piripi, spot on. Tom Trbojevic is the best fullback in the NRL at the moment.
Good old Tommy.
So, okay, well,
certainly
I
makes DC
look good, doesn't he? Parker Sully stuff.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, all right.
Go ahead, Pronzo.
So just with the Parker Sully, with the Sully Parker stuff, I've said this a couple of times on like my podcast, the Breakdown podcast, and all that. There's a couple of people who disagree with me picking Parker over Sully and stuff like that, but the reason why I do sort of prefer Parker either way is because the thing is, Parker's, a bit more. Well, I don't know what's the right word. He's a bit more committed, I'd say, because with Sully, right? It's not, I'm not saying he's not committed, but he doesn't give that same effort as Parker does per game. You know what I mean? Like, I think Sully's good for a couple of games, like he's in and out of the game, but he's never consistent. And with Parker, he's not the greatest player, but he's a player that just gives 100%. You know what you'll get from Parker. Obviously, defends well. Obviously, he's always there to make a tackle and everything, but I guess it's his speed and his attack, and that's the funny thing, Obviously, Sully's attack's better than Parker's, and obviously Parker's defense is better than Sully's. But it's funny actually how it all is. But, it's just that I think Parker's just suits Manly a bit better. Possibly, maybe that's why I'm really backing Parker's because he suits team probably a bit better in that sort of way. But I'm not hating on Sully. I think Sully will go well for the Dragons, so I hope he goes well. Hopefully, he continues to stay fit. But it's just that it all really looks like for me that Sully just doesn't have the sort of the hunger and that sort of extra winning mentality that what Parker has, in my opinion. That's the difference I see. What do you think about that? Like, does anyone have to say anything about that? What I think or
Proenzo, I'm going to completely agree with you here. Brad Parker is a better center than Moses Sully. That's why I've said Moses Sully needs to go to the back row. He is Brad Parker. When he came in, he made a lot of errors, but he's really cleaned up his game. I think he's a very, very solid center, and I think he's going to do it exactly the same as what he did last year, if he can stay on the field because he gets a lot of concussions. But so I completely agree with you.
Well, with his concussions, it's a worry because I think he's had I don't know. I can't really keep up with how many he's had the past couple of years, but it's worrying because we've seen what's happened to Boyd Corn and how many he's got the past couple of years. So I really hope that Parker doesn't go in the same direction with concussions to me, actually, because it's been getting a couple. But let's hope not. Let's hope not. So yeah. I mean, there's
he gets hit with a hard pillow when he's concussed.
I don't think he's good, but yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, yeah.
People in the chat saying Broncos versus Rabbitohs.
What was that? Broncos, Rabbitohs, what?
Broncos, Rabbitohs. CJ, surely you're going the Rabbits right here, right?
Shouldn't be a question.
Shouldn't be a question. But how will they win?
How will we win?
Yeah, how? Like you can now have Blake Taff at the back, played a couple games, and you've also got Elias coming, or Ilias, however you say it. How will they play the game? How will Rabbitohs change their game up?
Look, I think it kind of depends. Say that Reynolds is playing. Let's put that in that aspect there.
Yeah, I'll say he's playing.
We wouldn't win the game. We wouldn't win the game through the halves. I think our forward pack will battle theirs, but look, I think the only issue with us this season going in is going to be our defense. I think we're probably going to go to that right side of Brisbane's because that's
left side of South.
I think that's probably the predictability. But where we're going to win it is going to be on our left side of Johnston, and we're going to attack their right side where I think they're defensively weak in my opinion. So I think that's probably where we're going to win it most likely, if I'm just being honest.
Yeah. Do they put too much pressure on Cody Walker though?
Yeah, we're over relying on Cody Walker, and that's something that we can't do. I think we've got to do it together. We need to involve more players like Keon Kolomatangi, because when he has that ball, he's very lethal. But yeah, when players like Latrell and Cam Murray come back, I think that's where more of our attack will come in. And
yeah, I think they win it with their left side basically. They're just going to tell Elias, pass it to Cody Walker on the left side. We'll do the back line play. Hopefully Broncos defense hasn't got any better and they'll go in.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm hoping for. I'm supposed to be at round one, but I won't be.
I'm going to be there. I'm going to be there actually. So if anyone sees me there,
all right.
Yeah, if anyone's going to be there, come and say hi. I should be, row 6015, up on the bleachers. But no, I'll be down the bottom. So what do you think, Proenzo? Who's going to win that one?
Yeah, look, it's but just looking at everything, I think I lean towards South at the moment. Just particularly because I trust them a bit more. I guess we need to see them play first, but just judging on last year and everything, I think Souths are just a team I can trust a bit. But with Broncos as well, Broncos look good. I mean, they've got if a fully fit Starks can survive the season, if Capel and Reynolds can live up to the hype that they've sort of been brought as, for the club, then I think they'll go well as well. So it's a very interesting matchup, I think, and it will be a good game as well. Always Brisbane Broncos says in the chat, I will be there, so maybe you and Trev can meet up,
Come see me. I'll be there. I'm like 3:06 or something like that. I don't know. What do you think, Champa?
On Brisbane and South?
Yeah.
It's going to be very close, I reckon. I reckon Brisbane are on the up this season. I do see them making top 8. Souths, they've lost a lot of quality, but I reckon they're still a top team. It's going to be very interesting to see how these teams play. Reynolds, if he's fit to play, people say it's going to be a game changer. Hopefully they don't rush him. If he's not
they're going to have to rush him. They're going to have to rush him because obviously with the COVID protocols, they can't really make a decision until Friday, so it'll have to be a game day decision.
Oh, yeah,
he hasn't trained all week.
He hasn't trained all week, so is he going to be match fit coming into this game? Because missing a week off training this close to the season is a lot to take in. But, look, I reckon a close game, but I am going to go Souths.
Broncos first game last year, they're up 16-0 against Parramatta. Then they went to shit in the second half.
Yeah.
So
I think I'm not going to say it's going to play out like that, but I can see something like that happening.
Yeah, definitely that could happen. I actually like the Broncos team this year. I like them a lot. But it's just my biggest question is the coach.
Kevin Walters, though.
Yeah, I don't think he has a strategy at all.
It's his biggest year.
I haven't seen his strategy for playing for with Queensland. I haven't seen his strategy last year, and I think he just wants to run on hope and Queensland spirit. So, and for the first time, the Broncos are really leaning on a New South Welshman.
I just don't want Brisbane to over-rely on Adam Reynolds.
That's true.
That's the direction that it looks like, but...
Well, I think they're going to have to.
Yeah, they're going to have to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. You got any more topics there, Brian?
We'll talk about the top plate in a second, like Nick requested. But I just want to say the Brisbane Broncos quickly. Just based on their halves and everything. Do we think it's a bit of a worry that they don't really have a real ball at 5'8" yet, or
who's going to be there 5'8"
for Reynolds yet?
From my understanding, Billy Walters will be 5'8" in round 1.
Billy Walters is a dud.
Yeah,
because I think Albert Kelly's not even going to be in the 17.
If Albert Kelly was allowed to play, he should be the 6. I don't think
I don't think he would be in the 17.
How? I don't get it.
No, not my opinion. I genuinely don't think he's going to be.
Unless you want him at 14, I'll be completely happy with that and put Tyson Gamble. What I would be doing actually is putting Albert Kelly at 6, and then you've got Billy Walters at 9, who played pretty well in the trials. Billy Walters at 14, coming on halfway through for Corey Pax.
Well, if Reynolds doesn't play, what do they do then? What?
Oh, it's going to be Billy Walters and Albert Kelly.
I don't think Albert Kelly's going to play.
Is it because he's not allowed to play, or is he?
I could be misreading something, but I don't.
No, you might be right.
I'll get back to you later.
But it could be. But we're all forgetting Tyson Gamble. A lot of errors in his game reminds me of Josh Reynolds from the Dogs and later the Tigers. But I think he's probably better. He's better than Billy Walters in the halves. I think Billy Walters, as Nick just said it, I think he has to move to 9. I think he's a perfect 14 for the Broncos at the moment, and coming on rotating with Corey Pax. So,
well, I mean, in that trial match when. Sorry about but in that match when they played, we were Manly pretty shoulders looked good in number 9. So maybe that's his position going forward. But I don't know. But they're going to pick him. I think they're going to pick him to play, like CJ said. That's in the talk.
They'll do Corey Pace that Hooker and Walters at 5'8". That's what my understanding is.
Yeah. Well, South 13 plus then.
Ooh. I'll take it. It's not you.
What's the odds right now for that? There should be odds up, right?
We are
Have a look.
$1.30 to their $3.25, I believe.
$1.30. $1.30 is
I
pretty
believe.
strong.
I'm not sure if they changed it. That's just what I saw last time.
$1.28 for South and $3.60 for the Broncos. South
I
are
just
paying,
say there's good value in Brisbane there.
South are paying $5 1 to 12. If you're going Broncos, I'd say go that. Broncos 13 plus is $11. South 1 to 12 is $3.10. South Sydney is 13 plus is $2. So 13 plus is the money.
You know.
So yeah, well, it's good money. In, I think any of those. If you can pick the margin, I think it's all good money. So.
Yeah, without a doubt. Yeah, like I said, lean towards South, but I'll reveal my prediction on Tuesday. So yeah, I guess to just eat up a bit of time because I think it is getting to the end of the podcast. But I've Nick requested before. I did say I'll touch back on him with this, and it's all right if we don't have one already because I do. Obviously, most of us should, I guess, by now. But what's our NRL 2022 top 8 predictions? So not a full prediction, just our top 8 for this year. I think it was. So have we got one set?
Yeah.
Yeah. Whoever wants to go first, go ahead because I'll reveal mine last probably.
You guys go first. I haven't made one.
Right, I've got mine here. I'm going to go from 8 to 1. So 8th position, I've got the St. George Illawarra Dragons, obviously coming off that Charity Shield game. Their confidence would be high. I think their backline's pretty strong. I really like, what Ben Hunt's doing in the halves with that young kid Talamone. I think they're going to be good enough to sneak into that 8, so I've got Dragons in the 8. I've got Parramatta Eels at 7th. That's going to be a very controversial one. Like, obviously, they've got the same squad, but I think, like how we touched on that transfer window earlier in the year, earlier in the podcast, I think, things like Reid Marnie and Isaiah Papali'i is going to be, a bit of a distraction there, but, I can see the Eels sliding a bit this year. I've got Eels at 7. Souths, I've got them at 6. I'm being unbiased here. Obviously, we've got a lot of quality loss and an unproven head coach there. I don't see us, really contending for the premiership this year, but I think we'll be fine enough to stay at 6. 5th, I've got Cronulla Sutherland. They've bought a lot of great players, such as, Dale Finucane. He's going to bring a lot of quality to that pack. Hines, McInnes. I can see the Sharks rising up a lot. 4th, I've got the Melbourne Storm. This one's also a bit tough to make. You can never write off the Melbourne Storm, but this year I can not see them sliding, but I can see them, still being in that top 4. 3rd, I hate to say it, but I've got the Sydney Roosters. All their troops coming back. That's gonna, they're going to be hard to stop, especially at home. So Roosters are 2nd. 2nd, I've got the Penrith Panthers. They're going to be up there again. They'll contend for another grand final. They still got the likes of, Cleary, Luai, Coruscant. They still got that quality. And my minor premiers are Manly. Just how they came back from last year. Wow. Inspirational. Coming off, the back of Foran. Him being in good form. He didn't even he played every game last year. I think Lachlan Croker's improving a lot more than he has in recent years. Cherry Evans and Trebojevic, that's just dynamic. So I've got Manly as my minor premiers. Do I go into my grand final as well?
Do it at the end.
Yeah, if you want to, yeah, for sure. Go on.
All right, well, my grand final is Sydney Roosters versus Manly, and my 2022 premiers are Manly.
Interesting.
I'm tipping Manly to win the comp.
Good man.
Very interesting.
We'll see. We'll see. I hope so. I don't want to get too carried away, Andy, but we'll see. I hope so. Champa, have you got a prediction for us? Your top 8 and then grand final?
I actually have a top 8 prediction. I don't know if I'm going to stay with this prediction. It might change, but this is my prediction right now. First, I have the Storm. Second, I have Manly. Third, I have the Roosters. Fourth, I have the Panthers. Fifth, Souths. Sixth, the Broncos. Seventh, Sharks. And 8th, St. George. That is my top 8. I feel like that is a top 8 where I feel like it can be very close between all the teams. I feel like this season we're not going to see a huge difference in terms of quality like we saw last year. I feel like all of these teams are going to be fairly close and contend for a top 8, not top 8, for a grand final position. As for my grand final teams, I am going to go with Manly, and I am going to go with the Penrith Panthers. Those who I think will make the grand final this year, and I am going to go back to back. I do think Panthers can actually go back to back this season. I honestly feel like they can.
They
can
could.
Roosters
They
go
could.
back to back.
I hope not, but they could.
I hope not too, but
there's a
I reckon
chance.
they're a good chance of it.
Well, actually, just to keep on, just want to ask you just one question quickly, the ladder, bro. What makes you pick the Dragons in the top 8 over Parramatta? Like, is there a reasoning behind that, or like, what's the choice there?
Well, this is where I said I feel like I might change my top 8 because I look at Parramatta and I look at the team that still has the potential to still make the 8, even with all the drama they've had. I feel like they are going to contend with teams like St. George and Cronulla as well, and you also have other teams coming up this season like the Tigers, my team as well, even though we probably won't make it. If I was to change one team to put Parramatta in, I would say the Dragons. I feel like the Dragons, they're looking pretty strong this season with their new signings. Like someone like Mercer's Membai, he is disappointing and probably not the best signing, but if the Dragons can get the best out of him, when he plays his best footy, he's really good. But if I was to replace one team to put Parramatta in, I would say the Dragons. So I might change for that bottom position, but that's why I have Dragons in.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I think that's pretty well said because, I mean, we can't promise our predictions, so we'll see. Trev, mate, have you got one yourself? Top 8 prediction and a grand final prediction yet?
I just made this up right now, so don't at me. Number 1 is the Roosters. Number 2, Penrith. Number 3, Manly. Number 4, South. Number 5, Cronulla. Number 6, Storm. Number 7, Parramatta. Number 8, the West Tigers.
Fucking hell, there's some bold ones in there, mate.
Why Melbourne very low? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, wow.
I don't think what's his name's the hooker? I can't. Not Brandon Smith. Not Brandon Smith. What's the other hooker? Grant. I don't like him. Grant, overrated. Most overrated player in the NRL.
Interesting.
When's he played a good 80 minutes? Never.
At the Tigers.
No, not even then. I would argue he has never played a good 80 minutes of football.
Wow, not even in that last Origin game.
When did he come on?
Well, I'm gonna go charge my thing. I'll be back in a second.
I mean, he was in that last Origin game. I'm pretty sure. That's why.
Did he play the whole 80 minutes?
I don't think he did play the whole 80 minutes though.
That's right. He has never played a good 80 minutes of football. The Roosters. Tigers. I'm going to put the Tigers in there every single fucking year until they make the 8, and then I'm going to say I'm a genius. I think, I tell you what, but I have Dragons. I like Champion's prediction for the Dragons. I'd have them at 9, and they could easily sneak into the 8. I think Ben Hunt is in for a Dally-M year. I think Ben Hunt can be a top 5 halfback if not already. But Parramatta, nothing matters with Parramatta this year until that second week of the finals. That's all that matters for Parramatta this year. Like they could go undefeated 25 rounds. I don't care. I don't care if they go undefeated 25. If they don't get past the second week of the finals, complete fail. It's been failed the last 3 years. Roosters, I think they come 5th last year with all those injuries, and they get Luke Keary back. Sam Walker, he died really bad at the end of last year. Going to be better for the run, hopefully. Penrith, I go Penrith number 2, but it's a shaky number 2. I think it'll be tight. I like Penrith, but I think how are they going to play? Are they going to be able to back up week in, week out? They're still pretty young, and they're going to have people are going to be playing with them. Playing their biggest match is going to be every single week. Whoever they're playing against, it's the other team's biggest match ever for the year. Basically, it's every week. It's a grand final for them. Manly, it's in Manly's hands what they want to do this year. Can they step up and verse the best and play and beat the better teams? Like, can they beat the Roosters? Can they beat South? Can they beat Penrith, Storm? Can they beat them? They didn't step up. It was the top teams and then Manly against each other. They could flog the shit teams every week. They flogged the shit teams, but they couldn't go with them. Couldn't go with the top teams.
Yeah,
Cronulla, they're the big movers.
Another one
And
here is South's top four. Explain.
I got
love
them top four. I think if they can get it together, the nucleus of their team's still sort of there. You know, if Latrell, it all depends on Latrell. Same as Manly for Turbo. Manly might not even make the 8 if Turbo's gone for the year. You know, I can see that happening.
Yeah.
And they need Latrell on there for 85% of the year. And they need him in that back end of the year. They lost the grand final last year by 2 points. They lost the year before by 2 points to make it to the grand final. Latrell wasn't anywhere to be seen in those games because he's suspended. You know, if he's there, why can't they go to the next level? I can also see. I don't think the halfback's going to play a lot of the whole year. I think there's a chance that, especially if they are sort of struggling a little bit, I can see them putting Blake Taff at fullback, bringing Latrell up to 5'8", Cody Walker halfback. That's going to be very tempting.
What about Latrell in the centers? And
he's not. It's who's going to give it? Who's giving it to him? You know, the whole thing is they play to the wing. They don't play to the center. They cut their center out 75% of the time to go to Johnston. So, you know, and then West Tigers, Jackson Hastings, I think there's a real chance Jackson Hastings has a career best year. It wouldn't take much, to be honest, but I think he'll have a career best year. And I think him and Adam Dewey, and I think Luke Brooks will be at the Knights by the end of the season, and you'll have Adam Dewey and Jackson Hastings in the halves.
I love that's fair, man. I like the top four one. I like the top four one.
So, but I think the Bulldogs is going to come good. I think they'll come good in the next couple of years. Trent Barrett, I think he's under real pressure as a coach as well. I think they don't get it right this year. I think they have a really bad start of the year. I think he might find himself on the end.
I have them 10th at the moment.
10th, yeah, it's good, but again, they don't have a real solid halfback either. The Dogs. Although I would be putting Flanagan in there instead of Averillo. Right. Averillo is a center for me.
Averillo's a center.
For me, he's a center.
Well, that's the thing.
Who is
he started in the center.
Well, he can't organise that as a half.
That's right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, sorry.
All right. Here's a good topic. Who would you have in the Bulldogs halves combination?
Bulldogs halves, Burton and Flanagan.
Yeah, I agree. Burton and Flanagan. You know, I think Burton will take Flanagan to him. Really good, I reckon.
And to be fair, Flanagan would play there last year. He had Averillo outside him, who couldn't do anything.
That is true. You know, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, you know,
Flanagan and Burton.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Trev, was there a grand final prediction you had it all or not yet?
I think Roosters are going to win the whole thing, so they'll verse any one of those 7 teams. I think the Roosters, if they can still stay in the park, I think they're by far going to be the best team.
I'm going to lose it if they win it.
Yeah.
But you know, Keary, just 2 years ago, best player in the world, and he was injured. And Sam Walker, one of the best half-season debuts we've ever seen. It's with Tedesco possibly be the best player in the world again by the end of the year.
I think I'll get there, but I just think Manly. I've been saying it since last year's grand final.
Well, yeah, exactly. But my thing is Manly is like Jared Hayne 09, but with better players around him.
So
one man team without him. What are they good? They lost the first 4 games last year without him.
That always gets thrown onto Manly. How do you feel about that, Pro Enzo?
But am I wrong though? Tell me if I'm wrong.
Look, no, all right. Look, I get it. We lose a lot with Turbo not being there, obviously. Obviously, we really do build our game around Turbo and everything. So it's obvious that when he's out, we're going to try and play a so different sort of style. But I guess, look, it's right. You know, we do sort of better without Turbo. And if he's injured or whether he's in the Origin camp, we're going to sort of evolve in how we play. But look, I will say that we aren't, terrible without him though. We're not bad. We beat teams without him before. That's the thing. I mean, I know it's not anything. I know it's not any big teams we've beaten without Turbo. It's like it's more the mid-range sides, but still, like some people just make it out to be that we are, without Turbo we lose to every team. That's how some people make it out to be. But we don't lose to every team. But it's not any. I
would say, Turbo is as influential to a team as Andrew Johns was to Newcastle.
Ooh.
Wow.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Well, that means they lose. They only win 20% of the time then.
Correct me if I'm
Without
wrong,
it.
but the first few games that Manly were losing at the start of the season was Torovic wasn't in that side, was he?
That's right.
They
They
lost
lost the first 4 games, and then he came back round 5 and they started winning.
Hey, Cherry Evans field goal.
Well, no,
There's a lot.
Listen. Round 5, Turbo wasn't there.
I'll answer Nick's question, and I'll just say I see Ben Hunt winning Dally M of the Year.
Oh,
wow.
Ben Hunt.
That is a career resurgence right there.
I think he was great last year. He was one of the best players in the game last year before he broke his leg.
Do you want to do, like, to wrap it all up with Sam's coming back, do you want to do our Dally M and Clive Churchill predictions or something?
Well, it's hard to do Clive Churchill without knowing who's going to be there.
Yeah, that's true. We all do our grand final set up. So, like, say, in our aspect, that does happen.
Dally M? Interesting. I might have to have some time to think about this one.
Yeah.
I've got mine set.
You want to go first?
I'll go first.
I've said mine.
Don't need to think about too much.
Yeah. So my Dally M is Cameron Munster, and my Clive Churchill is Kieran Foran.
Wow.
So who's your Dally M?
Cameron Munster.
Yeah, no, that's the only problem that I have is that there's a lot of stars in that team. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see. If you go to Penrith, that's why it's gonna be hard for a Penrith team to win. A Penrith player to win because you got Luai, you got Dylan Edwards, you got Cleary, you got Kickow. All those players they're going to take points off each other.
No,
I don't disagree. Munster could definitely.
I have. Oh wait, all right. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. But since he's still suspended, can Latrell Mitchell still win Dally M?
Yeah, he can because it was suspended from last year.
Right.
But every game that he misses, he'll still lose 3 points. So he's going to start. He's going to start at -3 because he's back in round 2, right?
Yeah. I want to go. Fuck it. I'm going to go Latrell Mitchell. He's going to start this. He's going to start the season with negative, but I really feel like this is his season to just get all the shit out of his head, clean his act up, and just play some great clean footy. When he plays his best, he's the best in the world. That's just no doubt about it. When he plays his best, he's one of the best in the world.
Great.
And I reckon he is a good chance of making.
See how Dimitri handles him.
Yeah.
Look, I will say if you can tone it down a little bit, then he'll be good. I think.
He needs to quiet it down because it's costing us a lot.
Hey.
Oh, look, he's here.
Yeah.
Testing. Can you guys hear me?
Here we go.
We can hear you.
Fair income. I host this stream. I leave for an hour and a half, and you boys beat the holy bejesus out of North Queensland for an hour.
Holy crap! I thought that was real for a second.
Mate, I'd love for you to say anything regarding any of that.
I leave the stream for an hour and a half, and Cowboys get absolutely smashed. Holy
we had to say it. We had to say it.
Fair bloody dinkum, but I love the honesty and fair dinkum.
Mate, Sam.
Yes, Trev.
Sam, do you want to respond to any of it?
No, I'll break more bones. I'll have this bloody eye even more black because it's 4-on-1. It's 4-on-1 at the moment. Strike me big. But no, seriously, lads, that was a fantastic conversation. To Warriors and NRL fanatics, I'm sorry the dodo bird got you again, mate. I'm sorry, but thank you so much for coming in and giving it a crack. Champa, CJ, Trev, Pruinzovitz, man, honest to goodness, mate, in the time that you did it, we've hit over $700, and that's not possible without your guys' contributions over the past hour and a half. It's absolutely sensational what you guys have been able to do and what you've done. Honest to goodness, thank you so much. And if I ever see you around Sydney or Queensland, I'm going to buy you all a freaking schooner. Let me tell you, fair income.
Mate, in October this year, then I'll be able to.
Yes. Yeah, I'm going to buy Pruenzo a Coke and CJ a Sprite if it's next week. But I'll buy you a schooner.
Please. I'll take
it. Yeah, of
No,
course.
another year away.
But guys, so we're into the open forum section of the live stream, and we've raised over $700. So, are there any final words? And I'll start with you, Champa. Champa, mate, are there any final words that you want to say, mate?
Look, I want to send everything. I want to send all my love and prayers out to the people in Lismore and just the people around Australia that have just been affected by these horrible floods. It's really it really changes lives and not in a good way. So I'm so happy that we could raise $700. Look at us, just a bunch of people on YouTube, and we managed to make that much money. It's fantastic. Thank you to all the guys who have, donated, and to all you guys that I can be a part of this live stream. And thank you to Sam for giving me the opportunity as well. It's really good to be here with you guys doing the live stream. I haven't been active on YouTube. My head hasn't been in the right place, but I just love that Sam has given me this opportunity to be on YouTube, on his live stream. So thank you so much, Sam.
Thank you very much, champ. Honestly, thank you, mate. And Trev, mate, any final words, bro?
Yeah, shout out to everyone who has donated, obviously. Shout out to Sam right here, getting this side, getting a lot of props. You deserve it, mate. You've done well this year. You've done well with this. You've organised everything. You've organised, the whole thing. You're the one you're the Kickstarter for the $700, mate, and that's great for everyone. Great for everyone in Lismore. Great for Nick and his family. Yeah, and I haven't even been active on. This is my first thing since grand final last year. It's the first thing on YouTube since then. So, I've got plenty of things coming up. So, can't wait.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see more from Trev from Shut the Gates and all the lads out there at Shut the Gates. And CJ Moxley, any final words, bro?
Yeah, just like what everyone said, I want to thank you for having me on. Considering me come on. I really enjoyed the podcast here today. I want to send my best wishes out to Nick and his family and the extended people of Lismore and everyone affected by the floods. I don't want to get too sappy here, but, obviously I consider Nick and Josh as like older brothers. So to do this to help them means a lot to myself to, be able to do this and to raise over $700 is amazing. I'm confident by the end of tonight that goal will be reached. And thanks for having me on.
Thank you, CJ. And Parenzo, man, to you for hosting the podcast over the past hour and a half and even coming in early on when we started at 3 p.m., mate. A special thank you from me. For such a young man, you're an impressive young lad. And I don't doubt for a sec that you're going to go on to bigger and better things, mate. Can't wait to see what else you got coming your way, mate. Thank you, Parenzo.
Yeah, no, that's very kind of you, actually. I do appreciate hearing that. I just hope I hosted the podcast for the time being really well. I just hope I got everything right, and I think it was pretty good. So I thank everyone, all five lads are coming on. I mean, it's a shame about Fanatics' connection, how he didn't make much of an appearance, but it was good to see him still come on and us also. No, it was good. I enjoyed it. This is all going to a good cause, obviously. So I love doing YouTube, love doing all the content. And, $700 being raised is very good. So it's obviously going to help a lot of people like Nick, for example, and the rest of Lismore. So, any way I can, I'm always there. So it's obviously very good what we're doing. So thank you, Sam, again.
And look, I just want to thank you, Lorenzo. And look, Jack Dempsey asked what happened in my eye, and CT Dingo just reiterated Jack Dempsey, he got bashed by Cowboys insults. That's exactly what happened over the past. That's what happened over the past hour. Oh, so good. No, you guys are excellent. You guys are excellent. Alrighty. With that, I bid fair due to all of you guys. Thank you so much for your efforts. I hope you all have a nice night, and I'll talk to you guys in the not too distant future.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank
have a good
you.
night.
Too easy.
Adios, guys.
Yeah, thanks.
Goodbye.
Oh, struck me pink. Parenzo Vids, CJ Moxley, All Out Champa, and Trev from Shut the Gates, and Warriors NRL Fanatics all contributing over the past hour and a half to a really good podcast. Their efforts are so appreciated. And to all of you right now that are watching, 29 people at the moment. We started this thing at 3 p.m. and it was still going strong. We've raised over $700 as well. And now I'm gonna try and give back to you guys who have stuck into the chat. And you guys can all have a say now. So to those who want to come on and have a say, please DM me and ask if you want to come on. And to help me out for a period of time is a gentleman that, well, he's only going to go from strength to bloody strength. He's one of the biggest YouTube content creators in the game. And ladies and gentlemen, he is a Parramatta Eels fan. Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce to you Mr. Entertain House. Entertain House, how are you, good sir?
Mate, I'm loving this stream. Obviously, I had the my cousin's gender reveal, which made it difficult to tune in for those hours. But I had the phone flicked and it was on mute. But I tell you what, driving around on this 50-minute drive to go and see my cousins, listening to how good your chat with Guru was, as well as the podcast, you've done a fantastic job here, mate. And I'm looking forward to the next couple of hours where we get some guests on.
Absolutely, and there are already a couple of guests in the green room. So I will just ask the people in the green room just to bear with us for the next half an hour, mate, because I just want to sit down and talk footy with bloody Entertain House. And it seems like Parramatta Eels have been the flavour of the day at the moment. And I just want to ask you about what Trev touched on just there. If they get to week 2 of the semi-finals, Entertain House, and they don't make it to week 3, is that just an automatic fail, even if they go undefeated throughout the entire year? If they don't make week 3, is that an automatic fail as well?
Yeah.
Yep.
I think it is. I think the fact that we've seen for recent years, if this year Parramatta do become the new look South Sydney Rabbitohs in that kind of choke in week 2 of the finals rather than week 3, it's going to be very disappointing. And especially Trev mentioning players like Isaiah Papali'i and things leaving our club really brings a lot of sadness to Parramatta fans, but it brings hope as well. And people like you, I don't have the Eels in my grand final, but watching and listening to you saying Roosters, Eels, I'm in my car almost crashing it, man. I'm struggling to drive properly.
I do. I genuinely believe that this is the year that Parramatta will at least make the preliminary final. But I'm going to stick my neck out there and say Roosters Eels grand final for sure, man. And just to confirm, reiterate, guys, we've been going on for 5 hours and 40 minutes. We've raised over $700. The stream will finish at midnight tonight. And please, if you can, the link in the description to the GoFundMe page is all there. So please donate, and we'll try and get to the halfway mark. But raising $700 for just average old Joe, mate, fair dinkum, I'm absolutely stoked.
Good,
I'm friggin' stoked, mate. And I just want to get some overriding thoughts about from Parramatta Eels from your perspective, mate. So you don't have them in the grand final, but you do have them inside your top 8, mate.
Yeah, mate. I've got them top 4. I've spoken in my predictions how I want to put them 5th because I think it's a more realistic prediction. But as you mentioned, they've been the flavour of the month. And I think someone in the podcast as well mentioned the fact that they ended the Storms winning streak last year. Like, we've seen some really good moments from the Eels, and it's the same side pretty much being put on paper, obviously without Sivo. So I'm really looking forward to this side, and that's why I've got them there. But I think when I was doing the ladder predictor, I've got the Panthers facing the Eels, and I think that finals pressure of Parramatta probably collapses them. But I hope I eat my words.
Yo, true. Yeah, true. And I know I said I want to talk about footy with you, but I'm going to catch you off guard, House. I want to just talk about something with a bit of variety, mate. Just for the next 20 odd minutes, and then we'll start getting guests on from about 9 o'clock. And if you just excuse me, so did you go out and see the Batman last night, mate?
I did see the Batman, mate. I quite enjoyed it. I'm a huge DC fan. I'm obviously a big Marvel fan as well, but I will rewatch and enjoy DC films, whereas other people just say that they are hot trash. I can rewatch Suicide Squad. I think I'm due for a rewatch of Batman versus Superman. Without spoiling, obviously, the Batman that I saw last night, I think I'd give this film around an 8 out of 10. I really liked the dark side of it, not the Dark Knight side, just how I actually personally think this film should have been MA. That's how dark caliber it was. And I hope we see something like this with Marvel. I was thinking maybe Blade could potentially be that chance. You got Deadpool, but that's more in the comedic side of R-rated. But Batman's really good. I'm not a huge fan of Robert Pattinson as Bruce Wayne, personally. I'm not a huge fan. I am not. So I thought I was going to eat my words. He was going to be brilliant, even though I was saying I wasn't looking forward to it. But the movie itself, really good. Villains, things like that. Someone just get rid of that comment. People trying to spoil the movie is not fair. But no, fantastic film nonetheless, and really looking forward to the future of this DC universe that's building.
Yeah. So I saw the movie the other day, and it was the quickest 3 hours I think I've spent, and that's a good sign as well. I think the director Matt Reeves, who directed Rise of the Planet of the Apes trilogy, mate, I thought this was his best work. I think this is his cleanest, most gorgeous looking piece of work as well. And look, we won't spoil anything, obviously, and we'll try and tiptoe around things. But I thought Paul Dano as the Riddler was so good, man.
Can I just say, I'd watched the trailers, but I hadn't remembered things. And when the Riddler reveal came, I maybe I've seen Paul Dano in Prisoners, I think it was, but I didn't know who to expect behind the mask. So it felt like a new, refreshing actor to me. Whereas I think maybe it was revealed in the trailers that he was the Riddler or announced, but I didn't know that Paul Dano was actually playing it.
Yeah, no, that was, I've been aware of it for a few months now. And I remember when I first saw the piece of news, maybe a year or so ago, man, and I saw that Paul Dano, who has done movies like Prisoners and stuff like that, I just was so excited, mate, because I think he's a terrific actor and he can nail being a creep ball sometimes, mate. Fair income. And just in jest as well and mucking around, mate. I was in Communicado with you, I think about 24 hours ago, and I said Zoe Kravitz is a bit all right. So Zoe Kravitz, man, I thought she was good as Catwoman, mate. What did you reckon of Catwoman, mate?
Yeah, I thought she was pretty good as Catwoman, pretty good in that role. I feel like the introduction between the characters was really quick and jumped into it a bit too quick. I thought there could have been some development and explanation. It was good to have some, I guess, B plots, you could call them. You got your main storyline with the Riddler, and then you got these B plots of Catwoman and other. I won't spoil other B plots, but I like that element that it wasn't just one flowing story. There were some B plots.
Yeah, I thought there was probably one character too many for my liking, mate. Again, I felt it as soon as one character got introduced that wasn't a part of the fantastical elements, if that makes any sense. He was more aligned, not with the police and not on Batman's side. I'll try and leave it at that. It's very vague. But so far as the action goes, man, I mean, that chase sequence that you've seen in the trailers, which isn't a spoiler, that chase sequence, man, had me by the balls, bro. That was such a cool action sequence.
Even some of the scenes in the club, which kind of, it felt like you were reading the comics. The way this was filmed felt like you were jumping from page to page of a comic book, and that's why I loved it so much. I'm a huge fan of The Dark Knight, and I still think this film isn't as good as The Dark Knight, but I think it's better than Batman Begins and better than The Dark Knight Rises, personally.
Yeah, I think I'm there with you. Hey, I think, I'd have it in second place. And Dark Knight, I just, what Christopher Nolan did back in 2008 was absolutely amazing, and it still is better than what was created by Matt Reeves. And I thought the Batman, though, albeit though, was just amazing last night, man. The only reason why I don't think it's a masterpiece, why it's a classic, is that just some of the dialogue in certain scenes and some of the transitions from scene to scene. 1 minute you'd be having an explosive car chase, and then the next second they'd just be sort of standing around an abandoned bloody joint, and it's just I don't know. It's some of the dialogue and some of the transitional scenes were just were kind of off-putting for me. And there was one stage where I thought, "Fuck me dead! I've been in here for about 2 hours and 45 minutes, mate. When the hell's this going to finish?"
I know exactly what scene you're talking about. I think. I'm not
true.
Say it, but I think
no.
Is that this? Yeah.
Yeah, we'll talk about it.
Way too long.
We'll talk about it off screen. But
yeah,
man, I thought look, I'd give it on your scale. I think you gave it a I won't
8 out of 10.
An 8 out of 10. I'd probably say, yeah, I'm right there. It's not perfect, but shit, oh dear, I bloody enjoyed it. Guys, if you're just tuning in now, we've got 28 people watching live right now. This is the 9-hour live stream fundraiser for the Northern New South Wales River Floods, and I just I got the person in the green room, and he's gone off to go grab a cup of coffee, and I was just about to bring him on anyway, mate.
Have you only got one in the green room? Or you got a
Just
couple?
just the one of the green room at the moment, but I know that
I
there
was
are a
gonna
couple
say
coming
let's
in.
let's start this forum. I've got an idea. So
Yeah,
we've got the NRL's Magic Round now.
Yeah, man.
I want people, obviously the podcast people in Pro Enzo Vids, CJ Moxley, they're welcome to join as well. But if you go on a Magic Round, join Sam. DM Sam right now. If you go on a Magic Round, we want to hear what you're looking forward to the most. I've got the games up with me. I've booked my accommodation. I'm in this. That's my flavor of the month right now, Sam. Magic Round. I know it's so far away, but I'm currently planning it. So I want to hear if you go on a Magic Round.
Well, for me personally, mate, I won't be at bloody Magic Round, but I know that half the NRL YouTube community are going to be there as well. So the likes of Nick from Australia, whereas NRL Fanatics, CJ Moxley, I believe. So it is going to be a massive event for the NRL YouTube community as well up there. But yeah, please, everyone, if you're going to Magic Round, let us know in the comments section. Let us know via DMs, mate, and let us know what the go is. So you've been to both Magic Rounds, is that right?
Yeah, so the first one, the Parramatta Eels were beaten 64-10 against the Melbourne Storm after they were in some pretty good form at that point in the season. We hit a real low. I remember Ryan Pappenhausen scoring a 100-metre try. I remember Vunivalu scoring right in front of me. And obviously the video's been taken down, but if you know, you know. Henry Paranara copped some abuse from myself back in the day when I was quite a small YouTuber. I had a lot of fun watching some of the games. The Warriors, I think, upset the Dragons. I enjoyed that game. When I went the first time, though, I did only go to the Saturday night. I didn't do the full 7 days. I was with my auntie, and I was staying at my auntie's place, who I won't be staying there this time because she's got dementia. She's coming to live on the coast actually quite soon. But I remember watching Roosters and Raiders and really enjoying that game. It was a really close game as well, watching that with my auntie. But yeah, I only did the Saturday night when I went back in 2019. And then obviously in 2020 with COVID, we weren't able to go to Magic Round. There was no official Magic Round. I do want to say this, though. I do miss double headers. I really do. And I know that Magic Round takes the big excitement for it. Yep. But I do miss double headers. We've seen them in the trials. We've seen how much people like it. We saw a huge crowd at McDonald Jones Stadium for 2 NRLW games and an NRL trial. Yep. And bring back these double headers. I'm telling you, man. Even Canberra should have one.
Well, dude, I made the trip up. I think you were there too. I made the trip up to see the Cogra doubleheader last Easter, where it was Cronulla in North Queensland and Gold Coast Canberra. And yeah, I don't know why they haven't done more things at like ANZ Stadium to try and fill that friggin' joint up.
But the thing is, they only did that doubleheader last year because of the events unfolding from COVID in Queensland. It wasn't like, hey, let's do a doubleheader, you know? So it's a little bit frustrating. I'd like to see it.
I'd like to see it more, man, because you could fill up ANZ Stadium with a doubleheader for sure. Now, guys, just before I go on, I just want to say that there is apparently a young man named Dominic in the chat. I, for some reason or another, cannot see any of his comments.
I can't either.
No, I can't see anything. So rest assured, I've got my...
Let me try on phone because I'm on computer, but I can't see the name. But everyone's saying to ban him. So
yeah, I can't see anyone named Dominic. Unfortunately.
Oh yeah, now I can. Wow, I've just reported.
Alrighty.
That was weird.
Maybe sorry guys, if you just give me a sec because I don't want any more nastiness coming our way.
Do you want to make me moderator and I can do it through my phone? I've got it in front of me the whole time, ready for these games to speak about when some people join.
No worries. Just a sec, man. I'm going to try and do what I can. That's the thing, man. I'm looking through my phone now and I can't see a user. I'm going through my phone. I'm on my laptop. I'm sorry, guys. If I could, I would, but I can't see anyone named Dominic. Honestly,
do you have anyone as moderator?
No, I don't, mate. I'm all right doing it now.
Okay.
But you said you're good.
I can see him, but I can't. I can't delete comments. No. I reported it, but I don't know what that does.
All right. Well, for the time being, so what will happen is that once this live stream is all done, the live chat will remain, and I'll go through it as soon as it's available to me, and I'll start deleting it. So any comments that are being made by Dominic, please just ignore. And this is the only time that we're going to say anything. But yeah, I'll go in to delete it when the time is right. So unfortunately, on a stream where we've already been going for 5 hours and 53 minutes trying to raise money for floods, some young man has had a bit too much to drink, sort of thing. So, but yeah, I'm sorry guys for going on about this trial, but it seems like that there's more messages coming in from him, and I just can't see anything, man. But at the same time, I'm getting people telling me that it's all good. So I don't know whether or not I'm Martha or Martha, mate. To be honest with your house, I'm sorry to
I'm just trying
embarrass
to
you
work
like
out
that.
if there was. Yeah, they're just commenting, ha 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 ha. Nick wants you to make you a mod immediately, but is there a real? Is Nick from Australia? Is there a fake CT dingo? Is anyone else seeing that? Nick from Australia makes me healthy. Coming up on my screen.
Well, I know that CT Dingo wouldn't say that, so that probably looks like a fake CT Dingo. CT Dingo, mate, if I've accidentally blocked you out.
CT Dingo, can he? Oh, he can't see the video. I was going to say he's got my number via text.
Sorry, guys. Sorry, I didn't mean to do this.
All right, let's ignore it. Let's block it out. Let's get back to chat. I'm going to throw you off guard here, mate, and I'm hoping that you've got it ready. Have you played NRL Supercoach, or will you be playing it this year?
Nah, man, Supercoach for me, bro. I'm sorry. I just can't do it, and I don't do it, bro. I'm sorry.
All right, well, there's quite a big audience here. I've got a video coming out probably on Tuesday. I'm not sure if it'll be including a guest. I was actually going to ask yourself, because a few people have not been able to work out the timing, but if you don't have it, then that makes it hard. No, that was me. Oh, CT Dingo can be unbanned. Sorry, CT Dingo can be unbanned. It was him. He just texted me physically via text SMS.
All right, stand by CT Dingo, but go on, House.
Yeah, so I want to for the comments and for yourself. Obviously, this could change. We come into round one this week. I want you to tell me where my Supercoach team needs to improve. Now, the thing with Supercoach is that you're not targeting NRL players in regards to scoring tries or how good they are. You're looking at the creative plays, the line breaks, if they're going to get a try assist, if they're going to make over 50 to 100 meters. It's not about, say, Josh Adokar scoring 20 plus tries and you have him in your team. So keep that in mind as I say this team. I've been playing Supercoach now for 4 years. So hopefully this is my year to win that $1 million. But in saying that, I'd love to hear some feedback from yourself in the chat. So let's start off with the number 9, a team that was heavily spoken about in the podcast. Shout out to Proenzo Vids, who did an absolutely fantastic job in hosting that podcast. And one of the conversations I heard while driving was about Braden Trindle and Nico Hines and Matt Moylan. Now, making up this spine in the 9 jersey is Blake Brayley. Now, Blake Brayley, quite a young fellow, but we've seen some great games adapting. Blake Brayley is my pick for the hooker position in Supercoach. So, Sam, what do you think? Do you think there's some better hookers out there? Your Appy Coruscaws, your Damien Cook. The thing about this is you've got a budget as well.
Yeah, Blake Brayley, look, he's a solid player and probably cheap as well for how much he's going to be.
He's at 426,000 at the moment.
That's a good price for him, mate. And I don't know, man. It depends if you want a headline act, a hooker to be the face of your club, sort of thing. So, like a Brandon Smith would be great to have, but how expensive would that bloke be, sort of thing. I think Blake Brayley's a good option, bro. Yeah, I don't mind it. Yeah, I don't mind Blake Brayley. Keep going.
On the reserves from the Canberra Raiders, I think that with Josh Hodgson on the way out, that Ricky, I'm a bit worried about Ricky's job this year. They were also speaking about coaches sacked. I was a little bit worried about Ricky Stewart coming into this season, but I think he can get the best out of Tom Starling. So I'm going to take Tom Starling at $343K as my reserve hooker.
That'd be a good 1-2 punch, wouldn't it? With Blake Brayley
I think
probably
so,
being more of a grunt, and then Tom Starling coming out in my opinion, he'd have more zip from dummy half, I'd reckon. That'd be a good one. Yeah, no, I like the 1-2 punch there, bro.
All right, well, let's go into the front rowers. Now, let me know if you think that I should swap. You'll hear a big name from the bench. Let me know if you think I should swap it with these starters, but we're going to go the Gold Coast Titans here. I've got the Gold Coast Titans outside the 8, but I think they've got a fantastic forward pack. And I think Moe Fodawaker is in for another fantastic season. He's played Origin. He's played a finals game. So I think he's got a bit of experience now. He's not that young rookie that he used to be, but I've got Moe Fodawaker at 521K. And then I've got the Warriors. Now, not sure how much of my tips you've seen in regards to have you watched my season predictions?
Yes. Yeah, I can't remember at the moment. Yeah.
I've got the Warriors outside of the top 8, but I have got them in 9th position. And part of the reason is because they recruited so well last year, had an injury cloud. They've now had a preseason under this new team, and I'm going with Adam Fanua-Blake.
Yep.
I do think he's a bit pricey at $505,000, and I wanted to know if you think, because I've got him on the bench, who do you think will have a bigger season, Adam Fanua-Blake or Jesse Bromwich? Jesse Bromwich's last season with the Melbourne Storm before heading to the Dolphins. Should Bromwich be in my starting side, or should Adam Fanua-Blake retain that spot that I've currently got him in?
I reckon Jesse Bromwich will actually have a better season than
Okay.
Adam Fanua-Blake. I think Jesse Bromwich will want to put in a great last season for the Melbourne Storm before he and his brother shifts up. Personally, I'll probably be selecting Bromwich over AFB.
All right, I'll have a think about that one. Nick from Australia in the chat there says, for me, Adam Fanua-Blake by far, and Tigers fan 00 says Adam Fanua-Blake will. Moving on to the second rowers now. This is where I've forked out a bit of my money. I've gone with Cameron Murray. Cameron Murray is just getting better and better.
Yep.
He's a ball-playing lock, just as it should be. He's at 614,000. And then my other pick at 515,000. This is a really interesting one because I don't know whether he will start all season or whether he'll come off the bench, but I'm going with the Roosters' return of Connor Watson. I think he'll be in some really good form. If I could pick one player over the last 5 years to come to Parramatta, it would actually be Connor Watson. I think he would do a lot for a club. So I think for him to go back home to the Roosters. And then Nick from Australia, I've got your Cowboys and Sam coming 16th for the season. However, I think it's going to be a breakout year. We've seen glimpses of him at 338K. I'm going with Ben Condon. In my side with Cam Murray and Connor Watson in the starting side.
Yeah, man, I'm bloody impressed that you spoke about Ben Condon, man. I like the look of him. Connor Watson, gee whiz, he'd be perfect for you blokes in bloody Parramatta. Just thinking about it now, man, for sure. And Cameron Murray, so he's going to be your face of your team, is that right?
Oh, actually, he's not, mate. You'll have to wait and see.
No, that's okay. That's okay, man. But just about. Yeah, so... No, Cameron, I personally would prefer to have, preferably I would have Isaiah Yeo instead of Cameron Murray. That's just my preference. And then Connor Watson as a good backup. Or I don't know, because you've already got the 1-2 punch there in Brayley and Starling. And then, I don't know, man. Maybe Starling would be the one drop out to reserve grade, because to have Connor Watson in your side, he'd be deadly. He'd be deadly more so than Tom Starling, I'd reckon.
All right, moving on to that second row for bench. Interesting decision, this one, because he had a fantastic season in 2021, and we've seen some second-year syndrome from players. I got him for 360K. The Penrith Panthers win the premiership in 2021, and one of the players that really stood up was Scott Sorensen. I absolutely love what I'd seen. So I'm a little bit worried about this one because, as I mentioned, I think that players do kind of degress as their career goes on sometimes. So I'm going Scott Sorensen. And then I've gone with Brodie Jones. I've got the Newcastle Knights finishing around that bottom 4 spot as well. But I think Brodie Jones is just getting better and better. He may not play every game, but I'm looking forward to it. And then the other one, potential rookie of the year, picked him up for 175K, Jack Howarth from the Melbourne Storm.
Wow, Jack Howarth, doesn't he look like a beast on the rise, hey? And oh mate, I've just had a blackout. So who were the other two gentlemen that you just said just then? I really wanted to talk about them.
Brody Jones from the Newcastle Knights
and Scott Sorensen. Yeah, and Brody Jones saved. I remember his game against Cronulla Knights. I think it was in round 5 or round 6. He was man of the match in just about his debut game, Brody Jones for Newcastle. And then Scott Sorensen made. It seems like once every 5 or 7 years, Penrith Panthers are sort of remembered for a great tackle. And Scott Sorensen in the preliminary final, when I think he had a broken arm or he suffered a broken arm in that game, made a great try-saving tackle. I think it was in the dying stages of the first half. So Scott Sorensen and Oobsy Wops, Brody Jones, and who was the third man, mate?
Jack Howarth.
Jack Howarth, man, that's a good backup to have for sure. I like what you're doing, man.
Speaking of tackles in games like that, who was the tackler who saved the Panthers against the Storm in their grand final rematch? Was it Kurt Capewell?
No, it was Viliami Kikau.
It was Kikau. Okay,
yes.
I can't remember that one.
Yes, it was Viliami Kikau. Yes, and then obviously Scott Sattler on Chris Flannery in 2003 grand final too.
Yeah. Moving on to the halfback position at 640K. A lot of people talking about Cameron Munster picking up the Dally M this year, and I think he could be like top 10. But I reckon Jerome Hughes is really going to have a big year. And I think people kind of laugh at me for this one, say, well, look at Munster in the trials. And I understand that trials are about individual players, not a team effort. So, yeah, I've gone with Jerome Hughes there. And then the other one, I think that the big thing with Supercoach is you've got to have origin backups. So at 175K, I love what I've seen from his goal kicking in the trials and his play. I reckon Kurt Falls could make his NRL debut this year for the Penrith Panthers if Nathan Cleary and Jerome Luai are selected for the origin sides again.
Yeah, Jerome Hughes, man, he was up at North Queensland. It's another one that we've let go. Jerome Hughes, he's just been an absolute blockbuster. He is someone that, for me, I would pay money to go through the turnstiles and see play footy. Jerome Hughes is. How much is Jerome Hughes paying again, man?
Jerome Hughes is 640K. Munster was around that 800, I think, from memory.
It's good to see Jerome Hughes' stocks rise up so much because it took him so long to really nail down a consistent first grade spot, didn't he, mate?
It took him a while, yeah. We saw some glimpses of him at fullback, but we've seen just how good he can be in that 7 role. And I kind of hope the same happens for Scott Drinkwater. We've seen how good he can play in fullback, but we haven't seen how good he will be in that role of a leading half. So it's interesting. Yep. Luther King jumps in the comments here. Question for Entertain House: who will be Para's number 14? Really interesting choice. I feel like it will probably be Mitch Rain. I would prefer to see Ray Stone in the side for his final year before heading to the Dolphins, but I think they've bought Mitch Rain for a reason. But for me, I'm gonna take Ray Stone. I know he had a bad game in that Penrith Panthers game, but you can't judge a player's career off one game. Moving into the 5/8 role, Sam, I've gone with Matt Burton. I think Matt Burton had a fantastic year at centre. I personally think at the moment that the halves for the Bulldogs going into 2022 will probably be Matt Burton and Kyle Flanagan. And I think that Matt Burton will kind of control more of that game, whereas Flanagan's kicking game will be impressive, whereas Burton has those kind of Cody Walker-like passes and things like that. So he's at 576K. And if he gets injured or if selected for Origin potentially again, I've gone with Jake Clifford. I think it's a huge loss for the Cowboys, Jake Clifford. I think he's a really, really underrated player, and I love what I've seen from him while at Newcastle. So he's at 405,000. What do you think of those halves? So Matt Burton and Jerome Hughes.
Wouldn't that be a very good halves pairing? And Jake Clifford, I'm glad that you said that. I mean, he scored 2 running tries as halfback or 5/8 in the 2 trials so far. So he's actually been in pretty good form. His boot seems to get bigger and bigger whenever he kicks the ball as well. But as far as a starting halves combination, to have Hughes and Burton in, that's a good halves combination, man. Yeah, I like that very much.
All right, let's get into some big money spent. So the wingers and centres, these have changed quite a bit. So they don't have a specific number for jerseys, but I guess these players can play in their different positions. So the first one is from the St. George Illawarra Dragons at 496,000. This one purely comes down. I know he had a shocker in the Charity Shield, but comes down to goal kicking as well. I've gone with Zach Lomax. He had his run of injury in 2021, breakout season in. I think it was 2018 in the finals where he looked so good when those Dragons were so dangerous, and I think he can return to that type of form. Even though I've got the Dragons outside of my 8, I'm going to be really impressed with Zach Lomax, I think, by the end of the year. At 467,000, this team's going to be runner-up for the Wooden Spoon. A lot of people picking them for Wooden Spoon, but this winger is a workhorse, and it's David Nofaluma. I feel like at some point I will have to get rid of him. I just think purely because I've got them in 15th, it's worrying. Which you could say the same about Ben Condon because I've got the Cowboys. But we'll wait and see. It chops and changes. You get 2 trades each week, Sam. And there is one round, I think, during Origin where you get 4 trades. You get doubles. So it's really fun, Supercoach. Moving into the Melbourne Storm, I've seen a lot of people get Xavier Coates, who is my pick for the top try scorer. This player won't get a lot of game time, but when Ryan Pappenhausen makes his New South Wales debut, which is one of my predictions for the year, at 420,000, I can't go past Nick Meaney. He is a sensational player, and you're going to see just how good he is at this Melbourne Storm system that you've seen players come through. I've been really impressed with Remus Smith since she moved to the Melbourne Storm, but I think Nick Meaney is just going to be a whole nother level when he does get on the field. And the final choice at 414K is the Flyer himself. We'd love to see him race the Fox, Jason Saab from the Manly Seagulls, who I have as premiers.
Mate, that's so David Norfoluma, man, didn't he deserve to make his State of Origin debut a couple of years ago, And I'm sorry, I've just got these trolls.
He's now got 150 NRL games under his belt as well, so he's becoming very, very experienced in this team.
Yes. I like what you've said there, man. I do. I'm sorry. I'm just getting all these messages I'm looking at, mate. But no, the wingers and centre combinations, they sound good, bro. Yeah.
Sound good? All right.
Sorry,
All right. On the bench, I've got Joseph Suwali from the Sydney Roosters. I picked him up for 259K. I still think he's got a big future. I think he'll get some game time this year. Maybe not starting every week, though. Will Penasini for me, I've got Maverick Gaia as my rookie for the year. It's a huge pick. It's a huge smoky, but I think Nick from Australia had a smoky. I think it was, I think you tipped Sione Katoa to be top try scorer. So here's my smoky, that Maverick Gaia rookie of the year, but Will Penasini to have a huge season at 250K. And then there's a rookie from the Rabbitohs, TASS, who looks quite good in some of his New South Wales Cup games. So I've picked him up at that 170. And then my face of the team, Sam, my Dally M medalist for the year at 760K. This guy used to be at $1 million. The captain of my side is James Tedesco with Xavier Savage on the bench. That's my Supercoach side.
Now, I'm going to go back and read it, man. I'm going to go back and listen to it and figure it out. But that's a really solid side. I think just based off feeling, there are a couple of players that may not get as many games as I think you hope that they might. But, I mean, you've got reserves and all that ready, locked and loaded, ready to go sort of thing. But that's a really good squad, man. No,
I think I've done good. Let me know in the comments, guys. I've seen a few of your comments saying good choices. So, look, if you think that there's any issues as well, let me know in the comments.
For sure, man. No, thank you, House. And so, without further ado, guys, there is a gentleman that has been waiting in the green room for about 2 hours now, and he's a bloody legend for waiting for that bloody long. His name is Metallic Panther. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Metallic Panther. Hey, man, how you going?
Not too bad. How about you?
Yeah, no, good, bro, good. Mate, Penrith Panthers, are they going back-to-back this season?
Well, I hope.
Good, mate. Metallic Panther man, of everyone. So next week, I want to ask for your tip. Next week is Penrith versus Manly. What's your gut feeling telling you about whether or not Nathan Cleary will play?
Well, right now with all the stuff, I think he will play. But that could change. But at the moment, right this second, I reckon he will play.
And you're going to be tipping Penrith Panthers?
If Cleary plays.
Nah, even if he doesn't play, you don't back against your own team, mate. Never back against your own team, mate. For sure. Metallic Panther, bro, are there any questions that you want to lay on us, mate?
What player do you reckon is a dark horse for the Daily M next year? Or, well, this year?
Yep. Dark horse. Entertain House, mate?
Well, I mean, I want to think of some players from my Supercoach side. I mentioned that dangerous form, and if he's consistent at his goal kicking, Zach Lomax almost found himself in a New South Wales jersey in 2021. I think he did spend some time in the camp as well. So I think if there was a bit of a dark horse, and I don't have the Dragons in my 8, but a lot of people have them. And another player that potentially, Ben Hunt. Ben Hunt in the 9 and the 7 for recent years has done a lot at that side. So based on this, I should have the Dragons top 4. But I think they're a bit smokies there.
I reckon another dark horse, man. Someone that could really rise the ranks if he keeps himself in check for most of the year. Brandon Smith, if he has a consistent year, I think Brandon Smith could find himself well entrenched in the top 3, mate. I think he is a game winner for Melbourne Storm more times than not, mate. Metallic Panther, any other questions, mate?
I was going to say,
go ahead, House.
With that, we've seen Payne Haas being talked about as a potential Dally M player one day. Because we've seen Tamalolo do it. So I want to ask you, and I'll ask you as well, Metallic Panther, with the Broncos recruiting Adam Reynolds and Kurt Capewell and having Stags in their team, is there too many players in their team for Payne Haas to consistently get points?
I reckon Payne Haas will still probably get the same amount of points, to be fair. I reckon the players that are there, the main thing they'll probably do is improve him and help him become a better player and develop.
Yeah, and no, that's fair, man. I don't know, man. Like, it's really harsh to say. He'll probably be in the top 10 again if he has an injury uninterrupted season. I'm touching wood when I say that too. I don't know, man. Because I don't have Brisbane Broncos making the top 8. And if they do, rest assured, you bet Payne Haas is going to play every single bloody game and play out of his bloody boots sort of thing. Yeah, if there is going to be a prop that could win Dally M this season, it is going to be Payne Haas, isn't it? Metallic Panther?
Yeah, I reckon Payne Haas. If any forward will win it, Payne Haas.
And Metallic Panther, are there any other questions that you got for us, champion?
Who do you reckon's faster, Adokar or Saab?
Oh, strike the bank. Saab or Carr? I reckon
Jason Saab.
I think he would be too. I think Carr would be a little bit quicker off the blocks, but I think Saab would actually end up catching him, actually. I'd probably go for Jason Saab, man.
I think you'd see this head start from Adokar and Saab kind of compose behind him, and then you'd see Saab kind of overtake him to get that glory. Yeah, I reckon Saab.
Yo, Metallic Panther, any other questions, mate?
Do you reckon the Blues could get a clean sheet this year?
Nah. But if they were going to get a clean sheet, it would have come last season. Mitchell Moses, man, he did his best. And I think Adam Reynolds and Cody Walker should have been the halves pairing for game 3 or at least one of the games anyway. If they were ever going to get a back-to-back, if they were ever going to have a clean sheet, it was going to be last season because I thought they were just in such good form, mate. But then something happened in game 3. excuse me, something happened in game 3 where it just fell off a cliff for him. Houseman?
No, I don't think the Blues will get a clean sheet this year. I think that with Harry Grant and DCE, I think these are players that will be. Well, I haven't got this. I have the Storm in 5th, but I kind of want to say players who will be in teams that are inside the top 4. I don't. No, I mean, I guess New South Wales are probably the favourites, and I guess maybe I'm being biased, but I think the Maroons can get it back this year.
They could, man. They could. Just, it was such an awful. What was it? It was just such an awful couple of weeks, wasn't it? Just before State of Origin kicked off. It was. Yeah, no, it was bad, man. Metallic Panther.
Yeah, I can't. I mean, as much as I would like to see it, I can't really see it going for like a clean sheet this year as well. Queensland, they'll probably be they'll have like most of their good players back. Like they'll probably have even Ponga back if he doesn't get injured again. So I guess it's kind of hard to see the Blues getting 3 in a row. Well,
Metallic Panther, would you give the number 9 jersey over at Queensland over to Reid Marnie or Harry Grant? We saw Reid Marnie selected last year, and I guess again bias for me, but I think Reid Marnie's done enough proven to get that jersey. Harry Grant definitely makes the team without a doubt. But who would you have in the number 9?
I would have Harry Grant personally, but Reid Marnie would definitely be the second pick if Harry Grant's injured for me.
Yo, true. Metallic Panther. What I'm doing right now, I'm just trying to, because at the moment I'm under the assumption that trying to make someone a moderator, you need to be at a certain level of subscribers. So I'm just trying all I can to get a moderator happening right now. So, dude, Metallic Panther, are there any other questions for us, bro?
I hear a lot of debate about this one, but do you reckon the Raiders are going to do better this year or badder this year?
Worse. I've got them dropping down to 14th, and I think that this was before Jamal Fogarty. I'm a huge fan of some of the players they've got in this team, and I have a lot of respect for obviously Josh Papali'i, and then you've got Tom Starling, who I love watching. I think Hodgson has digressed as a player. There's no bias for you because he's technically a Parramatta Eel by contract now. There's the first bad thing I've said about Hodgson, so click that one. But yeah, I think they're going to digress. I'm really worried about Ricky Stewart's job at the Raiders coaching. I think if not halfway through the season, this will probably be his last season, and maybe early 2023 we'll see Ricky Stewart get farewelled by the Raiders.
I think they're dancing on the side of a coin, Metallic Panther. I think they have enough skill. I think they have enough talent to win enough games to keep them between 10th and 7th until July, which is projected for when Jamal Fogarty does return, man. But yeah, there's such a they're dancing on a line, mate, aren't they? They're walking on a tightrope sort of thing.
They the worrying thing for the Raiders is that obviously Melbourne Storm have turned Amy Park into a fortress. You can even argue probably Parramatta have turned Bank West, as I love to call it, now CommBank, into a fortress. GIO Stadium is a stadium that teams are scared of, and I feel like they're not as fear of coming to GIO. I feel like teams know that they can beat the Raiders in GIO. They only won a handful of games at home last year, so I'm a little bit worried about that sense that they can't win games at GIO. So I really look forward to round 1 Raiders Sharks being at Canberra's home ground.
Yeah, that's going to be such a blockbuster of a game. I've got my tickets to that one. I've got my tickets to that one, man. Rest assured, there'll be some sort of a form of vlog as well, man. That's going to be such a good game to attend, mate. Metallic Panther?
Yeah, I did have the Raiders improving, but now since Jamal Fogarty's injured, I think the Raiders are completely stuffed. I think they're going to go nowhere this year, considering he's injured.
What are the Raiders paying for a wooden spoon? I don't think they'll do it, but I had them the way they were playing last year, I think I had some money on them, but they came pretty close at some points. They came very close, but I think they got some good wins towards the end of the season, but they still had some backwards moments, especially when they led some games like they did against the Knights, like they did against the Dragons. You could almost put a certainty bet for the week for the Raiders to lead at halftime every week and go on to lose. It was almost like watching a soccer match at halftime where the team's up by a goal and end up losing 2-1. That's how I felt about Canberra.
Yo.
Yeah.
And guys, there is just a gentleman that has been waiting inside the green room. And House, do you mind if you moderate just for a few minutes and I'll hop offline and I'll try and do this like sort of uninterrupted, if that's okay?
Yeah, mate. So I have moderation now, do I?
No, that's what I'm about to do for the next couple of minutes, mate. So I'll hop off and I'll just get you to moderate the conversation, bro. So
No
coming
worries.
in now,
Yep.
Thank you, man. Sorry to do that to you.
Man, that's all good. No worries.
Cool. Mr. Z Tank 99, he has been in contact with me for a little while now, and I'm going to pop him up on the stream now. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Z Tank 99, and I'm going to just duck off for a little bit and try and get things organised, mate. And Z Tank, hey man, how you going?
Good. How are you all doing?
I'm very well, mate. You're coming in loud and clear, which is sensational. And I'll be back to talk to you in just a hot minute, mate. But thank you for your time, mate. And I'll get back to you soon, okay? I'll be 5 minutes.
All right, no worries.
No worries, man. Thank you, House. Thank you, Panther. I'll talk to you guys soon.
Z Tank, will you be attending 2022 Magic Round?
I'm 100% hoping that I will do, mostly because the Saturday of Magic Round is actually my birthday, so it's kind of a rugby league thing and also going out to celebrate my birthday.
So out of those games, what game would you most be excited for? Now, you mentioned that Saturday's your birthday and you've got the 2020 Grand Final, Melbourne Storm versus Penrith Panthers. There's definitely some great games over that weekend, Roosters, Eels, but it just being your birthday, is that the game that you want to see the most up there at Suncorp?
Yeah, I think probably out of all of the matches, I'm excited for all of them equally, probably except the Knights Bulldogs one, because I don't think the Knights are going to have that good of a season this year, and the amount of hype the Bulldogs have, it's going to be a bit worrying, but you never know. But I think the Roosters Eels match is probably going to be the one that's enticing to me, because the Roosters obviously went through a lot of bad stuff last year with injuries, but still made it all the way to the semis. And then you got Parramatta also, of course, your team, and it's just really interesting to see. And also Connor Watson, pains me to see him go, but I definitely feel he'll be one of the star players for the Roosters.
Are you sick of seeing at Magic Round the same type of games over and over? I mentioned this because on the Friday night, once again, you've got the Sea Eagles versus the Broncos, and then the other game, that's really the only game this year, but there has been some games where they've repetitively kind of done it, and I'm frustrated with it. It's kind of good to see this refreshing one. Bulldogs versus Knights is another one, actually, because Bulldogs Knights in 2019 was the Saturday 3 p.m. game. I remember I attended the Saturday. I remember Ponga scoring a match, or maybe not a match-winning try, but a try pretty much close to the buzzer. So are you sick of these type of games being played repetitively?
Not exactly. I mean, obviously with last year when it was Manly Brisbane, it was an absolute drubbing towards, or was it last year? Brisbane got, I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, last year Manly beat Brisbane 50-6. Yeah.
But I do feel like Brisbane are definitely now considerably better. So, I mean, I would like also, have there been in other Magic rounds the grand final rematches, or is this the first one they're doing it?
Well, in 2019, you had the Roosters and the Raiders grand final, but the Magic Round game was Roosters-Raiders. So I guess the caliber and those teams, they really do. I guess I wouldn't call it a rivalry, but they have some bad blood, and we saw some really close game between those sides over the years, including that 2019 Sunday game. But what do you think of it, Metallic Panther? Do you think that Magic Round should be keeping the same games that they've got, like they've been doing, repeating games for people, or should they mix it up a bit and have different games? I know that obviously if they do Magic Round for, say, another 5 years, that they're all going to be playing each other once. But what do you think on this situation?
Well, for me personally, if it's like being a good game in Magic Round, like being a standout type of game, I reckon they should keep it. But if the game wasn't the best, like I guess the Manly and Brisbane game, then I guess they should probably change it. But that's just my opinion on it.
Well, let's have a chat about the signings for 2022. It's a video that I touched on earlier on my channel, and there's definitely some good ones and there's definitely some negative ones. Now, before I get into this, I just want to say that if I do speak negatively about a player, you still made it in the NRL. You are the best player that team can pick, and congratulations to you. But the thing about your role is to expect criticism. That's exactly what myself, Metallic Panther, and Zed Tank are going to do here. So I'm going to speak about some negative ones, in my opinion, first. First one being Chad Townsend for the Cowboys. I think the Cowboys are in an absolute rut at the moment. I've got them for the wooden spoon. I think Chad Townsend is an okay player. He's definitely done some good things at the Sharks, winning a premiership, but he's not the man for me to be leading them around, and not that kind of star halfback. And we'll see if I eat my words, but I don't think I will for this one. So Chad Townsend to the Cowboys. What do you boys think? We'll start with you, Metallic.
I got Ashley Taylor for the Warriors. I don't think he'll be starting anyways, but I think it was just a waste of a signing, to be fair.
Well, he's gone from that $1 million to much cheaper price now. So Ash Taylor actually wasn't pictured on this poster for the NRL. So was Peter Hiku, was off this one, and I think Matty Kavalu. So there were some interesting ones that were thrown. This is a 50-50 one. I'm going to speak to you, Zed Tank, about this one, because we've seen him playing in a Sharks jersey for plenty of years, previously at the Tigers as well. What do we think of Aaron Woods at the St. George Illawarra Dragons? Where does he play? Is he off the bench? Is he in the New South Wales Cup? Where's our Woodsy go?
I've always liked Aaron Woods as a forward. I'm a big lad myself. I just like big men that carry the ball, and Woods being the hairiest one of them all, it's definitely one of my favourites. I do feel like probably at best he could definitely come off the bench when, say, like the Dragons don't have the momentum and just come in and charge through. And I definitely feel like he will have a spot in the Dragons team. Maybe not the starting 13, sorry, for football. But I definitely think he's going to fit in the team. But I'll probably have him off the bench.
Yeah, I want to speak about the Cronulla Sharks. This is a team that I'm really excited for, and I'll be quite surprised if this Sharks team misses the 8. I think NRL is always surprising. So I know a lot of people had the Bulldogs in their top 8 last year, and look how that turned out. So I want to speak about the hype around Nico Hines, and obviously they're both Melbourne Storm players, but is there not enough talk about Dale Finucane coming to this club? Is there potential for Dale Finucane and what he brings to the game and his leadership around the park? Is there potential for him to be a signing of the year, and how big is Dale Finucane to the Sharks?
Yeah, definitely. Dale Finucane, he's always been like one of those class leaders with the Storm. Not as high profile as some of the other players at the Storm, but definitely has it his own. I reckon Nico Hines for the Sharks is probably going to be the signing of the year from what I've seen of the trials. Like, I know the trials are a bit, you don't know, like it could be false hope, but Dale Finucane definitely coming in under the radar with the Sharks, but he'll just prove of getting how many carries, like hundreds of meters in a match. He's definitely going to be probably one of the most, I think currently he's probably the most underrated, one of the underrated forwards in the game.
Oh, absolutely. It has been for years. Metallic Panther, last one from this list. There's plenty of players we can get through for Bulldogs fans, Tavita Pangai Jr., Matt Burton. But I want to touch on a team that I think will go well this year, and that's the Warriors. I actually really like the Warriors lineup on paper. I think Ewan Aitken and Sean Johnson making his return for the Warriors. Metallic, how big do you think this side, and where have you got the Warriors on the ladder?
I have I got the Warriors at 11th. I reckon if they could make the 8 if they fix up their inconsistency. on paper they do have a good enough team for the 8. Like very good forward pack. They got Sean Johnson again, was a goat at the Warriors, and he's also very, very experienced player. So yeah, I reckon Chanel Harris-Tavita will also have a breakout year.
Do you think Chanel Harris-Tavita and Sean Johnson will be the halves combination, or do you think that Ash Taylor will kind of – because the thing about this is, and I don't know if it'll happen, but if New South Wales Cup side, Ash Taylor playing under that just gets better and better, then maybe Nathan Brown will start him back in that jersey. But I think it's going to be a little bit of time before we see Ash Taylor as a starting half again in the NRL. What do you think of that, Metallic?
Yeah, I honestly agree with that. I got Harris-Tavita to start off at like in the starting halves, but if Taylor does start to do well in the New South Wales Cup, he could come up and get into the higher levels.
Zed Tank, have you got any some questions for Metallic about the upcoming season or the season that just passed?
Yes. So obviously there's been a lot of preseason talk about what's going to happen with Kalen Ponga, whether he's going to stay with Newcastle or he's going to go to the Dolphins. In your personal opinions, what do you think is the best move for Kalen?
I think that I'll start off here. I think that Kalen Ponga will end up with the Dolphins if they can afford him, which I think he can be their marquee signing. And I think the friendship that he built, and I know you can't just say because your friend moved away, but I feel like having that podcast with Connor Watson, and I feel like Ponga's going to feel a bit of betrayal. I think he'll still have a good season, but I'm really worried about the Knights and their form, and I think it will be Kalen Ponga saying, hey, my contract says that I can leave, and I will be leaving, and we'll see an announcement probably around July, August. I feel like it'll be a late announcement.
With Kalen Ponga, for me, as much as I want him to stay at Newcastle. Like I do want him to stay, but I reckon he will go to the Dolphins, and I reckon the Dolphins will be a better move for him, considering he's got Wayne Bennett. Wayne Bennett's probably the best coach for him, to be fair. And yeah, I reckon just a fresh start for Kalen Ponga will be good for him.
Well, while we're on this subject, I'll speak about my Dolphins side. I spent quite a bit of time looking into this side in regards to players coming off contract or players who have. Good day, CJ Moxley, who's joined us. He's just ready to talk about the Dolphins. So welcome back to the stream. We've been going for 6.5 hours. Sam Revill's live stream here, where we've raised plenty of money for Lismore and the great town of Lismore, as well as Nick from Australia and all those affected in Ballina, all around the country. But let's speak about the Dolphins, where I've got Kalen Ponga, who we've just mentioned at fullback. On the wing, I've got Jermaine Asako. In the 3 jersey, I think he's proven himself as an NRL starter. I think he's been great in the back row as well, but I've gone with Jack Bird. And the other centre who's been talked about a lot in this side is Herbie Farnworth. So what do you think of that centre pairing there? I'll start with you, CJ. Welcome aboard.
Yeah, my audio's just coming in. I heard Jack Bird, and who was that? Jack Bird and who?
Jack Bird and Herbie Farnworth.
It's definitely an attacking pairing. I think that's going to be really good attack-wise. Defensive-wise, Jack Bird, I think he can kind of work on it a little bit more, but I like it, and I think, under Wayne Bennett's guidance, it'd be a really good centre pairing.
Zed Tank, I'll go to you, but let's go. I'll speak about my wingers here. So Jermaine Asako and the other pick, very left pick here, but I think he's still got a bit of NRL left in him. He's still probably going to sign a contract somewhere, if not the Super League. I've actually gone with George Tafua from the Sea Eagles for a bit of pack punch on the wing. So Jermaine Asako, try-scoring freak, and then a bit of defense with George Tafua.
Yeah, I definitely think Jermaine Asako would definitely thrive in a team like that. George Tafua, I'm not exactly familiar with him per se.
He's the player who basically put Cameron Munster to sleep a few years ago, mate. He just loves to hard hit. He plays on the wing, scores a couple tries. He's quite a good attacking and defensive winger.
And yeah, that's definitely what you want as a winger. You definitely want one that can score tries and still hold up in defence because there's been too many times where some teams have just had absolutely like no defence on their wings and they just cut it out. The other teams just cut it out and just go straight through them, and it's that would definitely work for with Redcliffe. And him putting that monster out, that's a achievement in its own, I guess.
Yeah, that was one of his highlights. Metallic Panther. I'm going to get into my halves combination here. I'll let everyone have a say, including the comments, because I'm going off contract or players that have a clause to leave their contract. Is this the worst halves pairing in the NRL if this was to happen? In the 6, Brandon Wakeham, and in the 7, Anthony Milford.
It might seem bad, but I mean, Wayne Bennett, he can make any player become a superstar. So, I mean, if those two halves were the halves of the Dolphins, Wayne Bennett is probably by far the perfect coach for them. He'll be able to help the halves and develop them into superstars. And he did that with Milford as well when he was earlier in the Broncos.
What about you, CJ? Do you think Brandon Wakeham and Anthony Milford is a good halves combination under Coach Wayne Bennett, or a shocking one?
It would take a lot of time to gel, I think. At the start of the year, it's going to be a bit tough for them. But I think come back at the end of the year when you're under Wayne's guidance, I think Milford can get back to not top form, but better form than he's been in a while. With Brandon Wakeham, I'm unsure, but, under Wayne Bennett, anything can happen. So I'm willing to give him a go.
Zed Tank? Is he frozen? Are you with us, Zed Tank?
Oh, no.
All right, we'll come back to that. Let's move into the 8 and the 9. We've seen Mark Nichols sign with the Dolphins. So I've got Mark Nichols in that jersey number 8. And then in the 9, we've seen this guy sign with the Dolphins. I've gone with Parramatta's own Ray Stone. I don't think you can judge him based off one game. Since it's just the two of you now, I might read the rest of the side and let you make your judgment. We've got Zed Tank back now. So in the 9, Ray Stone. In the 10, I've gone with Jesse Bromwich, someone who I've got in my super coach team. I think he's in for a really big season. So Jesse Bromwich. Now, I don't have Kenny Bromwich in this side because when I made it, Kenny wasn't signed with the Dolphins. In jersey number 11, I think this was the first signing. Let me know if I'm wrong for the Dolphins. Was Felice Kafusi the first announced official signing?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
So I've got him in jersey number 11. I've got someone farewelling Parramatta too here, Ryan Madison. I think Ryan Madison would be a great pickup for the Dolphins. I think that he's been good with multiple clubs, and I think under the coaching of Wayne Bennett, I'd love to see him stay at Para.
Come here, Madison.
Pardon?
Come here, Madison.
Come to the Rabbits. You want him at the Bunnies as a...
I do. I love Madison.
And then in jersey number 13, someone who's a bit of a grub, Josh Maguire, to bring a bit of grunt to that side. So what do you think, Metallic Panther? Do you think it's a strong forward pack or could be better?
I reckon it's most of the forward pack's pretty good. I personally don't really think Felice Kafusi won't go as well with the Dolphins, but yeah, I reckon Josh Maguire, even though he's a grub, Dolphins will probably be a big move for him, and he'll probably be a standout in the forward pack with like Jesse Bromwich and the GOAT Mark Nichols, as we all know.
What about you, Zed Tank? Who out of that forward pack? I know you cut out for a bit. Did you hear the forward pack?
I heard Bromwich and Kafusi, and I think it was just before that was when I cut out.
So Mark Nichols in the 8, Ray Stone in the 9, and then you've mentioned Bromwich Kafusi with Ryan Madison and Josh Maguire.
Oh, yeah, Ryan Madison is definitely going to be an interesting pick if he does end up going there. Definitely one of the workhorses for Parramatta. And, and you've also got, who was the hooker, sorry?
Ray Stone.
Ray Stone as well, yeah. That whole forward pack for Parramatta is definitely kind of gone under the radar compared to some other teams. So could definitely, with a coach like Bennett, build them up into top players.
Well, I want to move into the bench. And CJ, I'll start with your opinion here. I'm going to skip over my number 14. It was originally Dylan Walker. But recently, we've seen him sign with the New Zealand Warriors for 2023, so he won't be making a trip to Redcliffe anytime soon. So I've got Corey Harawira from the Raiders, previously a Bulldog. I think he's still in some good form, but under a coach like Bennett can get the best out of him. From the Cronulla Sharks, I've got Britton Nakora. I think he's had some exceptional time with the Sharks. And, I mean, the Sharks were smoky this year, so if he's a premiership-winning back rower, could be fantastic to see. And then the jersey number 17, it's an interesting one. I have seen him being talked about re-signing with his club for about a 3 to 5 year deal, but I think the Dolphins would be a great spot for him to kind of start his NRL career that's been good. And it's the Cowboys, Hylam Lukey. So, CJ, I'll start with you. Harawira Naira, Lukey, and Nakora. I
could see Corey Harawira being the most realistic option out of those three. I think Harawira would be really good for the Dolphins. You know, he'd go there under Bennett, like you said, get the best out of him. He'd come off the bench, make that impact, you know, probably late in the first half, early second half. But with Hylam Lukey, that'd be awesome for the Dolphins, for a match with Dolphins. You know, he's already developing how he is at the Cowboys. Just imagine him under Wayne Bennett. It'd be a whole new level. The other player you said was...
Britton Nakora from the Sharks.
That's a player that I think he'll, if he left the Sharks, I think it'd be good for him. Go up to the Dolphins. Britton Nakora is someone I rate really highly. I think he's really underrated. And yeah, I'd like to see him at the Dolphins because I think he'll fit into a team, you know, under Wayne Bennett's standards, and I think it'd be a perfect fit.
What about you, Metallic Panther? What do you think of that bench of Harawira Naira, Nakora, and Hylam Lukey? Is there anyone there you don't rate?
I reckon if that bench did happen, it would probably be the perfect bench for the Dolphins, in my opinion. I reckon Corey Harawira Naira, I reckon if he did go, it'll probably be the best part of his career, probably be the peak of it with Wayne Bennett. And he's already doing really well in the Raiders too. And Lukey, as he gets older, and if he does go to the Dolphins, Wayne Bennett be perfect coach. He'll be an absolute gun. And same as Nakora as well.
All right, Zed Tank, I'm keen to hear your thoughts on this one. Lukey, Nakora, Harawira Naira.
Lukey, I'm not exactly too familiar with out of the three. So he's at the Cowboys currently?
Yeah, he's at the Cowboys. He made his debut against the Newcastle Knights. I think it was around round 8 to 11, around that period. It was quite early in the season or mid in the season. Awesome debut. And I was watching with my mum, and I was just saying, look at this guy. He's going to be in a Queensland jersey one day, and I couldn't wait for that moment. But he's just getting better and better to watch. So I think he had a bench spot for the Cowboys, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think he started, but he's very, very good player.
Yeah, so adding from that, I feel like probably the Cowboys would try to hold on to him in that case, because there's been a few times the Cowboys have spurred some young talent and the club's poached them. As a Knights fan, we're probably the most guilty of that with Clifford and Ponga. But Harawira Naira is a class player as well. Would be very interesting to see how he would go if he on the bench as an impact player for Redcliffe, because I just see this whole forward pack just not slowing down.
I want to touch on a different subject here, obviously still on the NRL, and it might catch all of us off guard here. I feel like it will catch us all off guard, including myself. But going into the season, at the end of this season, who do you think won't be playing next year? I won't get into players going to the Super League, but purely based on retirement, basically just name a player. Yeah, I've got you now. Got you around the tail. But name a player, and you guys are welcome to kind of put your hand up, and I'll say.
So, Hayden, a player we believe will retire. Am I correct in saying it?
A player that you believe will retire in 2022. You can name multiple.
Wade Graham.
First. Wade Graham. I believe that is a great pick. I think that this will be his final year around as well as Wade Graham. Still speaking on forwards, I think Jared Rea-Hargraves. I think he's been fantastic. We've seen him wind back the clock last year. If this Roosters side can do what a lot of people are predicting them to do, I have no doubt he retires. And if they don't win the premiership, one more year. Metallic and Z-Tank, Jared Rea-Hargraves and Wade Graham. Do they go around in 2023?
Not really sure about Hargraves. I could see it happening, but I reckon Wade Graham, I reckon he probably will because he's starting to get heaps of injuries now. So I reckon this will be his last year, fortunately.
I actually only just figured out that Wade Graham's still playing. So a bit of a shock there, but I reckon Aria Hargraves might have a couple more years in him. He's one of the players that I hated when my team play against him because he's just such a good forward. He's definitely has had a redemption over the last couple of years with form. So I think he'll probably wait until the Roosters win their next title to call it quits.
What about, this is a bit of an interesting one because he's played Origin, he's been with clubs, and he's making his homecoming return. Do we think Dane Gagai could be on the outer after plenty of years of NRL? I still think he's got maybe a few left in him, but I think an option chucked in there is Dane Gagai.
Maybe after his contract, which I believe expires at the end of 2024.
Yeah.
I think that's a good chance of when he does hang up the boots. But I can also see him another suitor up to the Dolphins maybe in the near future.
Oh, you see him going to the Dolphins before
In
retirement?
the near future. Probably to retire after he's stint at Newcastle.
What about you, Metallic Panther?
Yeah, I've probably got to agree with Dane Gagai. Another player who I kind of think if he re-signs, well, he might have, but Daly Cherry Evans, I reckon if he re-signs from 2024, like where his contract ends at 2024, I reckon he will retire.
He wants to play on, he said. But yeah, like yesterday or something.
I still think he definitely has made errors in Origin and in big games as well. But I love watching Daly Cherry Evans. I'm a huge fan of him, and I know that there are those moments where he kind of does cost the game, but there are those moments where he wins you the game as well. He's the king of field goals. That would be a sad one for me, saying goodbye to Daly Cherry Evans. Z-Tank, have you got anyone off the top of your head that you think could retire going into 2023?
Not anyone specifically, but just touching on with Dane Gagai, one thing which I can see somewhat parallels was probably about 10 or so years ago when McDougall made his return to Newcastle, was he would basically kind of mentor, would play alongside Akila Iwate when he was younger. And during that period, Akila Iwate arguably became the best winger in the game. Like he was, because of having the experience next to him. So I do kind of feel like Gagai's role now is definitely to mentor the young wingers. Like I could definitely see him alongside someone like Dominic Young and trying to mentor him into the getting up to NRL, because I think Dominic Young's going to be amazing, but I feel Gagai probably maybe at the end of his contract might leave, but you never know.
All right, what about you? Let's go CJ Moxley. Who do you think would hang up the boots in 2023? Or 2022,
Kevin Proctor.
Ooh, okay. Kevin Proctor has been around for a while with a few different clubs now, so he's been around a long time, actually, the more I think about it. He was part
I don't really think he's up for it anymore, to be honest.
You don't think he's in any form at all?
No, I'm not really into him this year. I just can't see him playing past this year. You know, especially if that, like, passing on the captaincy of the Tino, I think that's the first step of it.
That is huge. Seeing Tino step up as the captain, it's a big call. There's a few captains that I'm a little bit uncertain about going into 2023. So let's touch on that. It's a great topic, and get involved in the chat as well, guys. Feel free to get involved in the chat. But I've mentioned a few of the signings for 2022, and those particular players are actually captains. So first one, Adam Reynolds. He captained for the South Sydney Rabbitohs after it wasn't Sam Burgess, was it? Who was their captain before?
No, it wasn't Greg. Was it John? No, it was Sam Burgess. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
It was Sam Burgess. So after Sam Burgess stepped down, retired effectively, Adam Reynolds took over as captain for 2 years in the NRL, and now he's going to be captaining the Brisbane Broncos. Do we think it's the right decision? I compare this to Chad Townsend not being that kind of player who can lead the side around and win those big moments, whereas Adam Reynolds can leave rugby league round up and coming. Here we go. Awesome. We've got another join, and he can join in the chat. But what do you think on this? I'll start with you, Zed Tank.
I was a little bit taken aback because I felt like it was obviously it was like the main cause for him to be captain with Reynolds. I think it is innately the right call because I definitely feel like Reynolds can be this leader that Brisbane have kind of needed because I think over the last couple of years, it's who has been the captains for the last couple of years for Brisbane?
Patrick Harrigan.
Alex Glenn.
That's about it, yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah, Alex Glenn retired. Alex Glenn, by the way, guys, I would love to get him on the chat. He does Twitch streams. So I'll tell you what, welcome Rugby League Roundup.
Hey, bro. Hey, guys. How's it going?
Let's touch on that quickly while we're on this topic. NRL players who spend their time live streaming. Are you guys watching some of these players? I can name quite a few. Joseph Manu loves to play before he went to jail with Blake Ferguson. They were playing online quite a bit before Fergo got his mishaps. So he's been on the radar. Hosty, CJ just mentioned one of the former guests that I interviewed in this very room in my background. Yes, Hosty has been doing it for quite a while.
Pereira.
Alex, what was that?
Jordan Pereira.
Yep.
Jordan Pereira, another great one. And Jordan Pereira, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, is running a raffle.
Yeah, he is. Fun fact, Jacob Host, I was actually his 1,000th follower.
Oh, wow. There you go.
Yeah, that was I was surprised too. I just joined and then I followed and he's like, wow, 1,000th follower. So yeah.
Absolutely awesome. Another one, we mentioned Alex Glenn there. Alex Glenn has been doing it for quite a while now and growing consistently. I'll be honest, in the last maybe 2 months, I've kind of been off Twitch. Not sure about you boys. What do you think about rugby league streamers? Do you think that it takes away things from the game? And I guess we can add to this that the Melbourne Storm were minor premiers and the Melbourne Storm had that win streak, but you still had players like Ryan Pappenhausen, Cameron Munster, and I'm having a blank, but someone else opening cards. Now they run something called 4-point collectibles. Obviously, everyone needs something to do outside of footy. Do you think these type of events or leisure for players should be put out there for the world to see this side of them, or should it be kept personally?
Shouldn't be kept personal. You're yourself. You should be your own person. Obviously, you want to be a role model, and obviously, you want to watch what you say. But footy players have a life outside of on the field, and they should have the right to do whatever they want, as long as it's not inappropriate and stuff like that.
I just want to touch on a comment there. Tigers fan 00, thank you, says Isaac Luke and Jordan Kahu as well. Jordan Kahu, with his Chur Media, has been very, very good to watch and been streaming as well. Isaac Luke, I actually didn't know stream, so it's good. I'll be checking that one out. Let's go over to
Zelezniak does it too. I think
DWZ does. There's plenty. There's so many now,
there's
isn't
a
there?
lot.
And so does his brother Malachi. Rugby League Roundup. What do you think of players streaming or opening footy cards? Have you seen some of 4-point collectibles? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do collect footy cards myself. I don't know who you're talking about. 4-point collectibles. I can't get the name in my head. I do watch Digaz trading cards. I'm pretty sure that's his name. He opens cards a lot. So yeah, that's where I get most of my cards from. And I think pretty awesome that players be themselves and do their streams and open cards or play games. And it's pretty awesome.
Oh yeah.
Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, 4-point collectibles. I follow him on Instagram, so I was just checking.
Yeah. Metallic Panther, do you think that this off-field kind of thing is really good for the game and these players, or do you think that it's a bit of a distraction off the field and that it should be kept personal or limited? Because we are seeing them do it quite regularly as well.
I reckon it's pretty good for the game, I guess, and pretty good for them if they do stuff like this, do something that isn't footy, but I mean, the only thing is they can't focus on it too much and then they get distracted from their football. But yeah,
Well, the thing is, we've seen, like, I'm happy with it, and I like it for the most part. But I do worry about the fact that the Brisbane Broncos going into the finals and they were having nights out and they were going on the pokies and they were just doing things that you and I would do on a regular basis. And I think streaming is something that young people like myself and a lot of you like to do. So I kind of do worry about how much sleep these players get and if they're missing out on training sessions because of it. But at the same time, I think that it's great to interact with players. And let me know if you guys have. CJ, I'm assuming you have with Hosty and things.
Yeah.
How many have interacted with a player while they're streaming?
Oh, I talk to Hosty all the time when he streams. So,
Well,
I'm
Entertain House. I got Bailey Anbus on here today. That was through Instagram.
Absolutely awesome. I saw that.
I was surprised he accepted it when I saw the message. I was at school. I was getting my bag marked, like printed my name out. And then I just saw this message like, yeah, more than happy to. I'm like, holy shit. He noticed my message. I'm like, wow. So, yeah.
There we go, guys. We've got a message. Keep up the good work, lads. Just popped to hit the thumbs up. Thank you very much to Sport for jumping on this live stream. I just want to take the time as we reach the 7-hour mark of this 9-hour live stream to let everyone know that in the chat, in the description, the reason why we're all doing this, the GoFundMe page for the Lismore victims as well as Brisbane, Ballina, those affected, there is a GoFundMe link. And I'm just going to check. We were previously at $750. So I'm just going to make sure, $711, and we're at that $711 right now. The goal for this stream is 2,000, but everyone's doing a fantastic job. So don't forget to donate for this stream. But we've reached 7 hours, and obviously we miss our good friend Sam, but I think everyone's doing a fantastic job. Does anyone have a topic that they would like to speak about on this open forum?
Well, I don't know if you guys talked about this because I had guests over. I still have them over. But, yeah, I didn't get to watch much. But did you guys get to talk about Trent Robinson?
No, but Trent Robinson, as I was driving home, I think a few of you, I think CJ Moxley, if I'm not mistaken, you were kind of talking about the first coach to I'm not saying he's the first coach to be sacked, but first coach to be sacked. And it reminded me of who's going to be coach of the year. I'm just driving along, listening, going.
Yes, Hasler, man.
And I think it's going to be Trent Robinson. I've got the Roosters in the top 4. I think a lot of people have them in the top 4. So he's also re-signed with the Roosters just recently. So he's going to be going around the clock for quite a few years, Trent Robinson, but fantastic coach for the NRL.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, for sure.
I just want to add the Manly Rep says round 1 predictions. Now, a lot of us do have YouTube channels, so we will be posting those at our retrospective time.
Tuesday night.
I'll be doing it on Tuesday, probably around 6 p.m. You'll see probably a little bit later, but you'll see my round 1 tips. Zed Tank, will you be putting up your round 1 tips?
I should be, maybe just like a little short, like 30-second thing.
Yep. Well, put your hand up. Put your hand up if you'll be putting up your round 1 NRL tips this week.
Yes, for sure.
There you go. You'll see it. There we go.
Yeah.
But we're really looking forward to round 1, absolutely. CJ Moxley, do you have a topic for the open forum?
I just want to talk about obviously my boys South Sydney first off. So obviously the backline in round 1 will be Taft, Walker, Ilias, and Cook. How do you think Cody Walker will combine with Lachlan and Ilias through the first few weeks?
Let's go to Metallic Panther here. I think he's due for a chat. How do you think Cody Walker will go this year for the Bunnies with the new halves pairing?
At first, I reckon it'll probably be a bit ups and downs, but I reckon he'll get the hang of it eventually. The only thing I worry about it though is if he has too much pressure, like on like social media and all that stuff, like if they're always talking him up and he has too much pressure at being like the main half person, that's the only thing that would worry me. But besides that, I reckon it would be good for him.
Although he is a 5'8", I can see him also playing that like halfback role, like managing like what goes around the park. Because obviously Lachlan Ilias is Because
I can't see it. I think Cody Walker is genuinely a 6, and that's all I can see him doing.
Yeah,
I
look,
can't see him.
I don't think he'll move to halfback, but I think like behind the scenes he'll have that like managerial role. Like, you know, he's going to give obviously tips to Ilias. He's going to bring down to the field because, like, you know, it's like the veteran and young kid like balance basically.
Well, yeah, he has to, CJ. He's managing. He's got a halfback who's played one game of first grade, so it's gonna be a struggle, I reckon, at the start of the season. But I think Rabbitohs will get the hang of it, and I think they'll make the 8 towards the end and have a good year. I'd be happy with getting 7th or 6th for South Sydney. That'd be a pass.
Yes,
for
no.
me.
So, Tank, where have you got the Rabbitohs on the ladder, and what do you think of this new halves pairing combination?
I have South Sydney in the top 8, but I think it was around like 6th or 7th around that mark. I am not exactly familiar with this new halfback, but so he's only played one first grade match so far.
Yeah. Yes. He was first try scorer in that match too, wasn't he? Because I won some money that night, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Last game's in round 24.
Dragons were bad last year, I'll tell you that.
Well, they win in the Charity Shield, mate, so you've got some bragging rights against CJ.
Yeah.
I drove up 9 hours for that.
Never drive to Mudgee.
Well, here we
Never
go. We're
drive to
welcome
Mudgee,
back by
disappointed.
Sam Revill. And
Mr.
Nick
Revill.
from Australia is now a mod. How good?
Let's go.
Damn.
Yo, Mr. Ali Ahmed says Roosters Eels grand final. That's my tip.
Come on,
and
Eels.
as Nick from Australia says, it's time to go. Time to weed out the shit.
It's like
No,
Ghostbusters getting them out.
guys, I hope I'm not. So, am I coming in clicky? Am I coming in smooth?
You're coming in good, mate. You're coming in good.
Sweet as. Mr. Entertain House, I just saw, mate, thank you so much for what you've done for the past half hour. I did not mean to be away for that long. Mate, Entertain House, so are you sticking around for a little bit more?
Yeah, I'll stick around for another 10, 15 minutes or
Yeah.
so. I'll stick around for 10, 15, and then I'll be in bed watching Nick and Josh have a chat with you. Really looking forward to that as we count down to midnight on Sunday. Yeah, I'll stick around for a little bit.
For sure. And to everybody or to anybody that watches this on replay, I want to say I'm sorry. I just don't have a community tab in my YouTube studio. I didn't see anything from this Dominic character. So if you've been personally offended, please let me know. I'll apologize to you over DM. So I'm really, really sorry what's happened over the past hour or two, man. It's not what we wanted today, but it's not unexpected though, is it? Sorry guys, I've just come in and totally derailed what you guys were talking about. Please continue. I'll just continue warming up, guys. Continue.
Well, Sam, we were talking about the new halves pairing at the Rabbitohs. Now, I think this will be interesting because I've got them in 8. A lot of these people have them around 6th, 7th. Now, you've got them in 9th. Do you think Cody Walker regresses as a player under a new halves combination?
Is that to me, mate? I think Cody Walker, man, will be very. How do I say? Sorry, I'm just trying to calm down a bit. I think Cody Walker will maintain the same level that he was playing at throughout last year. It's just that Adam Reynolds was another 4 or 8 points towards that South Sydney group, wasn't it? But Lachlan Ilias, boy howdy, I like the cut of his jibs so far, CJ. I really do. And they're just on. I've got them. Look, I said the other day, I've got them in 9th position, but fair income with what dropped about 24, 48 hours later with Jamal Fogarty.
Yeah.
Fair income, mate, you know. Like South Sydney are going to be in there with a massive chance.
I think they still make the 8, but I've got them in 8th position. I personally, has anyone not seen my predictions for the NRL 2022?
I've seen it. I just can't really remember it at the moment, mate. I'm sorry.
No, that's all good. I'm just going to get it. I'm going to get it up so I don't get anything wrong. But I've actually got towards that bottom of the 8. I've got the Warriors in 9th, just missing the 8. The Rabbitohs in 8th, the Broncos in 7th, and the Sharks in 6th. Does anyone disagree?
Yeah, no, Broncos for me, I've got in 11th spot.
I don't think Broncos will play finals for the nation.
Yep, same. I don't think they'll be in the finals.
Zed Tank?
I think I made my predictions back in December, which is a stupid time to make them. But yeah, I agree. Probably if I was to pick one of them that probably wouldn't make the finals, I probably would pick Brisbane. But again, you just never know.
Do we think that teams like the Sharks and the Bulldogs have been too overhyped? Obviously, there's Nico Hines, Dale Finucane, and you've got players like Matt Burton and Tavita Pangai Jr. And the list can go on for the Dogs because they have no salary cap, it seems. But let's start with you, Metallic Panther. Do you think there's some teams overhyped going into 2022, or have they got a certain level of hype that is okay and acceptable?
I've got a bit of teams that, in my opinion, do have a bit of overhype. I reckon most of the teams are pretty good with with the hype and all that. But the main team that I have with like overhype, if you get what I'm saying, is the Bulldogs. I reckon they're a bit too overhyped this year. And I can't really see them near the A, to be fair.
Can anyone see the Bulldogs at Wooden Spoon?
Nah. You can't build a roster like that and get to Wooden Spoon.
Sam?
I think they'll go close, mate. I've picked them to come 15th, honestly, mate. And just before I go on, Rugby League Roundup, I can hear some smashing in the background, bro. If you can get to a bunker, that'll be all right, mate.
I'm trying to escape. I'm sorry, Sam. I promised you earlier this wouldn't happen, but yeah, we invited guests over to this afternoon. So
okay, no, you do you, mate. Now just before I go on, there are two other men inside the green room right now, and I'll get them to somewhat take over and fill in try to fill in the shoes that Entertain House, because Entertain House is just about to leave us. And I wish I had more of a conversation with you, mate. I really do. Yeah. But from what you've done tonight at Entertain House, I'm bloody grateful, and I'm very lucky that I got a friend like you, mate, that I can rely upon.
I can't wait to go to a game at Canberra, and as I mentioned with you guys that are going to be Magic Round.
Hey, bro, even come to Congra, I'll be there.
I know you said earlier in the stream that if people come to Magic Round, I'll be there. I've already bought everything. I'll be there. So
yeah.
Without further ado, this is the first time I've ever interacted with him. Ladies and gentlemen, his name is Kieran's Sports Vlogs. Ladies and gentlemen, hello, Kieran. Hi.
Hello, everyone.
What's up, Kieran?
So good to see you.
You're coming in loud and clear, mate. How you going?
Entertain House. How you doing? So good to see you.
I'm going good, Kieran. How are you? Nice to see you.
I'm a huge fan of Parramatta's. Yep. I've been going to the Sydney Sixers games, and you've been there. Yeah.
Oh, yes, I have been at some Sydney Sixers game, mate. It's good to see you wearing your team colours. Everyone's excited for.
Yeah, I go for 2 Sydney Thunder teams. That's why I'm wearing this last year's jersey. And over to the back over there, there's a player issues away jersey over there on the background.
Very, very nice.
I
like it.
Yeah.
How many jerseys do we all have?
I've got about 30.
I got lots of Panthers jerseys, by the way. Yeah.
30 in my drawer, 50 in my dad's.
I've got a retro South here.
30 in mine.
Oh, you have a Rabbitohs jersey. Well, speaking of the Rabbitohs, this is my.
And then I'm gonna take all of my dad's when he's older. And
Sam, when I asked that question, I didn't expect everyone to run around like a madhouse.
Man, you got to flex, man.
I'm occupied. I can't move.
I love it
down here.
Yeah.
Nice. Oh man. Okay. Oh. Okay. Entertain House, mate. I'll let you go now, mate. Go get yourself some water and a Panadol, mate. If you do come back in the next 45 minutes to an hour, I'll be sure to pop you on screen. Thank you so much for what you've done, mate. Thank you very much.
And no worries at all. Thank you so much for having me as a co-host. And make sure you guys go and donate in the description for this fantastic event. Thank you, everyone.
Great job, bro. Great job.
You've been here, mate. You've made a couple of more bucks for us. It's come up now we've raised $711 now, guys. That's $710 more than what I thought we'd raise. Fair income. Thank you so much. Now, I've been away for the past half an hour or so, so I don't want to come in and start asking questions, and you guys have already answered it about 20 minutes ago, sort of thing. You know? But have you guys spoken about any rookie talent yet?
I have no idea. I came in like 5 minutes ago
Man,
before you.
We talked about Lachlan Elias, but that was on the back of Cody Walker.
No
Hello,
bias.
Warriors, NRL Fanatics. What are you doing?
Yeah, Fanatics is in the chat, yes, and I appreciate his time. So
Yeah.
he's got a man that's been waiting in the green room for about an hour now.
An hour, far out.
Yeah, also, guys, you should check out my YouTube channel. It has amazing NRL vlogs, and you should, yeah.
I will check it out. I will check it out.
My man came in with the promotion.
And we'll get to that in a sec. And so once he's all right, bit of silence, lads.
Oh
Nice.
my God, some rugby great games. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries. So, guys, just for a short time, we got Whale Pirate Zanedin.
Yeah, Sydney lost, bro. What happened?
Hi, guys.
Shush, Billy. Shush, me.
Pirate YL. How the hell are you, mate?
Very good, thank you. How are you guys?
Come up to me at school, bro. We'll have a chat.
I'm in. Yeah, hi, guys.
What's up, YL? How you doing, bro?
Well, YL and CJ, a question to you guys. Now, it is probably a question that we've asked ad nauseum, but I just want to get your opinions of your depth at South Sydney. On a scale of 1 to 10, how do you rate the depth out there at South Sydney, mate? CJ?
Well, what did you say, Sam? I didn't hear you. Sorry.
The depth.
Rate out of 10. Out of depth in the young talent.
7.5. We have a lot of depth in
back.
in the outside backs.
I got all the NRL games.
Outside back for the South Sydney Rabbitohs. Like,
there you go.
Like South Sydney's backs.
Yeah,
like,
I was planning to
YL,
get
YL,
this
sorry,
thing
mate,
for the
YL.
original
Kieran,
Xbox
mate.
because
Kieran,
I have a
man.
PS2 console, but I don't have a Pro, but I'll get it in the future.
Kieran, man.
Hello.
Kieran, bro, I love the energy, bro. But I just asked CJ and YL a question, mate, and you came in talking about video games. But I love the energy, mate. Just hang on a second, mate. I'll get
Paddy
to you in a
G
minute.
says, Kieran for Frank. Oh, you're so funny, Paddy G.
Oh yeah. What do I think of South Sydney's depth? Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with I'm gonna agree with CJ, and I'm gonna say 7 as well. Like, I think South Sydney, their depth, like their outbacks, like their attack is good, but it's not amazing as it was in 2021. I mean, so many players have left for South Sydney, such as Adam Reynolds, Dane Gagai, like, yeah.
I think lots of NRL superstars like Billy Slater, Corey Parker, and Peter Wooden. Yeah. And other NRL stars. Yeah.
Did Billy Slater play for us? Did he? I don't remember that.
Well, good question for him. Well, it all started when I was a baby. When I was born in 2002. I
I'm about to fight, man.
2003, when I was 1 year old, my dad and my brothers Luke and Austin and we take me to the Panthers games, and now I'm starting to love it. Yeah.
The grand final, I always try to forget the grand final. Just forget about the intercept and just move on.
Hey guys, I may pass it up for a second.
Bring it back up, and I just try to forget.
I may pass it up for a second.
Like every single time, time, everyone says Stephen Crichton intercept.
That's the barbecue for me.
We don't say that name here. We do not say that name.
That's the barbecue for me.
Say that name because
I've been meeting Stephen Crichton in a bowling, stone bowling of last year and during that.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, no, that's amazing. Kieran, mate, I want to ask you a question about the grand final last year, to the dismay of CJ and YL. But where were you, mate, and what were you doing the grand final
Well,
day?
I've been watching the grand final with my family, Mom and Liam, and and Liam's girlfriend.
Go the Bunnies!
Rachel.
Hang on.
We have a fantastic time, and wow, my second grand final win for the Panthers. It's amazing. I love it. And not to mention, this is also my first ever grand final win to my niece, Lenny Murphy, who is my brother Luke's daughter, who was born in last year.
Mate, this is the first time I've ever spoken to you. I detect a bit of an accent. Have you got some sort of Canadian or American accent to you, Kieran?
No, I am an Australian accent. Yeah.
No, I can just detect a bit of an accent. Rugby League Roundup. I think your volume, your party's going over.
I shouldn't be in the doorway, to be honest. I'm gonna need to move back a bit.
Zed Tank, how you going, mate?
Yeah, good. How are you?
Yeah. No.
Oh wow.
Mate.
Well,
so
thank you, Just Rugby League. That is fantastic. Oh, thank you, Warriors NRL fanatics. Fantastic.
Zed Tank, man. So so what team? You're a Broncos supporter? No?
I'm a Knights fan.
No, I'm a Panthers and a Rabbitohs supporter.
Rabbitohs supporter. Rabbitohs all the way. They're the best team in the world. They were meant to win the grand final, but it was rigged.
Yeah, I respect other NRL teams. Yeah, always.
Guys, it's a new season, all right?
Stephen Forden is my idol.
It's a new season. Rabbitohs can come back from the
Premiership. I'm gonna miss that.
Sam, I'm going to privately message you real quick, mate.
Yeah.
It's for Just Rugby League.
No, sure, guys. So we've got 2 Panthers and we got 2.5 South Sydney supporters. We got a Newcastle, and there's a lot of people said Tank 99. Excuse me, that have sort of tipped Newcastle Knights to win the Wooden Spoon. And please, apologies, mate, if you guys have already spoken about this. What are your feelings on the Newcastle Knights potentially winning the Wooden Spoon in a fair people's eyes this year, mate?
Well, I with Newcastle.
YL.
No, that's all right.
Sorry, mate. I asked Zed Tank 99 first, mate. Sorry. Go ahead, Zed Tank.
Sorry about
Go Zed Tank 99.
I don't know. Like, personally, I think if the Knights really stick hard and everyone stays healthy, I think we can make top 13. But it's hard to tell. I don't think we're going to get the spoon, but there's not a lot of optimism currently at the Knights.
Zed Tank, I'm just going to say this. Me and Sam were talking to Bailey Antrobus earlier, and he really rates Adam Clune, and I agree. I completely agree. I think you guys have got a great player there in Adam Clune, and I think he may help you keep away from the Wooden Spoon. I don't think it's going to be a bit of a struggle, unfortunately, and I really like the Knights. I really do. But, yeah, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if they'll get out of the bottom 4, but I'll probably have them around 13th to 12th.
Yeah, Clune's. I know there was a lot of debate about what's going to happen with the halfback position since Pearce left because you had Clune signing in. Then there was rumors Luke Brooks was going to come in, and then just recently Milford was also apparently linked to the Knights to come this year before he goes to South, if I'm correct.
No, Redcliffe.
Oh, Redcliffe, my bad. Yeah. But yeah, Clune's definitely he's definitely a good selection. Apparently he supported the Knights back when he was a kid, so it's good to have one of them. And I feel the team's all right, but it's I mean, to be fair, over the last 2 years, I've said the Knights won't make the finals, but they did. But yeah, this season probably the least optimistic I am about us making the finals over the last 3. Unfortunately.
Yes. And Zed Tank, man, I feel like you and I have spoken before on a late night footage show with Nick from Australia, or you have spoken to Nick from Australia before on his late night show. Is that correct?
I don't think I have actually.
I haven't.
Very familiar. You both very familiar for sure, man. And Kieran, man, how do you rate Penrith's prospects this season?
I think they're going to be back to back, to my opinion, because hopefully, I wish the Panthers won the Rabbitohs and the Eels and North Queensland And of course, the Bulldogs serve to be in the finals. I'm on the side with the Warriors.
That's a hell of a top 8, mate. Is that fair income?
That'd actually be fun. That'd actually be a fun final series, to be fair.
Mate, I'm still not ready for the
Yeah,
Bulldogs to
because
come
the
back
reason
in
why I
finals.
said for this help with the Cowboys because Nick from Australia has lost his home, so I decided to cheer him up for that.
Well, I've got a couple of posters behind me as well. So no, that's all right. And Kieran, man, it's the last season at Bluebet Stadium, and this is a question without notice. It might be a bit hard to answer, but what are some of the games that stands out to you that's happened at Bluebet Stadium in Penrith Panthers history, considering they're moving on to a brand new stadium in the next 4 or so years, man?
Oh man, that is so harsh because I love the memories of that because I've been going to the games with my family and of course my friends as well. Yeah. Fantastic memories. I kind of miss the stadium, but I hope they're going to be
So when I think of Bluebet Stadium games and Metallic Panther, I'll get you to come in and have a think about it too now, mate. When I think about Bluebet Stadium games, I think about the buzzer beater where Penrith beat Parramatta in the final play of the game to snatch a victory. I think about when Penrith beat Eastern Suburbs just a couple of seasons ago in the semi-finals as well. Metallic Panther, what other games that, I know it's a bit of a hard question, but what kind of other games come to mind, mate?
I'm not really sure, to be fair. I haven't really paid much attention to it, but there will be some good ones out there.
For sure, man. Yeah, okay. Sorry, Billy.
I'm not a Panthers fan, but I think there was a game against Bulldogs. I think it was actual NRL season where they won by 2 points. I thought that was a pretty good game. It was at Penrith, I'm sure. I think there was one year where they beat the Bulldogs by 2. I can't remember what round it was. It was 2016 time, I'm pretty sure.
And it was Jamie Soward that slotted that field goal, wasn't he?
Yes. Yeah, I think it was.
Not field goal. Conversion kick, I'm sorry.
Penalty.
Yeah. And I've got CT Dingo here, and it's sort of like, how could you forget? But Penrith winning 12 points to 10 last season.
Round 3,
Oh,
yeah.
Game.
Round 3. I've been there, and it's fantastic. I love it. I mean,
that game was intense.
Congratulations, and feel sorry for him. And that was a great game for round 3 last year.
Yeah, true. And Whale, mate, Whale, I know you've been waiting in the chat or in the green room for about an hour and a half now, mate. Have you put out your predictions yet for 2022?
Well, what did you say? I'm Sam.
Whale, have you put your predictions out for 2022?
My NRL predictions?
Yes, sir.
All right. My NRL predictions is for the 2022 season is Rabbitohs. I think they'll probably be 8th on the ladder. Here's why. I think Rabbitohs, they may start off bad, but then they'll get good at the end, and then they'll probably be 8th in the season. They'll just barely make it.
Yep.
And as for Wooden Spoon, I've chosen West Tigers. I mean, West Tigers, I don't think they'll get better. They'll get worse.
Fair
I know
enough.
they played good on trial, but because Roosters didn't have all their players. But other than that, I really think, West Tigers bottom of the ladder. And who will be first? First is Manly, and Manly's going to win the premiership for sure.
I agree. I agree. Yep, I have them winning.
Go true. Now, ladies and gentlemen, joining us early is the great man himself. So please, everybody,
filling up.
Just keep the volume down to a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please make welcome for the second time during this live stream at the 7.5 hour mark, Mr. Nick from Australia.
How are we,
Yeah.
lad?
Hey, Nick from Australia, how you doing?
Yo, dudes.
Nick from Australia.
So
Well
everybody,
done.
just before we go on, the funds stand at $711 still. 29 people are watching us right now. Thank you so much to every single one of you, from Metallic Panther down to Kieran, Set Tank, all at Whale, CJ, all of yous that's contributed to this stream today. Strike Me Pink, thank you very much. Nick, mate, How's that can of Coke?
Well, mate, I love all you fellas, and I just want to say, when you guys all turn 18, I'll see you at the pub. So until then, enjoy the Coke and the soft drinks.
Yeah, I turned 20 this year. Yeah,
Right,
turning
Nick,
20.
you message
Nick, you need to
I
come
am
here
so
to-
excited. Let's get it, boys.
Let's chop.
Go on, ask him some questions. Fire away, gentlemen.
I'm here. Ask me whatever you want.
What are your thoughts on Trent Robinson re-signing with the Roosters for 5 years?
Great decision. Roosters have finally
Yeah.
got some brains instead of buying the whole NRL.
Oh, they got brains. Who's new?
Look, I think Trent Robinson's the best coach in the game. Everyone says Bellamy, but I think Robbo's the best coach in the game.
Well, yeah. Well, in 5 years, he'll be he may even come out the best coach ever.
Well, with all due respect to Bellyache, Robinson and Bellamy have won the same amount of premierships. Bellamy won 3. He's won 2012, 2017, and 2019. Robbo won 2013, 2018, and 19. And Bellamy's been doing it longer, but Robbo has won the same amount of premierships in a shorter period of time. So
At the moment, I have to be biased and say Wayne Bennett because he won a premiership for my
fuck Wayne
club.
Bennett. What's he done since 2010?
Exactly.
Testing
but
himself at other clubs.
Maybe he should come back to the Dragons.
The best coach, in my opinion, the best coach, like, if I had to choose between Craig Bellamy and Wayne Bennett, when you look at these two, right, Craig Bellamy from the Storm, he's changed the Storm in many different ways. Like, Storm have been successful for so many years, though. You got to think of it, right? Storm, like Craig Bellamy, he's taken Storm to greater heights. But Wayne Bennett, though, like, when he's coached like young players, like in the big moments, his words are very crucial. Like, for an example, Rabbitohs, like, South Sydney, like in the finals week 1 against the Panthers, right? Everybody doubted us. No Latrell, no grand final.
Yeah.
And then Wayne Bennett just proved the whole world wrong that we can do it, and we can do it without Latrell.
Yeah,
So,
but we didn't get the
if I
job
have to choose
done.
between
So
who's the best?
That's
I'll say Wayne Bennett on
and
this one.
Nick, I already heard that you lost your home, so I decided to help for the Cowboys make it to the top 8 this year for you.
Well, I see, mate, I appreciate that, Kieran, and I hope your Panthers make the top 4 again. I have no doubt you will be top 2. I don't care what anyone says. You will be top 2. These are just too freaking good. I have high aspirations for top 8, but obviously I put the Cowboys in my top 8 because I'm going to back my side. But to be fair, I'll take 12, boys. Anything but bottom 4, right? I'll take 12, honestly. But obviously, I'm backing us to make the top 8. But if we finish 12th, I'll fucking take it, to be honest.
Nick,
Yeah.
guess what? I did donate today, $20.
I appreciate it. It all counts, bro. I mean, fuck me. I'm living nowhere. I'm fucking.
Oh, Entertain
I'm
House.
living nowhere.
Entertain House says,
bro,
Cowboys will
popular
get the swinging,
YouTuber
but
who
Nick
meets a
Thomas
lot
will
of
win the lotto.
players.
I know there's a few people like tipping us for the wooden spoon, but we'll see who's laughing at the end of the year.
Oh, Nick. What's on Ash Taylor? Just rugby league.
Oh, he knows. We already know what his scores are.
Honestly,
In my, Nick, in
hang
my
on.
opinion,
Let
who
me
will win the
answer it, bro.
premiership?
Hang on, Wale. Wait your turn, brother. Let me talk. Hang on, brother.
In my opinion, who will win the premiership? I go with Manly Seagulls.
This is a calm your shit. Wait your turn. Yeah. Fuck off, Ash
Wale
Taylor.
right now.
So obviously, everyone knows how I feel about the bloke. Now, as a NRL player, I think he's a fucking shit player. But off the field, as a individual person that goes to the shops or does whatever he does outside of rugby league, I think he's probably a nice, decent bloke. So, look, I think Taylor's a shit NRL player, but off the field, I hope he's probably a good bloke. But everyone takes it. Everyone thinks I hate his guts. Like everyone thinks I want him to quit and all this. That's not what I want to happen. I just don't like the bloke. Every NRL fan has a player that they can't stand. I mean, fuck me. I could ask you guys the same question. What NRL player do you not like? And you guys,
Corey Norman.
You guys will
the whole 1 to 17 of the Sydney Roosters.
Well,
Kevin Munster.
Corey Norman. He's a bad bloke off the field, and he's a bad player. He was.
I don't know about off the field. I mean, I thought
No,
he did some work off the field.
Nick. I met him at the Dragons run last year. He was not nice. Out of all the people, he was like the least nicest.
I met Corey Norman at Magic Round last year, and I was actually quite nervous to meet him because I said some shit about him before, but it was fine, bro.
Well, actually, last year, for all the Cowboys fans, I did meet Jonathan Thurston one in the Nine.
That's who I want to meet. That's who I need to meet.
Yeah, we all need to meet him. I mean, I've met Brad Fittler and Greg Alexander.
Oh, yeah, I've met Freddie.
I did meet Greg Alexander. Yeah.
My best friend, his uncle is actually Brad Fittler, so
Brad Fittler was actually very hard for me to meet. It was not easy to get a hold of.
Yeah, definitely not.
Guys,
easy.
can I just put a pause on what you guys are talking about? Because there's just been something else that's happened to our donations. If you just give me a sec, guys, just to
Fucking hot in this room, mate. Holy fuck.
Oh, mate, I'm just soaking up the fucking silence at the moment, mate. Guys, so I don't know if you guys can see there, but we've raised now $746.
Oh, get in. No.
So someone's gone in by about $35.
Hayden
I
Bishop.
don't want to.
Oh, sorry. If I'm sorry.
No,
sorry if I
it's
released that
okay.
person's name. Oh my god, I'm so sorry if I released that person's name. Sorry to that person.
We've reached $746 now, lads, and
You love to see it.
Yeah,
it's
awesome.
just
Amazing.
it's amazing. Thank you. Sorry, any more questions? Who would like to ask the next question to Mr. Nick from Australia, guys?
I mean, I had plenty of questions, but I don't want to hog it. So if anyone wants to have a go,
Z-Tank, you've been sitting there. You must be bloody boiling. Come on, mate. Release Z-Tank.
Release the tank. Release the tank.
Release the tank.
Release the tank.
Probably the first one to come in my head. Do you think there's any players that Queensland should be selecting for this upcoming Origin series?
Yeah, I do. And his name's Sam Walker.
Oh, really, man? Really?
Sam Walker.
Agree.
Yeah,
Sam Walker and Cameron
the
Munster need
Blues
to be the
has
half.
chose so many players, like, for example, Creary, Jerome Uwai, and Brian Toto. Yeah.
The halves of Queensland have got to be Munster and Sam Walker.
I
Cherry
agree.
Evans has got to go.
You don't trust DC anymore.
No, I don't know. It's up to Nick. Wait, you go first, Nick.
And I was listening to Trevor from Shut the Gates earlier, and what he said about Harry Grant could not have been any more true. That bloke can't play 80 minutes for his life. And let me just say this. You think, there's so many guys who are so knowledgeable in the game of rugby league right now. Mate, I've got to say, Trevor from Shut the Gate, he is easily in the top 5 most knowledgeable rugby league blokes I've ever met.
For sure.
No one, there's, obviously for me, I look at guys like rugby league history, who is one of the greatest minds I've ever seen. Shut the Gates, Trevor from Shut the Gates is outstanding. Also, Toby from Shut the Gates, he's also very good. I love listening to those two when they do their predictions and stuff. I really enjoy them. You get a couple others out there who aren't too bad, but if you want to listen to some guys just sit back and enjoy some rugby league, just listen to a nice show, then Shut the Gates is the channel to go and check out as well. I really enjoy those guys. Looking forward to seeing those predictions.
And everybody, I want to reintroduce someone back to the stream. He probably stole the absolute show at about 6:30 this evening. And I'm not saying he's coming back in with the guitar, but he's coming back in right now.
Yes,
ladies and gentlemen, bandwagoner Nathan Moore. Hey, man.
Yeah.
Awesome show, bro.
Hey, Nathan, how you doing?
Going all right. How's everyone?
Yeah, look,
Nathan,
Nathan,
may I just say?
Very disappointed with your music, bro. I expected better.
Oh,
come on, bro.
Nathan, I love you, brother. It was fantastic.
Nathan, may I just say, I have never sat there for 30 minutes listening to music like that. I've actually never listened to that type of music, and I enjoyed it. So, Nathan,
Billy's not kissing ass, mate.
awesome.
Come on,
Thank
man. Be
you.
serious, will you?
Thank you.
Legend.
Come on, mate.
Now, before we go on, Nathan, mate, we were just talking about State of Origin, and what I want to do now, I just want to share the screen and show what the team actually looked like for Game 3, just in case if we needed a half a reminder. And I just want to ask you guys, can you see that?
Still loading in.
Yeah.
Ben Hunt man of the match.
So out of that five, sorry, excuse me, I'll say that again. On either side of New South Wales or Queensland, which one is most at risk of losing their spot? Now, that's a hard question.
Valentine Holmes for me.
Yeah.
I'm going to go bold and go Addo Carr.
I think I'll go for only James Tedesco and Tom Tavares. I think.
Whoa. That New South Wales back line will not be moving at all if they're all fit. For Queensland, I don't think anything changes from the Queensland back line except for Val Holmes, bro. I think Hammer and Gagai will be the centres, KP at the back, Xavier Coates will be on the wing. Val Holmes is the only one I really question. I don't know about Val Holmes anymore. I think maybe bit of a
I
smoky.
just want other different NRL team players to stay in the Blues, like Latroy Mitchell and even Josh Addo-Carr. Yeah.
Keep your eye on Corey Thompson for Queensland, fellas. I'm telling you right now.
Yep.
I like Corey Thompson.
Corey Thompson's been overlooked for far too long for Queensland, and I think this might be his chance this year to get on that wing.
So, guys, just before you guys butt in, I want to scroll down and we'll check out. So we got the 5'8", we got the halves, and we got the hooker and one prop as well. Is anybody in that lineup potentially in danger of losing their spot?
Damien Cook.
Yes.
Ooh.
Ben Hunt will play off the bench. So, yeah, he'll lose his 9th spot, but he'll be off the bench. So, I think Cherry Evans may lose his spot.
I think Cameron Munster will lose his spot, I think.
Oh. What? Really?
What? Wait, what? Munster?
That's bold.
I think Munster will be better than ever.
Who comes in?
Hey, Kieran Sports Vlogs, who comes in for Cameron Munster then, mate?
No idea. Probably some of the Panthers adding more Panthers players or Rabbitohs players, I think. Yeah. I don't know. Probably
with all due respect, I never want to see Jack White or Mitchell Moses in that Blues team ever again.
Yeah,
well, I'm glad you said that.
Thank you.
Agreed.
No, I'm glad you said that, mate. I think lads like Cody Walker.
Josh. What's up, man?
West Coast Broncos.
Hey, Josh.
Put in Regis or national, like Kieran's logs. Oh, what's up, boys? God, I can't even read these all.
This Kieran Mon as bitch, bro.
Just be warned, mate. It's fucking
look at the chat. Look at the chat.
Josh, I've had like 2
minutes. I can't read the chat, bro. I haven't got my phone on me. I left it over in the bed.
Well, I agree with Paddy G. Well, Derry Cherry Evans is not going anywhere.
You said 3 minutes ago he was.
I think Cherry Evans has lost his spot, to be honest.
Maybe.
After last
He could lose his spot for Queensland too.
Sam Walker or what?
Yeah,
Sam Walker will be there in the next 5 years for sure.
Oh, no doubt. He'll be in the next 2 years.
Yeah, maybe even that.
Sam Walker. Did Wale leave because of me, or did he just connection cut out?
No, that was because of me, Nick.
Yeah.
Fucking fair enough.
Like I love you, Sam Revill.
Send off. Send off, baby. VB time. B.
Alrighty. So we got. Let's deep dive into the chat here. Oh, the silence is golden right now, lads. Let me tell you.
Oh yeah.
Alrighty. Kieran, man. Just want to say thank you very much for joining us, mate. You've contributed to the podcast. You've taken the spotlight as soon as you've come in, mate. So thank you very much, man. I'm gonna have to let you go now, but thank you so much for contributing, mate. Thank you.
Oh, no worries, buddy. See you later, everyone.
Kieran,
adios, Kieran.
Up the roof, mate.
Thank you, mate.
Bro, Entertain House's comments are just making me laugh.
I'll probably be crap, but I haven't got my phone on me.
I have never seen or met Kieran, and I can't wait until I get to talk to him again, mate. He's got some
like him.
controversial
He's a good
opinions.
kid. I like him.
Doesn't he? Nah, he's got some. He's got a good heart, mate. He's got a good
He's a
heart.
good kid.
So just
No.
just so just back on the New South
Oh
Wales.
yeah,
boys, we'll say that,
yeah. Why?
yo, I'll just say Jack White and Mitch Moses. Nah, they won't be
I'll
back.
get rid
next
of
season.
that fucking Fords.
Both
Get out.
of them are gone.
Get out.
I mean,
Get rid of
the
Jack
Panthers,
White.
the Panthers halves are going to replace him. I don't know about Jerome Lua actually. I still have question marks over his season last
Send
year.
the
He
cunt to the
started-
Samoan rugby league side. Fuck me, Dad.
Yep.
Can't be playing for two nations, bro. You can't play for Samoa and New South Wales. That's fucking bullshit.
Exactly. I mean, he started off last year good, but he fell to shreds when Cleary was gone. So
because Nathan Cleary made Jerome Luai his bitch. It's as simple
exactly.
as that.
True.
It was
True.
proven
I
last
think.
year. We all sought out the Origin. We all saw what he
But
did
then
about Nathan Cleary.
You watch if it's going to be a bit harder for Cleary because he doesn't really connect with anyone else better than Jerome Lua. So
Yeah.
very interesting.
As a Panthers fan, Jerome Luai is only really good with Cleary.
Medium.
Time out on the fight. Well, not the fight, but time out for a second. Josh has got something to say about. It's just a little announcement he's got to make here.
Not really an announcement, but if anyone did, if you guys didn't see the fundraiser that my mate set up for me, we're up to $1,400 at the moment on mine.
Amazing.
And it's every $5 you donate, you get entered in a raffle to win a signed Dragons jersey by Jordan Pereira. That size is a medium, so if you guys didn't know what size it was a medium. You got it dropped off today, so yeah.
Sam, I believe there's a troll in the chat.
Just ignore it. Don't pay attention.
Lorenzo and CJ will deal with that. Don't worry.
Oh,
about
no,
it.
I'll get on it now.
All right, cool.
Oh yeah, Jordan Pereira. What a great bloke Jordan Pereira is.
He's so nice. He's so humble.
Yeah, I've known JP for a couple of months now. Through 2K, and we've chatted a fair bit before, and I consider him my mate. So if you guys do want to win that, I'll try and drop a link in the chat soon. So all you got to do is pay $5 for one ticket, or it's $20 for 5 tickets. I think it is
4 for 20. One.
I think it's 5 for 20. And then you'll all go.
Excuse me, Josh, mate. Is there a website that I can pop up here? Pop up under here?
Yeah. I think I can.
Yes, apparently. Hang on.
Hey lads, I gotta go in 5 minutes. So
that's right.
There you go. I just dropped it in the chat.
It's in the chat. The link's in the chat.
So that's one my mate set up for me, but they're using that. They're gonna do a 12-hour charity live stream, I think in the next 2 weeks or so. So I'll keep you guys updated for that. But yeah, we're currently up to $1,400 on that. With the raffle going with the JP jersey. There's also PlayStation cards up for grabs in that as well, with NBA store card as well. So if you guys wanted to enter on that, the link is in the description. And when you do, make sure you take a screenshot of your donation and probably just send it to me, and I'll send it over to the organizer for you guys to win.
Bang.
Yep. Awesome. I tried entering the raffle, but I don't have a credit card or money, so
it's alright, mate.
Just go and take your mum and dad's credit card and say that.
Don't say
that. Say
you'll do tours. You can't say
you'll
that.
do tours for 2 weeks and then you'll be right.
Well, I've still got 14 hours of
credit
tours.
card, bro.
Bye, guys.
I was looking at current affair one night, and some 12-year-old took a trip over to fucking over to
Bali.
But yeah, over to Bali. Yeah. I was watching on the current affair. Tracy Grimshaw was outstanding.
I got a question for Nathan.
Oh, here we go.
How long has that cowboy stuff been hanging up in the background?
Why'd you have to do it, then? If he stays his whole life, I'm going to lose it.
It'll be dragons.
I was like, fuck me, he's going shopping.
1 week.
You are.
He's going on the eBay. He's going on that fucking.
You are a fucking bandwagoner. You son of a bitch.
You're a dedicated fan. Number one fan.
Fucking. He's still got more than Nick in 1 week.
Oh, all my fucking water. All my stuff's gone in the fucking river. It's halfway to China. It's gone.
All right, lads. I got to hop off now. I have to go.
Thank you very much, Billy.
Thank
Thank you, mate. And go check out Rugby League Roundup. Thank you, guys. Thank you, mate.
All right. Thank you, guys. Have a good night. I'll be watching.
Adios.
I love those $20 Kmart earphones that he has in his head ears. It looks so good, doesn't it? Fucking Sam. I love your laugh, Sam. It's the best laugh I've ever seen.
Where'd you get them all, Nathan? I'm so confused.
Yeah, how did you buy that in a week?
I'll tell you. Okay.
Here we go.
So here in Taree, at this little mall and that, there was a bloke that came in and he rented this space for about 2 weeks. And he had like all these die-cast signs of like random stuff. He had like all these NRL posters of like pretty much every team and that. He had a few, from memory, he had like a couple of like Broncos team of the decades and all that kind of stuff. A couple of Roosters ones and that. Some Newcastle stuff there, which, you know, like 97 and 2001 posters. Z-Take would have loved that. But yeah, I just saw a couple of these and I thought, you know what, bugger it. I'm going to pick them up.
And just before we go on, got someone waiting in the green room. He's been on, and ladies and gentlemen, it's Mr. Proenzo.
Lorenzo Merkel.
The boys are here.
I'm back.
Before anyone goes on, Josh, your fucking breath is diabolical, man. Have you taken your teeth today?
Put him on the spot.
You dirty cunt. It just smells like shit just coming right out my fucking
Mate, have you got out of that shirt in the last 4 days?
No, I haven't actually.
Oh.
I've actually run this for a week. I've been running this since Friday, Monday.
Lads, if you put Nick downtown Lismore right now, it looks like Shrek.
You cunt. You fucking cunt.
There we go. It's the roast fest now.
Yes, and yeah. Go.
I'm not fucking Shrek.
They gotta look for Fiona, mate.
Fuck Fiona. You fucking up.
Sorry, yes. No, sorry, guys. I'm just looking at the GoFundMe page. So, we're encroaching 8 hours. It's 7 hours and 50 minutes. Strike me bloody pink, mate. Absolutely sensational.
Yeah, Mraz, this is a good effort from you, mate. You're getting a bit old.
Got a few bloody grey hairs, and I don't have much on top as well, mate. Playing the bloody see fair income. Zed Tank and Metallic Panther, do you have any questions for Lorenzo, Nathan, you know, the other pair, Nick and Josh?
The other pair, yeah. That's what we are. Is that what we are?
I've got one for Nick.
Go, mate.
If the Titans make the 80, you going to get a tattoo?
I was waiting for this fucking question to come in. Well, you guys would have seen my live stream where I had that fake Titan hat. Josh was covering all over me. He was enjoying it a lot.
Not really. If it was Brisbane, I would have enjoyed it anymore.
There is no chance in the world that I will be ever getting a Titans fake or real tat to my skin ever again. But if Ash Taylor does score against us, there could be a bet involved in that.
No.
Actually, no, you know what? I'll go off early and say this. If Ash Taylor scores a try against the Cowboys this year at any stage for the Warriors, I will get a Warriors tattoo on my fucking head.
I got a better idea.
A fake one too, by the way.
I got a better idea.
Not a real one.
I got a better idea.
What?
We get a custom t-shirt saying "I love Ash Taylor."
Oh, get! I'm not paying for that.
Yo, do it.
I'm not paying for that.
I'm not going to have to wear it for a whole weekend of footy.
No, I'm not paying for the print. I'm not paying for the fucking copy. No way.
I'll pay for it.
You can pay for the cunt. I'm not paying for
I'll
it.
make you wait for the whole weekend of live stream.
Metallic Panther, the chances of that happening are probably the chances of me running.
If it happens before Magic Round, you can wear it all Magic Round.
No, I couldn't do it.
Oh, that'd be fun.
I couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. No,
Oh,
probably
boy.
not. Metallic Panther, probably not.
Boy, actually, you know what? Since we got an international flavour coming on screen soon, let's talk about some Super League. And we've got CJ. No, CJ, you don't want to talk about Super League, bro?
No, I do. I'm just so pissed about yesterday's result.
Oh, bro, I know. Okay, my bad, bro.
Well, Josh will be back, boys. He's just going to get an asthma pop because he can't breathe in here.
That's what happens when you support Warrington.
CJ.
Yeah, mate.
Warrington are the biggest bottle jobs in the fucking comp.
You don't even have to tell me that. Sometimes I look at myself, I'm just like, why did I choose this team?
CJ, Warrington are fucking shit.
Yeah, we might be shit, but we're better than Salford, so I'll take it.
We're used to it. Yous aren't. Yous always fail in big
We're
games.
used to bottle jobbing, so it's like, 60 years now, is it?
Well, it'll be awesome when the payoff happens. Instead of you guys buy the whole fucking league. You get all these quality players, put them all together. Always find a way to fuck.
No, seriousness, we need props, man.
That's what Just Rugby League's been saying all off season. You need front rowers.
Oh, of course, yeah, John chimes in, of course,
Yeah, John tell you the same thing.
No.
So what do you think? Did you end up watching the game, Nick, or did anybody end up watching the game?
I saw the last 50 minutes of it. I went back and watched the first 25 of the first half this afternoon, and mate, with all due respect, Warrington, they don't look fit. They don't look fit to me. Some of their players look unfit. Curry and Holmes, the back rowers, were clearly underdone this morning. Clearly underdone. George Williams is not having enough control on the side. Gareth Wood is playing like a halfback when it should be the complete opposite. Darryl Clark's not doing enough in dummy half as well, which is quite disappointing because he's one of the best over there. They were just embarrassed by Catalans this morning, who had a lot of players out, and for Warrington to lose at home, it really talks about the value of Warrington, because Warrington, for me, they are a top 2, top 3 side, and Catalans, obviously, they're one of the top 3 sides, but for Warrington to lose at home to a depleted Catalan side is very disappointing. And I got to say, I thought Mitchell Pearce was outstanding today. I thought he had a really good game.
Yep.
Scored a nice try too.
I don't think anything else matters other than St. Helens is the best team in England.
Oh, yeah. And
they're the benchmark.
who's been supporting him before their premiership days?
Oh, me, clearly.
My dad's been supporting him since because he's a Dragons fan, so it makes sense.
Exactly.
Right?
I'm going to be honest. London Broncos, just unreal.
Oh, fuck me.
Oh,
fuck me.
It's just sensational, aren't they?
They kind of remind me of the North Queensland Cowboys.
God damn it.
Yeah, that's a presentation.
The London Broncos couldn't even win a game of wheelchair rugby league at this point. They're that bad.
Do you know what? Look, I'm a brand new watcher of Super League, mate, and I have chosen the Barrack Hull FC. And I know I said about half an hour ago that you should always back your team. Don't ever back against your team. But fair dinkum, I know they won well, Hull FC, just recently. But just the feel I'm getting from Huddersfield Giants, mate, is good. And I think Huddersfield could finish on top of Hull FC if the early birds aren't careful this season, man.
No, I don't think they will. I think Jake Connor is basically, I'd say he's a top 5 player over there. I think he's one of the best over there. When he's on the field, I mean, we saw last week, when he wasn't there, how bad they were against Saints. But when he is there, he can have 5 try assists against Salford, who were undefeated at that time. So, look, I think Hull FC are fine. And, look, he's playing the Tigers tomorrow, and I think he'll have a big win there as well.
True.
There's a game on in the morning, by the way. There's a game in the morning. I think it's like 4 a.m. Toulouse against Wigan. Wigan are undefeated. Toulouse haven't won a game. Wigan are going to win by about 40.
Toulouse by 2.
Dryfield might have been a hat-trick. I might even throw some money on Dryfield for a hat-trick.
No, I get around to this.
And Metallic Panther and Z Tank. Just we haven't asked you questions about the Super League before. What do you guys reckon? Who do you support in the Super League, or if you don't, or if you do? Got no idea? Z Tank.
I might go for Warrington.
Oh, there you go.
You or do you
Get used to the choking then, brother. Sorry.
Yeah, I think the reason why is because just I think it was the amount of Knights players that have played for them over the last couple of years. I think one of the main ones was Jake Mamo, but I know it's a bit stupid because Mamo's now at...
Joey played for Warrington.
Where's Jake Mamo now?
He's at Castleford. That's right. Yeah, my bad.
And how has he gone over the past couple of seasons, Mamo?
He's been good for us.
He was awesome at the Y. Now he's at the Tigers, and they're fucking shit.
And Metallic Panther, mate, Super League team, are you invested, mate, at all?
This year I've started to watch a bit of the Super League. Right now I'll go for the League Rhinos. I just chose them.
Right now, he says.
I know they're struggling a bit at the moment. They had a good win this morning. Last.
What year went
on? Good choice though. Leeds. I tipped Leeds to win the comp this year, so not a bad call.
Nah, I don't know.
They'll get going, boys. They'll click it. It'll take time, but once they get going, they'll be fine.
Nice, man. Nice. But yeah, like, there's just nobody that's going to really catch up to St. Helens, is there?
Nah.
Someone will beat them. They'll lose eventually.
Nah, undefeated all year.
I reckon that first loss will be either against... I reckon Warrington next week could potentially be a chance. Look, I just literally gave it to Warrington, but Warrington always go well against Saints. They always do. They always get up for it.
I was 0.
Nathan will change the lead to someone else.
Bold prediction.
There's no way we lose.
St. Helens will go undefeated all year.
Oh, no. Lose the grand final.
They'll go undefeated all year, but they'll lose the final.
So who?
I don't know.
Wigan.
That's how that thing plays out.
I was listening to Gary Schofield the other day, and he said he doesn't know when Saints will get beaten. He reckons they could be undefeated all year as well. Wigan's the only team. Only team I can see really beating them.
What I'll do, I'll bring up the Super League draw. I'll bring up St. Helens Super League draw.
Catalans might later in the year.
If they're at full strength, yes.
Yeah. Leeds at full strength.
Super League are lucky they don't have an origin period.
Well, they got the Challenge Cup period is pretty much their origin period.
How long is that though? It's a week.
No, well, they have Challenge Cup games now in the Championship League with Bradford and all these teams. Bradford and League and London and all those sides there that are trying to get in, but the Challenge Cup's so unpredictable. You don't know who's going to get up for it. I mean, like a couple of years ago, Salford ended up getting the Challenge Cup final, and I think they're playing about 40-1 to even get there. So you never know.
So Nick, man, I just want to quickly just say I've got a prediction here from Paddy. He reckons it's going to be a Wigan v Catalans grand final. And
the only way that will happen is if Saints get injuries to big name players in the spine.
And John NF4, which NRL team do you think Leeming would fit at?
Cruz Leeming from Leeds, a dummy half. Fuck.
Titans need someone.
Titans need Jesus. Newcastle, Gold Coast.
Send him to Brisbane.
I would have loved to.
Brisbane would be perfect.
I would have loved to go.
They were kind in the NRL, yeah, I would have too.
Hey, he was signing Titans and stuff for some reason.
Wait, Saints and Toulouse, is that next week?
Well, that's what it says there, bro.
Oh, that's going to get fucked.
Oh, can't. That could be 80, bro. Like, literally could be 80 points.
So the reason why I've got the St. Helens draw up is when do you think a loss could come? Sort of thing.
That's a good question.
Ooh,
Wigan. They'll lose to Wigan.
At home to Wigan, you reckon, mate?
Yeah, I think
at home. I don't know.
Wigan have got them.
Not at home. Not at home.
I'll just keep scrolling down. St. Helens take on Salford Devils. Your Red Devils.
No,
Nick.
just keep scrolling, bro.
Okay. Hull FC. Friday the 13th.
All right, boys. Josh has got to go. He said.
Yeah. So Josh, man, have a good one.
He can't breathe anymore because You can't breathe in here because there's no window and it's asthma's fucking him up.
There, lads.
See you, man.
See you, man. Thank
I
you,
love you
dude.
all.
Hey, Josh.
All right, there goes Josh Ford, always Brisbane Broncos.
And CJ Moxley, just to confirm, you're still a moderator, bro?
Yeah, man. But I'm on my phone, so I'll just moderate from there, man. My bad.
Yeah, no, you're right. I just didn't know if you're new or whatever. Yeah, no worries. I've been really impressed with the Super League this year, man. Like, there've been a couple of blowouts, man, but I've actually, I've got to do it a bit more, but I've been having
Wait.
fun checking out the...
Do they verse Toulouse 3 times?
Let's double check.
Oh, no. What?
So,
They verse Toulouse 3 times.
final round.
And then they verse them up here somewhere.
2.
And then next week.
3. Oh.
Oh, good God.
They're going to get fucked 3 times.
Talking
They're going to
about a
get
tough
murdered by
initiation.
80 points.
What's that? That's the Easter weekend fixture, Saints versus Wigan. So that'll be a blockbuster, man. That'll be Saints' biggest challenge of the season so
It'll be
far.
on Fox League as well, boys. That'll be on Fox and KO over here.
Oh, that's going to be good.
Got a question here from Just Rugby League. He asks, which young Super League player would you like to see in the NRL?
Will Price.
Jack Wellsby, maybe Morgan Knowles. Morgan Knowles has been around for a couple of years, but Morgan Knowles would be awesome to see him come over.
Will Price from
Parenzo?
Huddersfield.
Who have you got up there, Parenzo? Who would you like to see from the Super League come down to the NRL? Renzo?
Oh, fuck. The Dodo Internet's got him.
Oh, no.
Has it got him? Well, he'll come
Oh,
back
it's
in a
got him,
moment.
all right. Yeah, it's definitely got him.
You
I'm
know-
going to say, Warriors are fanatics. I feel sorry for him earlier.
Lads,
I
what do
know, I
you
do
think
too,
about
man.
Tom Johnstone from
contagious.
Wakefield?
Yeah, he's been playing on a shit team, so it would
Yeah.
be good to have him over.
Yeah, man.
Is it Lorenzo? What the fuck?
Yeah, it'd be
No,
Enzo.
that was going to be Enzo.
Oh,
Connection
that's
to for him.
Oh no.
Oh,
I think it's contagious.
Mate, the Dodo Internet gets everybody.
Lorenzo, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Adding in the chat, mate.
Yes,
Nah,
Lorenzo! Oh no! No!
The Dodo bird got him.
The Russell
The
Crowe.
Dodo.
The Russell Crowe.
No, so what I'll do, Parenzo, mate, I'll just kick you from the screen and you restart your laptop or whatever you have to do. Thank goodness that didn't happen. Thank goodness that didn't happen when he was hosting the bloody podcast section, mate.
Mate,
No.
the cardboard cutout has taken him out.
Dudes, we are inside the final hour and there are still 20 people watching us right now.
Unbelievable.
Just fair
That's
dinkum. So you mentioned Will Price just then, mate. I'm going to bring up... So he
Coming
plays for
down.
Huddersfield, is that correct?
Yeah,
Yes.
fullback.
Alrighty, so I have no idea who this gentleman is. So if you just bear with me for half a second.
Don't
I'm
show any
just gonna
clips, bro. What's our copyright?
I'll
I
mute
think
it.
if you put it
No,
on
I
mute,
wouldn't, bro. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't
because
do
he did
it.
it on the Wobble and Jaw show like 3 times.
Just Rugby League did it, and he got done for it, and he's over there. I wouldn't
Yeah,
be
but then he
doing
showed
it.
a game. Yeah, put on. But make sure we're in the frame as well.
Oh, how full was that fucking pass?
Beautiful. Oh, look at the score. Oh, there you go.
Bang. Bang.
Oh,
Good.
that's good determination.
Oh, fuck me.
Oh, okay, so that's just a slow-mo replay.
Let him
That's
fail
seriously, that
just
is great determination.
Oi, I'm not sure if you're reading it, Sam, but if you look at the private chat in the green room, there's someone there who wants to come back on.
You fucking kidding.
William Price, look at him. His dad was a brilliant player too, Leon Price. He was a gun. Oh, look at this. Oh, the footwork. Oh, yeah, look at that.
Alrighty. So, ladies and gentlemen, just in the... by the way, Parenzo was going to say Grace to come over. To,
Yeah,
from the
Grace
Super
would be
League
good to
NRL.
come. He would be good over here.
Yo, and
Fast,
hopefully,
man.
Parenzo, you can come back, man.
Oh, look at the
and-
footwork. Oh, I love that. Look at that.
And so just in the green room, guys, we have Mr. Paddy G. I just wait for him to just muck around with his camera to come on. And
Bang. Look at that.
Kid love my tip, man.
Hey, man, can you hear us?
Yeah, sorry, I'm not in a fancy setup. My light's blown, so I'm having to chill. Next
Yeah, mine's about to blow any minute as well because of the storm. Wow.
Alrighty.
So who's this again? Sorry.
William
Will
Price.
Price.
Fullback for the Huddersfield Giants. He's a gun.
I'll tell you what, I never rated Jai Field, but what he's been doing, fuck me.
Oh.
He's been an absolute
Fullback
gun.
has always been his position, hasn't it?
I never rated him when he was at the Dragons, but this year, he's been unreal.
The Dragons made a big mistake and let him go, and Parramatta fucked up as well.
I swear, didn't Broncos have him at one point?
Nah.
I swear they did.
Have you got a chair there, Nick, mate, to pull up?
Nah, mate, I'm just going to stand. I don't give a fuck. I'm just fucking sweating in this room. Like, it's all good.
Fuck.
It's all good. I've got the bed, but I don't really want to move my laptop because I won't be able to hold the microphone properly.
From what I've seen too, John Bateman's almost had a bit of a return to form too. I know he had a bit of a
Yeah, he's been good. He's been good lately.
He's been really good.
He's been strong. Last week he was outstanding.
Yeah, good highlights. Yeah.
I better cancel that before you see what kind of porn I look at, boys. Fair income, eh?
Oh, wanna go
Hey,
for
what's gonna pop up next, eh? Hey,
PG, Sam, PG.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry,
yeah,
Sam. So pretty cool.
11.
We only had Luther smoking darts at 5 p.m. It's totally cool.
Fuck, man. Was he really? I fucking missed that part.
No, Luther King was on and we spoke about Parramatta at approximately 5:30.
Bro, did you see that video sent to the chat last night?
Which one?
Yeah, there was a chicken near him and he tried to give it a cigarette.
Oh yeah. What was the guy there? What a fucking idiot.
I didn't know if this was a troll or not. James Nickel, can you please make Paddy G's head picker, please?
He's my mate. He's an absolute tosser. No,
what is his profile?
He loves Nick because his like rants and how he just calls everyone a cunt and shit. He's the one who donated, like he did the donation for him when Nick went through did his update video. He's just my mate.
I'm always going on a rant about something. It never fails. There's always something I'm mad about.
No, watch out for round one then. Yeah.
Oh, mate, there'll be something in round one that'll give me the shits. I mean, there'll be a player that has a dog shit game that I expect better from. No doubt.
Oh,
Sean Johnson fails. No.
I'm watching you, DCE, you bastard. If you choke round one, if Nathan Cleary don't play and Cherry Evans does not lead Manly to victory without Cleary, there's something wrong with that bloke.
Cherry's had better stats than Cleary last 2 years anyway.
No, I don't give a fuck about stats.
I love stats.
Oh, yeah. Fuck the stats.
Paddy G runs the random stats.
Alrighty.
Oh, yeah. Martin Tapau ran the most meters last year out of any other forward, but doesn't get any praise. What a joke.
Off the bench, too, for most of the games.
No praise to Martin Tapau. It's disrespectful. Love Martin Tapau.
And I still say front row is out where we need to get a
player.
player.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me.
No.
Guys, I'm just going to... I'm just checking out the green room right now. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, this man was scheduled to be here. Nick from Australia. Ready?
Go on.
Bow down. Bow down.
No!
Bow down.
What the fuck doesn't say King General? King. Now you're a fucking general as well. Fuck me.
I'm the King General.
General King.
Renzo, are you there?
The
Dodo's a vicious fucking bitch tonight, isn't she, eh?
Bro.
Wow, lads. I just thought I'd say absolutely amazing. 8 hours and 11 minutes.
Excellent. I love it. I'm fucking proud of everyone.
No, massive
Just amazing effort.
What a community.
Nathan, I also want to say, I loved you singing, bro. That was unreal.
Oh, bro.
Honestly, good on
That honestly might be the best moment of the fucking stream, man. Seriously. Seriously, so I'm just
In
gonna.
my opinion,
Yeah, go Nick. Go Nick.
in my opinion, the best part about the stream has been how active and how many people have we had in the live chat. I don't think the chat ever got lower than 15 people. So I reckon shout out to the chat. I think 20. I think we had what, 50 was the most we had at one point. I think.
So at the moment we've got XRB Benno, we've got It's Bosky, Joey, Fanatics, Puenzo. Yeah, man. No, you're
I
exactly
think
right.
15 people is what the lowest we got to, which is pretty incredible for an 8-hour stream. So
The chat's been great.
Full credit to the boys.
Full credit to the boys. We completed our sets today.
Oh, we got through the sets. We got through the completions.
We clicked the corners and we scrolled.
mate.
I also want to thank everyone for the.
I really
100
love that.
subscribers.
Did you reach 100 subs today, CJ?
Yeah, while I was on live. So
Congratulations, man. Hey,
great work.
well done, mate.
Amazing.
No, it's saucy, mate.
CJ Cranberry Juice Moxie, congratulations.
That's what we need. Dean on here one day just so he can.
I wish
say
Dean was here. I fucking know.
Oh, dude, yeah. Shout out to Rugby League history, man. I wish you were here, mate. You're probably working your ring off, but all best to you.
He's probably having a big day at work, probably losing over some guys working. We're probably telling him to get
he'll let us know in the chat.
And to celebrate CJ's 100 subscribers, he's going to be saying 100 nice things about the Sydney Roosters.
No.
No, hang on. There you go. Up and away, CJ. There you go. There you go.
100 things. Let's go.
100 things.
I love his 9 fingers.
Nice things to say, CJ.
Angus cried in the snake. Here he's a wanker.
Oh.
Stop me now. Stop me now. Before he gets to our ring.
Go on, that's one. Got it up 2.
Let's not do this. It's going to get too far out of hand.
Those are 2 negatives. He's going to do 102 now because he's in debt.
I'm in debt. Yeah. You know, I'll have. I can never say anything nice.
Wait, Moxley, I have a gift for you, bro. I have a gift for you.
Oh.
This is for your 100 subscriber. I have bought you a vape.
Oh. All right, King. I'll send you my details in the coming hours.
And for every puff I have is $10 donated to the cause.
That's
I will hold you to that, King. You taught us.
That's $10 there.
So there you go. There's another thing you could say. I love how the Roosters steal players, CJ. That's another thing that you could say.
There's $20 from the King right there. Just 2 puffs.
$20, King.
Roosters have the best recruitment in world
Paddy,
sport.
you saw earlier, I tipped Manly for the comp, so.
So did Entertain House, so all the boys.
Yeah, that's fine. Roosters will win it.
In the round, man.
I saw an interesting statement made from Michael Ennis that I can't agree with more. Junior Paulo is the best prop to ever play the game. Who else agrees? I agree 100%.
Nah, no way. Not the best prop of all time.
Not when Matt Scott's played the bloody game just quietly. No.
Matt Scott. Matt Scott was nothing but a fat wanker.
Oh no.
You fucking asshole.
No.
This show's gone out of control.
Wait, King.
Yep.
Wait, Lufa.
Yep.
At least everyone in the chat here has seen their team win a premiership.
That's rude, bro. Holy shit.
That cuts.
All right, now just before we go on, guys, Metallic Panther and Zed Tank 99, guys. We're going to have a couple more guests coming on in the next 15 minutes, and I don't want to keep them accidentally locked out, so I just want to say thank you for coming onto the stream, helping out with it, and genuinely, if I see you around, I'll either buy you a Coke or a bloody vodka and Coke, depending on how old you are. So thank you so much, guys. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thanks, boys. Now let the King General be in command.
Alrighty. No worries, guys. Adios.
Nah, that's lovely.
Legends.
Bow down to the King.
The King of Kings.
Yeah.
Now, if you're still watching Proenzo Vids, mate, See if you can't try and hop back on now as well, bro.
Oh, Fanatics, you should try come on, bro. You're in the chat.
Oh, don't get Fanatics on. The fucking dodo will happen again.
Hashtag get off the dodo.
Get off the dodo.
Boys,
He's
how
actually-
much money are we up to?
Let me check, mate. Let me check. Please excuse me just for a second.
I would also like to give this moment to. I'd like to give this moment.
Oh, no.
I'd like to give this moment. Wait, I would like to give this moment to thank all. Nah, all right. Let's be serious, boys. I'd like to give this moment to thank everyone that's coming out of the almost 9-hour live stream today. I mean, you've been great. The views have been solid. I reckon they've been consistent. Like majority of the stream, they've been pretty high, especially when Nathan was doing his songs. So, I mean, it's good to see everyone come in. I actually found who that Dominic person was, and I took him out bush and hung him from a tree, so you don't have to worry about it anymore. I sorted him out.
It's a late night
But,
show. We can get off now.
Everything else, it's been great, man. I honestly wanted to go down to the club and go live from the local club on Norfolk Island, but I thought that'd be too out of hand.
Kind of wish you did now, mate. Kind of wish you did. What kind of club we talking, mate? Hey?
Oh, who knows with the king.
I'm talking dirty, very dirty, late night dirty secrets.
Late one, bro.
Or I
But,
just want
Kings
to. I want
off the grid.
Now I want to play something, right? And I don't mean for it to come across vain, but this is. I want to show you guys a moment from Nick from Australia. I think this is just about his best rant. I want you guys to listen, and I want you guys to tell me if this may be the best rant you've ever heard. All right?
Oh, fuck it all.
Alrighty.
You know what? Welcome back to the YouTube channel. I am Nick from Australia. Welcome to episode 1 of Nick from Australia. Hey guys, footy show. Hope you guys are doing well on this Saturday night. Hope you guys are doing better than me and Sam at the moment. Obviously, Cowboy supporters. Lads, what'd you think of Super Saturday?
Let's blow out, say legs.
Now, if you're a Manly fan, you probably had a great time like NRLW 090 did. If you're a Bulldogs fan, if you're a Bulldogs fan, you're probably putting your head in the friggin' sink. You're not happy. You don't want to watch it. If you're a neutral fan, you watch it.
So what he's talking about there is when Bulldogs lost 66-0 to the Manly Sea Eagles.
You're probably sitting there falling asleep like I was. So, unbelievable. NRLW 090 still having a party. I don't blame him one bit.
I mean, Townsend went for a field goal when the Warriors were 8 in front.
Oh.
That's not what the Cowboys want coming to them next year, boys.
I gotta say, I'm gonna go and rant about the Cowboys. So I hope you guys have got your popcorn and your lollies and your Coke.
Damn was
I'm gonna
this.
literally go off about this. Start of the year, right? 0-4. They
16?
look like a bunch of kindergarten children. I look terrible. Then they pulled off a win against the Tigers, and then they looked all right. I'm like, all right, we won a game, and then we sort of went on a bit of a run there. 50 against Manly, and they didn't have any Tommy Turbo. It would have been 80 plus if they had Tom. And then tonight, the Knights in Newcastle.
Oh, no,
I
not
know they've
Knights
had
game.
dramas with the whole friggin', travel from Townsville to Newcastle, and the coach Todd Payton in 14 days quarantine and can't be there because of that. This is where your assistant coaches need to mean something. I mean, you have a look at some of the players for Valentine Holmes. What a fucking lazy son of a bitch. Cole Felt's origin form has killed his club form. David Bowen, who looks like a washed-up has-been, he looks hopeless. Then you've got the Hammer. Feel sorry for the poor bastard. Doesn't get the ball in the right time. Murray Talangi, he's been terrible the last couple of weeks. He needs to wake up to himself. Drinkwater, he looks like he's been drinking 6-year-old water out of the tap out of the public toilet. That hasn't been used for fucking 2 years. He looks like a fucking idiot. Then you've got Tom Dearden. who looks like a fucking 18-year-old high school fucking rugby league player who's probably a fucking virgin. He looks fucking terrible. Then you've got Jordan McLean. Jordan McLean, ever since he's left Melbourne, his career's gone down fucking hill, so we should fuck him off. And then you've got Cohen Hess, used to be a fat, lazy fuck on an edge. Now he's gone to the front row, and he actually looks all right, the poor bastard. Surprised he wasn't in the Origin side, but he probably went, I don't want to fucking suffer that in the fucking depression either, but that's bad enough losing to Queensland at this current stage. Shane Wright looks like a fucking idiot. He looks like a fucking guy who's got fucking backwards teeth. And then the bench, let's get to the fucking bench. And then you've got Francis Mollo, that fucking idiot. You know, he's going to St. George next year. You might as well get him on a fucking plane from Townsville to St. George. You know, put the cunt on a Virgin plane. Give him terrible service. What's his name, Lukey? He looks like an 18-year-old kid going to a fucking year 12 formal. He looks like he's fucking scared. What the fuck's he out there? Dejan Assi, he can't even get a game. I mean, what did he do so wrong? Dejan Assi, what did he do? What did he have sex with Todd Payton's missus or something? He can't even get a game. Mate, can't leave the melody. He looks like a fucking cleaner from Woolworths. He looks fucked. Honestly, the Cowboys team, yeah, it's a fucking joke. And, you know, there's a lot of good parts and negative parts about it. But at the moment, the Cowboys look like a bunch of fucking virgins. They look scared. You know, the Cowboys might go out to a nightclub in Townsville one night and they're having a good time and they look at a girl on the dance floor and they run the other way because they're scared because they're virgins. They're fucking pussies.
What about Reuben Cotter? You can't leave him out.
Oh, Reuben Cotter. Mate, Reuben Cotter's got the body of Kalen Ponga. He can't go a game without getting injured.
Yo, dude. Yeah. And that's why we all love Nick from Australia. Fucking oath, bro.
I think it's up there. I've probably said more brutal things in the past, but it is pretty fucking funny.
For sure. I think you have said more brutal things, but fuck, man, you destroyed North Queensland.
I'd give it to his 2020 Origin Game 3 review when we lost the New South Wales. Oh
my god!
That was the wall.
I put my fist through the
Can someone please pull that up?
Everything.
Can we please pull that up?
Yeah.
I think it's a video king.
I said some bad shit in that review. I don't know. You should.
What about when Nicky there broke the canvas?
Corner Post episode 34.
Oh, when I broke the canvas, I think you've got to skip. I think it was a Titans game. I think you got to skip to the end. Round 3 against the Gold Coast.
Someone should make a montage of that rant and then go the rant and then do Nick putting Cowboys in the top 8 this year and then just interchanging between the two. That's such a video.
Let me get this.
I don't think it's episode 34, CJ, because poor National Sports Loaded was on the other end of a massive spray.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
That was all time.
Oh, that's right.
I love it, but if you want to show it, go right ahead. I'm not going to.
Entertain House. Nick, let's make some Byron Bay Lighthouse custom Magic Round T-shirts.
Fucking do it, man.
Well, if we lose to the Bulldogs at home,
buy one.
You might as well send me to the Lighthouse.
I'm tipping the Dogs now.
Oh, there he is. National Sports Loaded's in the chat.
Oh no!
Hey.
Who the fuck told him?
I did just that, but there he remembers. How could he forget?
How could he forget?
I just want to say, I don't want to be rude, but National Sports Loaded's a good bloke, and me and him have gotten past that. But let me just say this: when I went on that rant about him, I do not apologise one bit about that. I'm just saying.
Wait, who's just in the private chat? $20 earphones.
It's Mr. Rugby League Roundup.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just thought we'd just keep it to the OGs.
I'm just trying to find that Titans Cowboys rant. Hang on, Sam. I'll find it and I'll send it to you, and you can play it on there.
Oh.
It's the Cowboys Titans game in round 3, where at the end. Oh, here
Paddy
it is.
G needs some alcohol.
I should have had one for I was gonna do a thing at 7:02 for him because that's how many wickets he took.
Right. And he's just getting ready to stack up for Thursday.
Hey Sam,
Yeah, man.
if you go on to my Cowboys Titans live stream for round 3, skip it to 1:52 and 40 seconds, and you'll see the big rant. I can send you it in the chat, on Instagram, so you can click onto it if it's quicker that way.
42:53.
Hang on, 1:52:42.
1:52:42. Bear with me.
Yeah, I'm sending it to an Instagram as well in case you can't find it.
1:52:42.
Yeah, I'm sending it now as well. Hopefully it works. There you go. I'll send it to you, so you can click on it if you can't find it. It was pretty chaotic. It wasn't happy.
Give us a sec.
Oh, Nick from Australia. He deserves a mention.
We love
looks
the
like-
band.
You know what?
It looks like he's just been
If
beaten
I could
by
do
the
him a
Titans.
mention, I would.
Oh, here we go. Oh boy.
I don't think I've actually seen this, or I don't remember it.
Put it on full screen, right, if you can.
Or just mute that for a sec.
Yeah, go on. You should be right down muted now.
It's a man on a mission.
There you go. Unmute it, bro. Oh no. This rant was
Sam, take your earphones out, mate.
Hey, take the earphones out.
No, keep going. You see.
Just watch, you'll find out.
Oh no.
Is this what he's...
The old house too. No.
I'm fucking scared.
Oh.
What was that?
I can't remember what I threw.
Get ready.
Oh no. I don't know what the fuck I was doing for fucking 10 seconds. What was I fucking depressed?
No idea where he's going.
Oh, here we go. The camera's moving a bit. Oh, the jersey's
fuck.
off. Get the chair out of the way.
Oh no, the chair, the bookshelf.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. Look at me, bro. I'm so pissed.
Oh, this was the Titans game, eh? 44 days.
Oh, don't. Oh, no, don't. Oh!
Right through the heart of the Cowboys.
Here we go.
Oh no!
Look at this.
It's like fanatics.
Yeah, it's exactly what it is.
Fucking hell. Bro, I remember watching it. My fucking left earphone went out. I was like, oh.
Oh, it was not good.
Oh, that was funny.
I think Sam's more concerned with the spitting part.
I can't believe it, man. That was such a nice painting. You just destroyed it. Oh, man, the chat is going off, man.
If you remember, that was the Sunday night game at 6:30. It was a late game, and I had work the next day. So by the time the game ended, it was almost 10 o'clock. I think I've got fucking neighbours up, bro. I'm supposed to be called.
Oh, now just quickly, someone's got some wind blasting into the microphone there, boys. I think it might be you, Nick, or...
Hang on. Hello.
Testing.
CJ, can you mute yourself? King, can you mute yourself?
Could be earphones.
I'm fine.
Oh, I think it might have been you, King.
Well, there is massive rain out there right now, but
There we go.
That's
Is that better?
No, that's better, bro. No, that's better, bro. Cheers, man. Yo, sorry, bro. I
Wait,
didn't
where's the other guest that was coming on, Sam?
standing by, my mate. Standing
Oh, yeah,
by.
he's
so-
there.
Oh, I was just wondering.
He's going to give us a
yeah, no, it should Should be about 5 minutes or so, guys.
Excellent.
If you just bear with me, I'm just going to go in and see how we're going with our fundraiser.
Yep.
Considering
Yeah.
we're just 7.5 hours. I can't imagine how people would feel like who do those 12-hour or even 24-hour live streams. Like,
Oh,
my
mate.
God.
Oh, they're mental.
Mentally, it'd be very
I would
hard.
love to do one.
Day of the life.
Well, next week when the NRL starts,
Would you
I
watch
am
it,
going to
Paddy?
attend. What's that?
So we should do a day in the life of you. Start at you coming home from the club, and it ends with you coming home from the club.
Oh no!
Now, guys, just quickly, the Rugby League history has joined us in the chat for the first time on this stream. Nick, become the firestorm, bro.
Good
Already
morning,
in the
Dean.
firestorm, Dean. Already in.
Lads, what's your
It's-
favourite option?
So good to have him on.
I was just gonna say, when the NRL starts next week, I might attempt a live stream, but it's going to be very different. So what I plan on doing, the games that are on Fox, well, obviously I'll be watching on KO. I might watch the game on my laptop, but then I'll watch the game on my. So I'll live stream off the laptop. I'll watch the game on my phone with my earphones in. So it's a bit different. I might have to do that if I want to do live streams.
Oh, Paddy, you want to
Yeah.
look in the chat real quick, mate?
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
How you get your
If we hit 10 grand, I'll think about it.
Think about it.
Your Todger.
Mini Roger, Paddy's little friend.
But like, and I just like I've told Nick this before, and I just sort of that clip that I played of his massive rant. That was the first time I had ever been a guest. That's the first time.
It was too, wasn't it?
Nick from
Oh,
Australia
wow.
and myself. That was the first time that we'd ever interacted online, mate. And I think
We
that was
got
in the month of
introduced.
July.
That was the
And
first ever late night show episode.
fuck me dead, man. I think it was the first late night show episode too, like
Yeah, it
proper
was.
episode. And just
Great,
Nick,
man.
like honestly, like thank you so much for what you've done for me. If I can take the time out and say, I just want to say thank you, mate. You've been such a good friend. You've been a fiercely loyal friend. And yeah, man, like this success and all of this wouldn't have come without your friendship and your acceptance of me. So no, dude, I just think you're one of the best NRL YouTube content creators going around today, man. And you're only going to get fucking
100%.
bigger and better.
Mate,
So
I
no, thank you
appreciate
very
that
much,
a lot.
man.
I really do. And try and get to a game in Canberra this year before you move to Brisbane, or try and go to a game in Brisbane later in the year, maybe. We'll see how it all goes about. But I do want to get to a game like that game in Canberra against. Is it the Easter weekend?
On a Thursday night. Yeah.
You never know. You never know. Easter, I couldn't give a flying fuck about Easter, but you never know. Try my best.
Nah, mate, the Chockies are elite. You've got to love Easter.
I don't really give a fuck about Easter
Chocolate
anymore.
free.
Mate.
So, hey, Luther King, man. Luther King, is there a game that you're going to try and get to in season 2022?
Well, I am attending Magic Round. I'll be
Yes.
Get bucket.
Oh, boy.
100%. Yep, I'll be there.
Look
And it's
out,
gonna be
Bris
chaos.
Vegas.
I'm telling you.
Oh,
Oh,
I
yeah.
can only imagine.
Oh, I'm telling you. Oh,
This is gonna get.
I'm gonna be like Andrew Johns back in the day when he went crazy. That's what I'll be doing.
99
I'm telling you.
Lisa's going to
Whoever wants to party with me, you might wake up on the Brisbane Meriton Hotel. On the roof. On the roof with a monkey and a bird.
Cannot wait to meet the king, man.
Lisa's going to be with the cheese and mutton stuff.
If you want some rated R security, the King's your man. I'm telling you.
After the show. Oh.
Oh yeah.
Could you imagine an X-rated late night show that starts at about 2 a.m.
Mate,
hosted by Luther King?
members only with that.
Hey,
Yeah, that's a
strike me pink. Bloody
Oh, me and
Daisy.
Daisy were meant to do a great video. Damn it.
Mate, bloody Daisy from the strip club would make an appearance. Quick smart, eh?
Who the fuck is Daisy?
Talk to the king.
Mate, you mean Stacey?
Oh, Stacey. Oh, sorry.
Who the
Yes,
fuck
got
is
Daisy.
Stacey?
Stacey. Oh.
I don't know any Stacey.
Sam, are you going to Magic Round?
No, mate, I'm not. No. We originally I was meant to move to Queensland. I think in the month of April, but just the fair dinkum, mate. So, some of the, oh Jesus Christ, just it hasn't worked out that way, and I think I'm moving up in about September or October.
Oh shit, that late. Fuck.
For your premiership celebrations,
Well,
right?
Sam, mate, I'd love to go to a game with you and then have some beers afterwards.
Oh boy,
that'd be a great time.
Bees. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
Yeah,
I'm
nose
joking.
beers.
No, mate. 2023 will be the year, mate, where I hopefully get to really meet all of you. And I mean, Magic Round. I mean, I don't think it's going to be in Brisbane next year. I think she'll be off to bloody
nah,
Auckland.
apparently not. No, I don't go to Auckland. Fuck Auckland. What's in Auckland?
Eden Park.
Nah, fuck New Zealand. Just keep it in Australia.
The king is gone.
Oh fuck, the dodo is getting the king now.
No! There he is.
He's alive.
Well, I'm not too. So, look up the Bulldogs versus Storm highlights vlog. The birth of NRL Fit 090. Is that on Nick's or is that on your channel, Entertain House?
I reckon that'd be
Definitely
on
not mine,
House's channel.
Hang on a tick.
Wait, was this before Lorenzo had a YouTube channel? Or
apparently.
Daddy Dean.
Don't even start that shit, man.
Hang on a sec, lads.
Boy, imagine if we got the special guest, the Rango Man.
Well, that's
We should do the Jacob Glegg tell-all interview.
I can't bear 60 minutes. 60 minutes with the Rango Man.
60 minutes, Jacob Glegg.
That fucking chronic pedophile, eh?
Thanks, Whale. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, 60 minutes with fucking.
Fucking hell.
That was a time.
That
Sorry,
was
lads, just a sec. I'm still hunting it.
God.
This is what we love about the community.
Jacob Glegg.
That fat cunt, eh?
An evening with Glegs as Dean.
Oh, he's
Yeah, you've got Greg and you've got that other fucker, you know his name?
Yeah. You got the Ringo
Many.
fuck.
Well, you remember when Dean did them videos, the many faces of Jacob Glegg.
Lads, I keep forgetting we're not in a call, we're on live. I keep forgetting.
I know, man.
Rugby league history, here's a blue between YouTubers, and he just goes,
Wait, he is the king star of rugby league.
oh, right.
Yeah.
He is that.
At his will have been fucking 4-week-old wheat beer.
Wait, the Nick, ladies and gentlemen, we've gone truly international right now.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, he's coming to us live from England. Would you please welcome Mr. Just Rugby League? Hey, man.
Hey.
Yo.
Good, mate. How are you doing, mate? How was your day today?
Quiet. I've just been working, just finished now, so long day. Now got a lot of stuff to do this afternoon, so
You knock anyone's head off?
You what, pal?
You didn't knock anyone's head off yet? Not today?
no, but lads went out last night from work and got in a bit of a bother.
I know.
Mate, how sorry CJ, but mate, how do you sort of surmise what happened to Warrington last night to Catalans, mate?
Just had to. Yeah, go on. Just go on.
Who did you tip last night, Just Rugby League?
I backed Warrington, but I made up that he got beat. I think we all backed him, didn't we?
I backed him by 14 points.
No, I backed whoever won.
The entire Warrington team can go and have a nice fucking drink of disgusting tap water in the shed. Dreadful.
Why did I choose this?
Already fucked me tips. Already had everything right up until then.
No, what about whole KR? They fuck everyone's tips every time.
Who the fuck took KR over Saints?
Oh, I'm talking about you, bro. The first 3 weeks, they fucked you up.
Who are they playing next week? I'm not tipping them either. I'm not fucking tipping them again.
Have a look, actually.
Fucking jump off tipping them.
Okay. I think they have Wakefield.
I'm tipping Wakefield then. Fuck off.
Is it possible to get Dean in here?
Oh, I've got no idea.
Nah, you can't, unfortunately.
If you're sending the link, you never know. I guess you just never know.
Nah, it's his phone, won't.
His phone's fucked. He needs to get a new phone.
Wait, let's do a fundraiser next. Get Dean an iPhone 13.
I was just gonna say the same thing.
Get Rugby League history of phone.
Do you reckon we'd raise funds?
Hey?
Do you reckon
What was that,
we could raise funds to get Dean? We could raise funds to get Dean a new phone.
That might take us 24 hours, mate, but I think it's possible. It could be possible.
Consider it.
That's the next fundraiser.
Okay, Whole KR plays Salford at the AJ Bell next week.
Oh, well, I'm definitely not tipping whole KR.
I'd back Salford on that one, Nick.
Yeah, surely, right?
Yo, and I believe a
Maybe, mate.
link
How you
has been
going,
sent.
mate? Good to see you once again. I haven't seen you for a few days. How you going? All right?
I'm not too bad yourself. Well, obviously, I know what's.
Oh, man,
You're not
I'm
doing
just in
too.
this room. You're sweating my ass off. I've got no window in here. I'm fucking sweating like an animal, but I'm here for the boys.
Good.
What?
Go on, Nick. Go on, Sam.
No, just yeah, no, we're coming to the end. So if you don't know, we've raised $743 today, and for a
Wow.
couple of average Joes, we've done fucking fantastically well. From the very first guest, which was Rugby League Guru, to Bailey Antrobus, who I thought was a gentleman and a half a larrikin as well to speak to. And then to Paddy G, Nathan Moore, and the rest of yours Entertain House taking over for an hour while we were trying to take care of the morons, to put it lightly, in the chat.
Yeah.
Where did you find that Kieran? He's coming.
So I got myself. So I took myself off, and I got in touch with Nick, sort of thing, and he's taking care of it now. So yeah.
Yes, I grabbed the big bad weapon that was hanging out the back. I walked out. I saw it. I squashed it like a fly. It was dead. Didn't take long. And then something just fell off my microphone, so bear with me.
That's all right.
One of the fucking paddings or whatever, the fucking grip holder's fallen off now. It's all falling apart for me. But no, I'm fine. I'm doing it right now. Just the future's unknown, but it should be right.
So I got this video that Entertain House wants me to play, of a vlog, and apparently it's got a young Proenzo Vids.
Oh yes, I'm into this.
There he is.
Is that him? Is it?
That's him with the long hair.
Where?
Oh, look how young he is, eh?
In the Manly shirt.
Oh,
where?
Look at that.
Yeah, look.
Wow.
Wow. Right there, look at Sam's mouse.
Lorenzo Merca, look at you.
Wow.
Fuck, I'm old.
Oh,
Brady Croft, you're my superstar. You're gonna be an immortal.
Oh, mate.
Oh,
look at that. Young Enzo before YouTube.
You've grown up fast, mate.
Fuck it up. Hey, Yaz.
What the
that's everyone a few years later, isn't it?
Proenzo Vids is one of the best rugby league YouTubers on the planet right now. He is on another level at the moment.
Bro, he's fucking gone off the past few weeks. Every time I check him, it's an extra number.
He's exploding at the moment. He's on a roll.
Good on him.
Shit, man. Just rugby league, mate. Do you have any hot topics or anything that you want to talk about rugby league, mate? Are there anything that you want to ask Nick?
Yeah, obviously I wanted to talk about his predictions for the league.
Yeah.
where he thinks everybody's going to finish in that. And then I just wanted to put it across to all the lads as well. Obviously, the World Cup coming up this year. How do you think you boys are going to go as well?
Should be close to winning at least. Should be in the final. That's the expectation.
Yeah, look, I'm going to sound like an asshole here, but I'm actually going to be going for England in the World Cup.
Nick from England.
Oh, you unpatriotic.
Yeah.
You NFE, Nick from England.
Nick from England. Nick from England.
Yeah, you got to change your name now.
NFE.
Sure.
Greater.
But mate, you can
Nick's
just
a
do
Pommy. Barmy Army.
The reason why I'm changing to England for the World Cup is because, one, I'm sick of the Australian media. I'm sick of Australia getting everything their way. And three, I've got English background. I'm allowed to go for England. I mean, it's the same
being elite.
Same as Ireland and Scotland. If I wanted to go for them, I could too. But
Go for Scotland. They have nothing going for them.
Nah, fuck Scotland. I got no one anyway. But
they're too shit.
England's very competitive. So
My prediction is USA to win.
What's rugby league history say? Nick from Lismore evolved in Nick from Australia, who then became Nick from Earth, then Nick from Universe. God damn.
Nick from England.
Nick from Universe.
Bag of crisps instead of chips.
CJ, how is America even going to score? Are they even going to score a try in the World Cup?
Mate, they're going to win the whole thing 50-0.
Or I don't know. I think Jamaica can push them.
Yeah, Jamaica will give them a run.
Jamaica being every
Well-
rugby league game is amazing.
No,
Just
well,
follow around.
in the fair dinkum department, lads, if New Zealand and Tonga played tomorrow, who wins?
Tonga.
New Zealand.
We're on Tongans. Up to Tongans.
New Zealand have a better spine.
Mate Montana.
I think the passion wins it for Tonga, doesn't it? Passion of the game. And
Have you seen when the Tongans win, man? In Australia?
That's
It's
a public
sensational.
holiday now. When the day they beat Australia's now a public holiday in Tonga.
I had mates who was at the World Cup in Australia, the Tongan game and the England game. They said it's the best atmosphere they've ever been to in the game ever. So they're passionate for the rugby league, aren't they, Tongans and that. So yeah, I would like to say fucking Tonga myself, but like someone, I don't know who said it. The spine for New Zealand's a lot better in it, but I think the passion of Tonga will probably push them to win that game.
No, I don't want to sort of spoil your video, Just Rugby League, because if you haven't already, please go and check out Just Rugby League's YouTube channel. He released a video just recently about the 30-man England, 30-man squad for England, mate. So what was it that you had to? What was your overarching opinion, if you don't mind me asking, Just Rugby League?
There's a few names been left out of there. Probably, obviously, the Australian lads who are over there in the NRL will not get picked because it's just a one-day training session. But there's a couple of players in there like Reece Lynn. Who else is there? There's a couple of names in there which I would say there's nowhere near the England squad. And then obviously you got like the new lads of Morgan Knowles, Jack Wellesby, Liam Marshall. Who else is coming? Lewis Dodd, who have earned their spot in that team. So obviously the English rugby league is looking pretty bright. Quite a lot of them young players have beat the Aussies when they were playing junior rep rugby as well. So English rugby is looking pretty decent, but I still think we're nowhere near as good as the Australians are.
Now, just want to ask as well, man, is Wayne Bennett still going to be a part of that England team?
No, he's no longer part of it. It's Sean Wayne now.
Thank fuck.
Fuck.
Wayne Bennett fucked England.
Nah, he fucks every team after he leaves.
Wayne Bennett ruined him, bro. He had Blake Austin on the fucking wing.
I love Wayne. Man.
I don't know if you remember that. Blake Austin was on the fucking wing. What the fuck were they thinking?
Yeah, we've come closest to beating you, man. Obviously, with him in charge. I the last World
we
Cup.
did.
I think we were just short of one player in that game. Obviously, Sean Loughlin didn't play in that game. I think if he had played,
Big loss.
I think we could have won that game. But it's one of them, and we'll see how we go this year.
Jake Connor not in the squad.
That's one of the. I think for me, Jake Connor's got all the talent in the world. He's just a liability. He's guaranteed gives too many penalties away, and he's pretty much guaranteed at least 5 yellow cards a season, even more. So even a couple of reds. So I think that's what that puts him down the pecking order for England. You can't have him being getting sent off in a World Cup final, can you?
Is Widdop and Williams now?
Both from no, Widdop's not in there. Williams is in. Widdop, I think last season and start of this season has been non-existent.
Oi, Dave, what would your spawn be?
Mine, I'd probably go with. Who would I go with? I'd probably go with Sam Tonkins fullback. Your 6 and 7, I'd probably go Williams and Johnny Lomax. I think they're the two best half we've got. And then your 9, it's a toss-up between Hodgson and Darryl Clark. For me,
I'd go with Clark, like not out of bias to you, but I think Hodgson's getting a bit too old for representing football.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, look, I would go Sam Tompkins, fullback for sure. Johnny Lomax at 5'8" with George Williams at half. Hooker. I was thinking about Paul McShane for a while, and then he sort of pulled.
Cruz Leading's been added to that England squad, and he's a good shout for that 9 as well.
He might be on the bench for me. I'd probably go with Hodgson just because of experience.
Definitely, yeah.
Hodgson off the bench as the 14, or just
no starting.
Starting. Would you have like another hooker coming off at 14, or?
Yeah, probably Cruz Leeming or something. Yeah.
I feel like what will give England the best chance is now. I'm no Super League expert, so I'll ask this before I make my point. Is the set restart rule in the Super League?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, that makes me shut up, so I'll shush. But was 2017 England's best chance to win the World Cup?
I'd say so.
Was as in, you had Hodgson at his prime, you had the Burgess, you had James Graham. Does it feel like now that era's sailed that it's going to take a few years before he can get back to that final?
I'd probably say so. I don't think our pack's as good as it was then. Obviously, got likes of Alex Walmsley. He's probably good enough. Probably Luke Thompson as well. And obviously, you're probably going to have at least one of the Burgess brothers will probably play. I don't think it's as good as it was. Nowhere near as good as it was. Obviously, you've got likes of the back row. You've got obviously Ben Curry, Liam Farrell, and John Bateman. I think they're going to be our back rowers.
Elliot Whitehead.
And Elliot Whitehead as well. So we've got a strong back line. I just think that the front starting props are going to be the biggest problem for us.
I just feel like all these other nations compared to Australia, what always lets them down is it's just their spine, isn't it? They're 1, 6, 7, and 9. Like when you look at Australia, we have Teddy, then you got Munster, Keary, and Cody Walker, who are 3 of the best halves in the game. You got Nathan Cleary, who is arguably the best player in the game, and then Hooker were a bit weaker, but we would still have the best hooker in the world, even if you went Cook or Harry Grant.
Yeah.
And it's the same with Tonga. We have the best forward pack in International Rugby League, but they've got no spine. Unfortunately, Samoa, they've taken a bit of a hit recently with To'o and some of the other boys coming out and declaring their allegiance to Australia. So unfortunately, every team has a backline and a forward pack that could probably compete. They just always lose it in their spine.
Definitely, yeah.
That's true.
Guys, I just want to make a special shout out. I don't know if this guy has donated. There's a guy in the chat. and I hope you all give him a round of applause. I believe the Manly rep, the guy in the chat, if you're watching, hello. I think he's been in here the entire time since the very first second since we've gone live. And to you, the Manly rep, you have added on to the 26 people that are watching live right now. Thank you so much for tuning in the entire time.
Representing Manly really well.
That's why we're going to win the comp. Performances like that. He's sitting
Oh, fucking Paddy G. Any goddamn opportunity.
Look,
Fuck
usually
yeah.
I think Manly will win.
Unbelievable.
His name is Mr. X, apparently.
Mr. X.
So we got less than 3 minutes until we hit our magic 9-hour number, guys. I just want to leave it to you guys first. Nathan, I don't mean to put you on the spot, mate. Do you have any parting words before we turn this thing off, mate?
All I gotta say is thank you to Sam for all this you've done. We've set this up for a week. It's been absolutely incredible, and that there's just so I don't know what to say other than like thank you so much for letting me on and letting me perform a couple of songs and that. And to Nick and Josh, man, I bloody love yous and that. Yous are my heart. Yous are right here in me and that, and it's just this whole day.
Love you too, Nathan. You're a legend.
Yeah. CJ Moxley, man, do you want to have a last say before we shut things down?
Yeah, just like what Nathan said, thank you, Sam, for starting this up. Nick, look, man, I consider you like an older brother, man. So, I really hope everything works out really soon. If it wasn't for you, man, I probably wouldn't even be doing this. Obviously, today I passed 100 subscribers, so I owe that to you, man.
Yeah, man.
And I really hope everything gets better, man, because, I love you, man. You're like an older brother to me. I hope everything gets better.
Thanks, CJ, bro. You put a smile on my face, bro. I love you. You're a good man, and look forward to meeting you this year sometime.
Magic round, bro.
Paddy G, mate, any last words?
Yeah, just thank you for everything. I sort of said it when I got off last time. Shout out to Nick, Josh, their family, and everyone else who's been affected by the floods. Shout out to the chat, too, for being here the whole time. Obviously, everyone who's been on today. And also, just finally, once again, rest in peace to the great Shane Warne.
Well said, brother. Appreciate you as well, Paddy.
Just rugby league, mate. Do you want to have a final say before we shut things down?
Yeah, just like to say thank you to you, Sam. Obviously, putting all this together. You've done such a, you've not really had much time to put it all together and that. I got up at 5 o'clock this morning, watched most of it. Had a good laugh and that, watching along. And then to Dick, I've not known you that long, but I'd see you as one of my close friends now, and just sorry for what's happened to you, mate, and I'm thinking about you and your family and everybody in Australia.
Mate, I've only known you for probably about a month, probably just over a month now, and you've been a very important part of my channel as well with the Super League stuff, obviously the reviews and stuff, like we do a couple times already, and we'll definitely get them done again in the near future, no doubt about it. Obviously, this week was a bit tough to get reviews done and shit due to what's been happening and that, but mate, you've been very good to me so far, and mate, I appreciate you as a friend as well, and mate, you're a fucking legend.
And Luther King, mate, any last words, bro?
Yeah, I just want to say, Sam, bro, Paddy's laughing. Sam, bro, I respect you a lot for putting this together, bro. It shows a lot. Honestly, I don't know who would have been able to do this, put it together so short notice. Nicky Bear and Josh, I love you. You're a family. Instead of me, I was going to donate, but I'm just going to send it straight to Nicky Bear because it will be easier. I'll send you some money, but you will get through this, bro. The King's always here and always will be, bro. I love you.
Love you too, King. And obviously, I'm upset as well that some of your stuff downstairs got fucking destroyed as well. Pretty much like the whole house got destroyed as well. Like downstairs, upstairs, it's all fucked. But yeah, you are family, bro. You pretty much are like another brother to us. And mate, you've got my number. You ring me anytime. You're one of the best guys I've ever met. You're a fucking brother, bro. Appreciate you, bro.
Love you. You there. Of course.
Love you too, King.
And just to sort of finish off as well, we've made a little bit more money. So the total tally, everyone, is $765 that we have raised today. That's absolutely sensational. Just because it's now hit midnight doesn't mean that you cannot stop going to go and donate. We're going to continue advertising this until we do hit our $2,000 mark. And that's going to go on probably all year now until we do. And we'll make it happen for you, Nick, and we'll make it happen for the people that have been affected up there in your hometown of Lismore. I've already said thank you to you, Nick, and you know how much you've done for me. I've made that very public. This has just been absolutely unbelievable. Look, next time we do, if there is ever a next time for a 9-hour sort of live stream, let's try and hope that it's in a nicer circumstance, if you know what I mean. But everybody from the live chat to Rugby League Guru, Bailey Anbus, Rugby League Roundup, you know who you are. Thank you so much to everyone that's contributed today and helped out, messages of support and the donations as well. It's just been the best, mate. Just been the best. Thank you, Nick. And Nick, I just want to leave you with the last word, mate, because this is all about you and always
Mate, I don't even know what to say, man. Like 9 hours and $765 is just absolutely outstanding. Obviously, didn't get to 2K or anything like that, but mate, every cent counts. That doesn't matter what the vet price is, like whether it's $5 or $500. It all counts, bro. And Sam, mate, I know you've worked extremely hard to get this thing set up, and mate, I'm forever grateful for what you've done in the last couple of days, and everyone that's donated and everyone that's messaged me. It's like it all means a lot to me. Whether you message me late or not, still means a lot to me, man. And I now know who my true friends are in the rugby league community. I now know who I can talk to about anything. I know who I can reach out to now, and I guess this has been one of the greatest things I've ever seen. And do I deserve this? Maybe. Am I grateful? Fucking oath I am. Someone like me, 3 or 4 years ago, I would never have pictured myself doing this or anything like that. I just started doing fucking reviews because when I started doing YouTube, no one was doing reviews on games and shit. Everyone got sick and tired of listening to dickheads on Channel 9 and clowns on Fox repeat themselves. And I thought to myself, well, maybe I can make a difference by start doing post-game reviews and previews and stuff that the fans can relate to. And that's what I started doing. And obviously it's grown over time. And you guys have been a massive support in that. So I love everyone that's been a part of this, and look forward to seeing what the future unfolds. I'm really grateful for everyone. Thank you all. Love you all.
And we'll leave all of you with Nick's last words. So everybody, thank you for tuning in. What a special day this has been. The Rugby League 2022 season kicks off next week. Halla friggin' Lulia. And let's get it, boys. Let's try it. So again, adios, everybody. Thank you very much.
Let's try, bro.
Love you, lads. Yes. Nice job, boys.